stand in session. Items 1 and 3 are executive sessions. Mr. Clerk.
Your Honor, the first executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session potential sale of city-owned property located at 114 and 124 East Broadway Boulevard. It is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03, A3, A4, and A7. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session neighborhood preservation zone, design criteria relating to front yard swimming pools. It is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03, A3, and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive? A second?
I have an objection to item number 3, starting off in executive session. When I agendized this, it was not for executive session. I don't believe we need to go into executive session. I understand the city attorney has reserved the right to move us into exec if it's necessary based on our discussion, but I have some points that I'm going to make in public, and so I think we should start out with that one out here, and if Mike decides that it's drifting towards the need to go into exec, then we could do it at that time. But I'd prefer
So since we do have audience here specifically for this item, Mr. Attorney, let's do item 3 in public, and if you so desire and see the need to, we could go into executive session to have further discussion on it. But Mr. Clerk, how do we have a motion, no second.
No second.
What's the process?
There's no second, Your Honor, so if you want to proceed with item 3, and that's the will of the council, you could do so.
All righty, so what we'll do is proceed with item 3.
Okay.
And if we'd start the discussion, Councilmember Kosacik, did you want to start the discussion?
Sure.
And then, Mr. Attorney, you could give direction if need to.
He'll be fine. I'm confident. There are 2 neighborhood preservation zones in the city. Feldman's was adopted in 2009, Jefferson Park in 2011. In each case, the neighbors, the city, invested time, money, and energy into putting them into place, and we adopted them as a governing body. In the course of that process, there are broad design compatibility criteria that are written into the NPZs. The purpose of them, and I'll just read briefly from the Feldman's, the purpose of the design manual is to provide a process to guide architectural and design requirements to assure development is compatible with the Feldman's unique neighborhood character. That same language appears in the Jefferson Park NPZ purpose statement. In the UDC, the city's governing document, under NPZ, it says purpose. Preserving and enhancing Tucson's established neighborhoods is critical to conserving the cultural and historic heritage of the city. The purposes of the NPZ are to protect and enhance the unique character and historical resources of established city neighborhoods and to ensure that development is compatible with the overall neighborhood character. In neither Feldman's nor Jefferson Park are the addition of front yard swimming pools compatible with the unique character of the neighborhoods. Each NPZ and our ordinance have what are called design criteria and compatibility review criteria. There are 3 that are identified. One is zoning, one is a building permit being required, and one is visibility from the streets. That's in each of the NPZs, and it also appears in our UDC. There are 2 problems primarily with that. Number 1, with respect to being visible from the street. Swimming pools are required by state law to be surrounded by a fence or a wall. 10 properties in Feldman's have been denied contributing status, historical contributing status, as a result of front yard enclosures. And even in the Jefferson Park NPZ, they warn neighbors that dense vegetation in the front yard can render a property as non-contributing. So if the purpose statement is serious, and that is preserving historic assets and the unique character, putting a front yard swimming pool is going to delist it or cause a potentially contributing property not to be able to achieve historic status. That's one thing. That affects people's tax rates. It also affects the unique character of the neighborhoods. Secondly, and I didn't realize this until we got a little more deeply into this, is that the city does not require a building permit for a swimming pool, which surprised me. Now, we can't change state law, but we can amend our own ordinance to require an NPZ review where we say are requiring grading permits or site reviews, so that even though we don't require a building permit for a swimming pool, if we require grading permits, we can then initiate a design compatibility review for each of those NPZs. And just to be clear, nothing I'm saying applies to any part of the city other than these two neighborhood preservation zones. Doesn't affect the east side, doesn't affect anybody else but these NPZs. That's what we're concerned about right now. So my goal today is to initiate the rezoning process, because when we're changing an NPZ, it is a rezoning, and to amend the NPZ criteria, ultimately to prohibit the front yard pools, but in the NPZs, but adding those review criteria as a step to get there. There are other changes to language that are going to have to be adopted in both design manuals and our ordinance. That'll come about during the course of the rezoning. For example, both design manuals have front yard design criteria. And if you haven't read one of these NPZs, they're fairly thick documents, and the neighbors have gone through them and they say these are the design criteria that we want to make sure are in place so that we preserve the unique character of our neighborhoods. One of them is front yard design criteria. The rezoning process, I'm not trying to assume the outcome of the rezoning process because it's a very public process, but it may simply prohibit front yard pools in those sections, or just tighten up the language so that a compatibility review is required when a pool goes in. Both manuals also have landscaping sections. Front yard swimming pools form a part of the streetscape, and they can be flagged in those sections too. And our ordinance, we have what we call a landscape review called out in our ordinance. Our landscaping review says landscaping will only be reviewed for compatibility when a project proposes a comprehensive change to the streetscape, such as construction of a new residential unit. If we simply added or a swimming pool to that, that kicks in the compatibility review. It doesn't automatically say you can't do it, but there's going to be an NPZ review that kicks in as soon as a pool is being proposed for a front yard. Both NPZs already call out retaining walls. They call out screening, defining characteristics in streetscapes. The point is prohibiting front yard swimming pools may have slipped through the cracks back when these were being developed because nobody was doing them. Nobody was putting front yard pools in these historic neighborhoods. But clearly, all the design compatibility criteria, and I've only given you a couple of examples, you know, the walls, the streetscape, the landscaping, they clearly call them into question. As a result of the city not requiring a building permit, we're not capturing them as a feature that requires a design compatibility review. So there is clearly no 207 exposure to initiating a rezoning process. There will be a very public zoning examiner hearing. There will be a very public mayor and council public hearing as a part of that rezoning process. And so what I want to achieve today is simply to move to initiate the rezoning process to fix the loopholes and insert compatibility standards that are consistent with the purposes that we identify for NPZs in our own ordinance.
Is that in the form of a motion?
That is my motion.
So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Durham.
Mr. Rankin.
Turn it up.
Yeah. We discussed this on a phone call, and you said that we could ban front yard pools.
See, I don't know about the audience. I can just barely hear you over here. Thanks.
You said that we could ban front yard pools, but we would need to have a case-by-case review to determine if the ban applied to any installation of a pool, because there might be Prop 207 concerns.
So, Mayor Romero, members of the Mayor and Council, I'll just start with this, that, first of all, I agree with Councilmember Kozaczek that you're not triggering Prop 207 liability or exposure by initiating the process to examine this issue and the amendments that might be required to address the issues that Councilmember Kozaczek has raised. So you can initiate the process. And going to Councilmember Durham's point, and the reason that I did schedule this for the ability to go into executive session, but I'm comfortable saying this publicly because I don't think it's a surprise to anybody. As that process is played out, if that's in fact the direction that you give, we do need to be sensitive to and go into it with open eyes, and not just as the mayor and council, but as the stakeholders who are going to participate in that process, that as proposed regulations take shape, we will have to evaluate whether the adoption and implementation of those regulations would in fact trigger Prop 207 liability. And I think you all know, but it probably is worth saying publicly, yeah, you know, Proposition 207 is now incorporated into Arizona statutes in Title 12. It's the Arizona Property Rights Protection Act. And it gives property owners a claim for compensation against the city for the adoption of new land use regulations if they can establish that the implementation of those regulations would diminish the fair market value of their property. So as this process rolls out, everyone needs to be aware that we are going to be evaluating whatever those proposals are to see if and to what extent they might trigger Prop 207 liability. And I didn't want that to be a surprise to anybody. It should be mentioned at the beginning of these discussions and this process. What Councilmember Durham was referring to is that as part of that evaluation, if whatever regulations might be born out of this process, a claim comes forward for a particular property, we'd be in a position of having to evaluate those claims. In some instances, there might have to be a decision whether to waive the application of a particular regulation for a particular claim based on the facts of the case. And I just wanted everyone aware of that up front rather than, you know, wait until later in the process and say, okay, there's a legal issue here, because that can, you know, harm the openness of the process.
If I may, can you describe the process that has been motioned to start? What is step-by-step process that the City of Tucson and the neighbors and any stakeholders would have to go through?
So first of all, we'll get together with both Wards 3 and Ward 6 to get a better feel of what the scope or the nature of the proposal would look like. I think we have a description now that we can work from. To the extent it would involve any amendments to the text of the UDC, that, as you know, is a very public process with public notice and public hearings. Text amendments actually go through the Planning Commission, but to the extent it also would involve some changes to the actual language of the overlay zone, the zoning that applies within that area, then it's the full zoning examiner process, and that is public notice, public hearings to all the persons who would be affected.
And this particular issue in the neighborhood preservation zone, in terms of the swimming pools, do we see this incidence a lot in the city of Tucson, throughout the city of Tucson?
So I think probably council members Durham and Kozaczek can answer that better than I have. Certainly in the conversations they've pointed to certain developments where they're seeing these occur. And I think the idea is to get out in front of it before
It explodes.
It explodes.
Councilman?
Yeah, yes, with a caveat, and that is that we have seen it, and the result is I gave some examples in Feldman's alone. I don't know about Jefferson Park's data, but the fact that you put a wall up in front of your house will cause your property to be delisted. And if we're serious about historic preservation, and I suspect we are, or we wouldn't have embraced these NPZs as a governing body, then we ought to be putting design compatibility criteria in place that are a red flag to staff, say, oh, by the way, if you put that pool and you lose historic status, we need to take a closer look at that.
Well, and I think it's something, the front yard swimming pool is something that when the design guidelines were being put together, wasn't really thought about
Right.
because it wasn't happening.
Right.
So I think that's valid. Any additional, Vice Mayor?
Couple things. We have no NPZs in Ward 2. And so for us, when I was reading this item, and I don't mean to minimize it, I was reading it and going, are you serious, front yard pools? Like, I didn't even, it's never come up. And so I think that from just a macro perspective, having a process, for anyone who wants to do a front yard pool, look, well, if you've got little kids and they're climbing over the next door neighbor's wall trying to go swimming, I mean, there's so many different implications here that I'm not kind of good with. The idea that you can put a fence in but not a wall, so you could use like barred fences to try to get around it, because every single time we do something like this, people try to get it anyway. Look, you're either in the NPZ or not. And that's been decided by the neighbors. We got to honor it. There was never an intent, any intent by this body or anybody else thereafter to say, oh yeah, that's a great idea, put pools in your front yard. We never, like, no one has ever gone that way. So I think everybody's kind of on the same page. It's really just a matter of how we get there.
And as far as the public process is concerned, Mike is right. There are very public hearings. That means that anybody who opposes this, developers are going to be the ones, will have an opportunity to step up in front of the zoning examiner, planning commission, and us, and say, here's why I don't like it, and here's the vulnerability. The burden shifts to them, though, to prove that there's a loss of capacity. I mean, they can put a pool in their backyard too, or the side. So there are other options. It's not as though we're saying you can't have a pool. So that conversation is one that we really need to have in a public forum.
Mr. Attorney, can we have a vote to start the process and then have additional conversation, any additional legal advice or possibility in executive session? Or, because there's a motion and a second, and so now we're ready to vote. Can the conversation continue in executive session?
That's certainly an option for the council if you want.
Is it necessary?
Yeah, I think we've covered the basics of what, I have to be careful here because I don't want to talk about what I would have said in executive session under executive session rules. But we don't necessarily even have to have that conversation today, but as the idea takes shape going forward, as if there's a need to bring some legal issue to your attention, we'll have that opportunity at a future meeting.
So then I would suggest that we not have item 3 on executive session, that we take a vote, and that we move forward with the process.
So let's call the question.
So there is a motion and a second. There's additional input. Councilmember Durham?
City Attorney Mike Rankin or Councilmember Kozaczek, feel free to answer this question. But would the motion include possible banning of front yard pools subject to special exception?
Citywide? That's not my intent at all.
Oh, no. Only in NPZs.
Can you, Councilmember Kozaczek, can you repeat your motion?
So, to initiate the rezoning process to fix the loopholes and insert compatibility standards that are consistent with the purposes we identify for NPZs in our own ordinance.
And so this is for MPCs alone. So there is a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? So motion passes 7-0.
And the only thing I'd like to add, I think, is that during the process, it's also important, I think, to gather some data about, how many of these there are, how many of these there could be, what are the potential safety impacts that Vice Mayor Cunningham was bringing up, and gather information about the impact on historicity as well, because that can inform the discussion.
So I think with respect to, I don't disagree with any of that. It's all be important in defending our position at the end of this. In terms of how many there could be, that is really a function of a yard by yard, setback by setback criteria. And so that's going to be a tough one to identify, but we can certainly speak about.
Vice Mayor?
Well, so for this process, my office is just going to watch the process, because as we have several different neighborhoods that are going to transition into historical and have that option, because they're now turning 50 and 60 years old. So we're going to be watching this process just from that standpoint. We also have some neighborhoods with significant setback front yards. So everybody likes a proactive government. We're going to try to make sure that that any type of front yard pool pandemic is avoided on the east side.
I have two thoughts on this. Being part of the council when we passed the MPZ, I remember clearly that we had some issues in mind about what was happening in both Jefferson Park and Feldman's. And so we couldn't at that time have foreseen that there would be this particular issue at the table, because it was not happening. We were thinking about what was happening at the time, and that's why the design guidelines handbook was created for the MPZ. And so I want to respect the uniqueness of the neighborhoods that we're trying to protect. That's why I feel it's important that we should focus on MPC zones. And then the second part I wanted to bring or make commentary on, we cannot live as a city and the elected officials that represent the citizens of this city in fear of continuous lawsuits, either from the state or from property owners inside our city. And so we must act for the betterment of our city and for the protection of the uniqueness and history of our neighborhoods. And so I don't want us to feel as a body that we are absolutely tied and paralyzed by threats of 207 or by threats of the state legislature or the governor taking away our state share revenue. We have to act in the best interest of the residents of the city of Tucson based on the input and the feedback that the residents give us so that we can act. And so I'm looking forward to this conversation, and hopefully we can come to a resolution that will keep the city well protected on these threats. So,
And I would just say that with respect to your comment that I agree with, that nobody was doing it, nobody anticipated it. We can't get into a question of to list is to limit. Well, you didn't say it, therefore it's okay. But when you put together the streetscape, the landscape, the preservation compatibility, and the preservation goal with the purpose statements, clearly this is the kind of thing that is envisioned in putting an MPZ together. So it's not I don't believe we're creating a new standard. I think we're affirming one that was implicit.
what was there already? Absolutely. Alrighty, so we are removing item 3 from executive session, Mr. Clerk, and we move on with item 1. So we still need a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make the motion again to go into executive session, Madam Chair.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Lee. So there's a motion and a second. Everyone in favor signify by saying aye. Anyone against? All righty, 7-0. Let's go into executive session. Thank you all. Motion to return to study session.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and everyone in favor?
Aye.
Anyone against? We're back in study session. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Mayor, with respect to item 2, there's a related item on the agenda this evening, so no motion is required at this time.
Okay, perfect. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Your Honor, I believe we covered that one when we discussed the front yard pools.
We moved it.
Okay. Item 5, time has been set aside for discussion of a G-Plat incentive request for the development of a mixed-use project located at 1222 South Freeway Road. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, members of the council, this is the first step in a possible economic development incentive for the Regal Inn. As you know, this gives an opportunity for the developer and staff to develop an analysis, which then will be brought back to you for consideration at some point in the future. Barbara Coffey, our Economic Development Director, is present and happy to answer questions if you have any.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you have anything to add?
I want to thank Ravi for being here today and for being very helpful in meeting with the neighbors throughout this process. We had the opportunity to learn more about this project that's kind of been ongoing for a couple of months now. So our recommendation is to move forward with the G-Plat contingent upon creating a community benefits agreement with our council office and the surrounding neighborhoods before the final approval.
Is that in the form of a motion?
I'll
Yes.
second that.
And a second, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'd like to offer the opportunity to Ravi, if you'd like to come up and add any additional comments. I know that you've been very flexible and willing to meet with the neighbors and really are looking forward to investing in this particular piece of property. So you have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so we're really excited for this project. This is like a family project. We're going all in, do or die. So it's really awesome. Me and the community association and the community has met numerous times to speak about their, feedback on the project. I think it's going to be a really great team effort to rebuild this, and I'm really excited. We did draft an initial community benefits agreement that I have here copies of. It's still changing, subject to change, but if anyone's interested, I have many copies. So.
First, if you could give it to the clerk's office.
And I think it's a really good precedent for future GPLETs too, from a community member and a resident part of the the city of Tucson. At least we're aware, the community knows what we're trying to do and be part of the process. So.
Well, I'm excited to see what the result of the analysis, economic analysis, is going to be. We have seen concerted investment in the Freeway row, what I would like to call the gem show row. And I'm really happy to see that investment. We've seen Hotel McCoy, we've seen the Ramada Inn, now yours. We're going to see pretty soon the investment happening in the Tucson. And so I'm really excited to see the investment and what the analysis comes back with. Thank you so much for being open to having a community benefits agreement, and just to be able to initiate the process is really good. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any against? Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations. Thank you. Item 6, staff has an update on the Development Impact Fee Program. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This is just an update at this point. I know Scott and Alicia, I think, are coming up here. They'll give you a brief overview of where we are, where we're headed, and there is an item on the agenda today that addresses this matter. I am making a recommendation that we continue with the existing impact fee amounts going forward, just to give us a little more time to move this discussion forward. With that, I'll turn it over to our Plan Development Services Director, Scott Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Sorry for the delay. The little divider's harder to get through than normal, I guess. So this is our 5th briefing to you. There is no action required today. As we have a new mayor and council, part of the purpose of today is to bring you all up to the same sheet of music. As it is our 5th briefing, the process and the proposals have evolved over time based on council guidance and stakeholder input. So what you'll hear Elisa talk about today very clearly is how that has evolved to include the service areas, a refined infrastructure improvement plan, to consider also an annual capital improvement plan process where you get to see the IIP on an annual basis, provide your input and guidance of prioritization, and then finally some discussion on the mixed use incentive. She's going to give you some background information to, again, fill in the blanks in knowledge in some of the council members and then refresh some of the rest of you. Elisa has been very engaged on this. She is now the subject matter expert. She has been very involved with stakeholders, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Elisa.
Thank you, Scott. Honorable Mayor Romero and members of the council, thank you for having me here today. So, as Scott said, we're going to run through basically some basic information on impact fees. We're going to talk about how your direction has shaped the draft report that has been released. We're going to talk about stakeholders and then next steps. We're hoping to get direction from you all to continue our efforts and return for a public hearing tentatively scheduled for February. So as a reminder, impact fees are regulated through state statute and also through our city code. There's a required update that has to happen every 5 years. We're in that 5-year time period right now. The fees were last updated in late 2014. There's 3 products that are part of impact fees. You have to talk about how much you're going to grow in the next 10 years, which is your land use assumptions, what infrastructure you need to build, which is your infrastructure improvement plan, and then how much to charge development and growth to help pay for those things, which is the actual fee report. Again, impact fees are a funding mechanism to pay for growth, cannot be used for maintenance. They can be used to expand capacity and add that for growth-related needs. So again, the first product is the land use assumptions. The state does require these three pieces of the impact fee analysis are done somewhat separately, but we've published them all together in one report. The land use assumptions answers the question of how much growth will there be and how much do we need to plan for that. So state requirements are that we plan for 10 years, but we have to update it every 5 years. So we're always looking out a little bit further, making sure we're capturing what we think is going to happen in a 10-year period. Based on the guidance and analysis of our consultant we've been working with, who's called Tischler Weiss, they've estimated we're going to grow by 27,000 people, 13,000 housing units, 23,000 jobs, and over 16 million square feet of non-residential floor area over the next 10 years. Again, this is an estimate based on the information that we have available to us. Previously, when we had discussed this with Mayor and Council, there were some questions about the sources of the information, how we came up with those numbers. So we have clarified that in the report, clarified it with our stakeholders as well. It is based on actual census data as well as permit records. So we pulled records to see how much we've been building over the last few years to help us in that analysis. We believe this is a reliable set of data that we've used for this, and that the projections reflect a somewhat medium-high pace of growth for the city over the next 10 years. The second piece of the actual impact fee update is your infrastructure improvements plan. So right now we have, I'm just going to use the short language of IIP. The IIP is for 4 different kinds of infrastructure in the city: police, fire, parks, and streets. Answers the question of how much and where should we plan for our new infrastructure. The state statute requires that we update this as every 5 years. Based on feedback from council and direction, we've refined our draft IIP to be including some specific projects, specific parks and streets we know we're going to use impact fee dollars on, but also to provide some flexibility in compliance with the state statute. So the state statute does allow us to add projects to our IIP as time goes on, as long as they don't increase your fee amount or your level of service. So we're going to clarify all of that in our report. And we've also provided for Mayor and Council as an attachment to your materials for this meeting a draft of how the capital improvement program may function, which impact fees are just a portion of the funds that may be used for capital improvements overall in the city. So trying to explain how that works. And that is in attachment number 3 in your council materials. Part of that as well, which I don't want to neglect to mention, is that annually we're going to come back as part of the budget process and talk about projects that are going to be built with impact fee dollars and as part of our overall capital improvement program, so that Mayor and Council has a chance to weigh in and help identify the high priorities based on where growth has been happening and other factors that are important to the city. As part of this, we've had several discussions about service areas within the city. So as a reminder, service areas are just a geographically defined area where you're collecting and spending a pot of money. Currently, the city has 5 areas for both parks and streets funds and 1 area for police and fire. The proposal, after working with Mayor and Council, is to keep the police and fire funds as a citywide service area. The rationale being police and fire services are really a system-wide approach, and that you can redeploy officers or equipment as needed so that it functions as across the whole city. Parks, we had previously discussed aligning to 3 service areas, going down from 5, but we also do have a request from members of council to look at a 4th area, which I'll show you a map in just a minute what that may look like. The streets funds, we had proposed to have 3 service areas, and then also a citywide fund for regional streets projects. There is also an option for a 4th service area, which I'll talk about more. Briefly on that citywide streets fund, it would be for regional projects. We've done some estimates, and we think roughly 17% of the money that you collect in the streets impact fees would go into that regional pot of money. So basically, if you're paying $1 for streets impact fees, 17 cents goes into your regional fund. And that's our best estimate at this point in time. And as a reminder, any money collected in a service area has to stay in that service area. That's by state statute. What this looks like right now is we've talked about 3 service areas, areas A, B, and C. We can give them better names later. But for now, this is what they look like. Each is comprised of roughly 2 city wards. The money generated in that area must be spent on projects in that area. There has been some discussion on a 4th service area, which could be parts of wards 1, 4, and 5. There has also been some discussion on that boundary, what it may look like at either Drexel or Valencia. So I'm going to give council members an opportunity to discuss that further if they'd like. But based on staff analysis, this is what we think a 4th area could look like if we did decide to go that direction.
And at least the 3 service areas versus 4 service areas is something that we continue having a discussion on. We don't have to decide tonight.
You don't necessarily, sorry, Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the council, you don't necessarily need to decide on that tonight. The draft report, which we published at the beginning of September, has 3 service areas in it. We would need to have a decision before we do final adoption of the report, but that's not slated to be till probably March. We still have to have a public hearing and then an adoption afterwards.
Does the D service area bisect the base?
I don't believe it does.
Oh, it just goes all the way over.
Right.
But that D area is south of the freeway?
Correct. In most locations. So you can kind of see the diagonal line in the lower right. That is the interstate, I-10. And so the rationale for Area D was to keep the parts of Ward 5 that are on either side of I-10 within that area. So I didn't want to bisect Ward 5 into 3 service areas.
No, I understand. Can we bring up C again?
Sure. So this is what the draft report.
Is that Alvernon? Is that which road we're using? Dividing B and C on the south of the freeway?
I think that, I'm sorry, I don't.
It's just a guess. I can't really tell.
I apologize. I'm not totally 100%
Well,
the answer.
look, so let's be realistic about what we're talking about here, because it from a monetary standpoint for Ward 2 and Ward 2, it really doesn't make too much of a difference. It actually makes sense either way, that if, as a general rule of thumb, if something's being developed south of the freeway, the Area C council members are going to say, hey, do it south of the freeway. By the same token, if you go to the D1, my biggest concern here is by cutting Area B that much, there's some potential development that's going to go on south of Valencia in the airport zone that by not being made available to Area B won't be very beneficial to the folks in Ward 1. So I think we need to be aware of that, like cutting them out at that point, whereas with the other way,
Oh, sorry.
with the other way, there's some flexibility, though, at the same time that I can totally understand why Ward 5 would want to do it the 4-way instead of the 2. I mean, it's really up to them. I hope they can come to some type of compromise, but for me, it's good either way.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee?
So just being new to the council, I know there's been lots of conversations prior to me arriving. I guess being in an area where we have a lot of growth happening and a lot of issues that we're up against, I'm curious to know, and if the essence of impact fees are to stay in the region in which they're developed and having a responsibility to provide those services to our constituents, what a ward-only impact region may look like, and if that's something we could entertain. It may have been entertained before, but I'm new and I'm curious.
That discussion has happened, but Scott, maybe you could address that.
Honorable Mayor and Council, yes, we have had that discussion. There is some part of state statute that says that the service area boundaries need to correspond with where you're planning growth and development. So when we performed the analysis on this, what we tried to do was to determine where roughly 1/3 of growth that had occurred in each ward and assemble that into the 3 service areas you see. So going to a ward area boundary, while not explicitly prohibited by law, is discouraged by it, and you could face challenge here. Anything else you want to fill in on that?
Honorable Mayor and Council, the other rationale why we have tried to kind of find an approach of 3 to 4 service areas is to ensure there's enough development happening within that area to fund the improvements that you desire. So the smaller the area that you make, the longer it may take for you to accumulate the funds to build the infrastructure, which can be challenging. We do actually have, per state statute, a 10-year time frame before you have to start refunding fees if they're not spent. And so a bigger area helps you accumulate a bit faster to build faster.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. If you can go to the next slide. One of the things that we've explored, and certainly a conversation the council can have, particularly to Councilmember Lee's question, is the extension of that, we'll call it the east-west line, that north boundary of the 4th service area D to the east. If you look at the development, I think one of the concerns that came back when we went through this, particularly with Councilmember Fiembris, was if there's development that occurs based on the service area on the very south end of, and we'll use area C, so if you go to the very south end, that tip that's there, it's close to the Vail area, development occurs there, it's the nexus, right? It's the connection of that impact to potential projects in the future. So one of the conversations could be expanding Area D with a line that goes east-west all the way to the east boundary of the city. So in essence, following the Valencia or the Drexel alignment over to the east. I mean, that's another option, which would then keep those development impact fees in that area as opposed to that whole area north-south. So that's another option that the council might want to consider, trying to figure out how best to identify where those projects might be that have that nexus. The bottom line is if we cut it up too much, there won't be enough revenue generated for projects in the future, and that's been one of the concerns that we've had is, how do you identify those projects going forward?
Well, and the biggest thing here was when we did the 3, part of it was divided 2 wards each, so that you don't have to get consensus among 4 council members. It can be 2 council members working together to figure out where the money's spent. For the most part, I can't speak for myself. I can speak for myself, I can't speak for everyone else. As a rule of thumb, you try to take a look at what projects generated certain revenue and always try to steer it to that area. There's been instances where we've moved it around. I remember Miss Scott actually had a development on the east side, but it ended up doing an improvement just past the line. So we've had that. We had a situation with the east side where we had a development built east of Pantano. We collected impact fees for it, and we almost spent it on the Arcadia Wash, which was like 6 miles away. So we've tried to be really, so the old ones weren't working very well. In the 3-way, in the A, B, and C, one of the things that we could look at was just from a historic and best guess future growth perspective on which wards were having some bigger growth and which areas weren't. You were going to be able to, it was just going to be easier for the wards to work together. So that's why I thought the 3-1 was good, but I know that I totally see the argument for the 4th one. I've always thought that, again, if we keep it where it's 2 wards each, it's pretty symmetrical, and it makes it easier for the council to work together on different projects.
Councilmember Lee.
So here's my question. Just, I don't know if there was any calculation done for the square miles of each of the area, because you can see Ward 4 is massive. We have a lot of growth, and we want the growth to be able to pay for itself, right? That's kind of the concept. So were square miles taken into account? Because when we have these larger projects, we're going to need more money to do these larger infrastructure projects. Was that any part of the? process? Because that's just my concern.
Honorable Mayor and Council, square miles were not accounted for.
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the water. What was who wanted time? Oh, Councilmember Fimbres.
Yes, Scott, how would we face challenges on ward only? You mentioned that we'd have challenges.
So the challenges, I'll start with the pot is too small. If you have a ward-only pot, then you're going to collect a limited amount of impact fees, and you may not have enough funding to build the projects within that ward that you need. If you get to the end of that 10-year time span, you're going to refund those funds back to the developer. The other issue has been the concerns with the state law, which says you'll align your service areas with where the growth is occurring. So we haven't seen ward-related boundaries anywhere else in the state. It's been discouraged in all the discussions we've had.
But don't we have to report back to the state on, because the ARS statute, the amount of monies, the impact fees, to show proof that we have to? And aren't those boundaries already made up? So we could easily look at that? Because my question from the citizens is that our money is generated on the south side and it goes to fund other projects not in our ward. And and how do I tell them that's not correct? And how do I show them that? That's what I want about transparency.
Right. Well, Honorable Mayor and Council, there is an audit that takes place and is posted online that shows how funds are collected and how they are expended. We can provide you additional information per project to show you where those funds are being collected and how the money is being spent. And then as far as the future transparency issue, the amendments to the infrastructure improvement plan that include an annual review of the capital improvement plan will allow you to see where projects are being proposed and where the funds will be allocated to. Did I cover everything for you?
Yeah.
Right. And I think the other issue that we've heard, of course, is how do we, in a large area like Area B or even Area C, if funds are, a project takes place in the south end of those areas, how do we know the funds don't end up in the north end of those areas? And so while you get back to the square mileage question, in a very large service area, you have residents in that service area saying, well, that project took place all the way in the south, and you're moving the funds up to the north. That's a perception. That's not correct. Where you do see funds is on the city has made a commitment regarding regional transportation authority, and we match that with impact fees. Under the new process, that 17% you see collected would be that match for the citywide projects.
So, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
So I just wanted to make a comment about my concerns with the service areas that, particularly with Ward 1, is one of like the oldest, developed areas in the city. That where you are seeing some development and growth is around the downtown area, but I am concerned that by shrinking that area, even though I know that the west side and the south side have historically been disinvested, and especially when it comes to infrastructure, how do we account, for if growth isn't happening there now, but a lot of growth happened at one time and the infrastructure still isn't there to sustain it? How do we account for that disinvestment? So, I am interested in making sure that older parts of the city, that we bring them along as well as these other growth areas are being brought along.
Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, the key piece here is, and certainly the sensitivity will continue to have that going forward, but the key piece here is that impact fees are based on the impact of that development. So even though there's infrastructure needs, that may not be a capacity issue based on the new development. And so what we we have to, is ensure that those projects, those future projects, are a function of the impact that that development has on the existing infrastructure in those four categories. So we'll certainly be mindful. I just wanted to make sure that the impact fee conversation is really about capacity going forward.
And as well, if I may add, that's why it's important to have a comprehensive capital improvement program, so that we not just rely on impact fees for capital improvements and road improvements and park improvements, but that we have a comprehensive long-term strategy to invest in each ward equitably. And not just equitably, but if there are areas of the city of Tucson, which we have all over the city, that need additional investment because of lack of past investment, that we have that in the capital improvement program. I think that's why it's such a good idea to have a comprehensive capital improvement program that we're updating with the input of mayor and council. And so we should not just solely rely on impact fees for capital, big, major capital improvements, and that includes streets, parks, and other infrastructure. Councilmember Zacic?
To piggyback on both Lane and Nikki's points, I don't really have a dog in the fight as far as the 3 versus 4, because it doesn't affect, what we're doing in Area A. But number one, we need to really get serious and get some religion about identifying the nexus, and that's the word of art, the nexus between the project and where those impact fees go, so that you don't have the development way down on the bottom part of the screen going to fund something way up on the top part of the screen, even if it's in the same area. So that nexus conversation really has to be a serious one, where you go with the council member, plural, who are overseeing those dollars. But I guess if I did have a dog in the fight, my concern would be this versus that really truncates the amount of revenue that Area B is able to generate. And so to Lane's question about how do we make sure those dollars really are impactful, they're going to have more impact with that than with that.
And that is something that I believe that Planning and Development Services and the city manager has to have a conversation about where development is happening in Area B and D, so that it doesn't truncate the continued investment and road improvements and park improvements for Area B. So I think that's why it's a good idea not to act on the maps today, but continue having that dialogue. And I think that for both Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Santa Cruz, what we have tried to do before, and sitting in the seat where you are at, is that council members really have discussions with each other in terms of investment and need in certain parks and certain neighborhoods, regarding roads, regarding arterials, and have a comprehensive discussion as to where the needs are. And usually at the end of the day, council members have a very equitable balance in terms of where funds go for investment in your areas. So, did you have additional presentation?
I do have more, yes.
Okay.
So to continue, reminder of how impact fees are determined, because you will hear questions about the actual fee amounts. We're not asking for any action on those right now, but I wanted to just give some base information. So again, it's about new development in the city, what kind of demand that new development creates for our system, and then assessing a fee that helps meet that new demand from development. The fees are based on our assessment of our current level of service. So for instance, our consultants actually went in and did an inventory of everything in the entire city, meaning all of our parks infrastructure, all of our level of service of police and fire and everything, to see what the base is per person, and then propose a fee amount based on maintaining that same level of service for a new person coming into the city. So that development is paying for the new infrastructure that's necessitated by that growth. So I apologize for the little bit confusing information. I tried to simplify it as best I could here, but as we've talked about before, our current impact fee schedule for residential is based on your category. So if you're an apartment, a townhome, or a house, you pay a different fee. If you're a house that's 700 square feet or a house that's 3,000 square feet, you pay the same fee. So our new schedule, based on our consultants' analysis and discussion with staff and stakeholders has been to go to a size approach on our fees. So basically, it's a sliding scale. The bigger you are, the more amount you pay into fees for your impact, and that's based on, you know, a bigger house typically has more people and generates more trips and more demands on the city system. It's not always true. I know there's exceptions to that, but it's more related to your actual impact than is just saying you're this kind of unit or another. So the proposed fees are shown in that green column, and you'll see they start at around $2,900, go up to $10,000 for a very large home. The information off to the right shows what that's compared to our phase-in rates, which are currently in effect, and the full adopted rates, which never went into effect. So right now, if we were comparing the current apartment rate, which is roughly $4,000, to the new schedule, they would see an increase once you hit 751 square feet. Townhouses would see an increase once they're larger than 1,500 square feet, and single-family homes would see an increase after 2,000 square feet. Again, that's compared to our phase-in rate, which is the fee schedule that's in effect right now. If you compare that to the full adopted rate, obviously apartments wouldn't see an increase until closer to 1,500 square feet, townhomes around 2,000, and then when you compare our fee schedule up here on the screen with single family on the full adopted rate, it's a decrease across the board for single family. I often get this question about, well, what size of home do we typically build in Tucson? So I actually pulled permit records from the last 3 years. The average size of a single family home being built is roughly less than 2,000 square feet. So the fees that we're proposing would actually be a decrease for the average size home being built in Tucson. It's a little bit different for apartments and townhomes. Obviously, apartments being built are roughly around $1,250 to $1,500. We don't track that data the same way, so I don't have a hard number, but that's typically what the new construction size is. On the non-residential fee structure, we've talked about this a bit before, but right now our fee structure has 3 categories only: commercial, office, and industrial. And if anybody that's paying attention to development in Tucson knows that not everything that's being built fits into those 3 categories. We have a very broad gamut of development happening in the city. So we've proposed to add in some new categories to our fee structure to really capture that type of growth of an urbanizing city. There are some changes. So again, the total fee is shown in that green column. This is a rate based on per 1,000 square feet. So obviously, the bigger you are, the bigger fees you pay. With the exception of the hotel, it's based on a per room fee, and that's based on trying to better quantify the impacts of a hotel, because they could have very large conference space, for instance, in a hotel, but the number of rooms is actually a better indicator of how much demand that they create. So I'm going to show you guys some examples of what these different categories look like. Again, the new ones on this rate are, we've added a couple industrial categories. We've added all the institutional categories in the hotel. So our major employers that we have recently seen relocate to the city, such as Amazon, Caterpillar, and Geico, they're either industrial or office uses. They're not seen as commercial. Banner Medical Center would be in one of those new categories for a hospital. We also now have a religious facility category, so church expansions would fit into that. Additionally, just to clarify on the commercial rate, so anything like a restaurant to a grocery store to anything in a strip mall, that's going to be our general commercial category. There's 2 commercial categories, the second one being a freestanding discount store, which is basically Costco or Walmart. It's the types of stores that are running 24/7 or close to that amount of time and have multiple services, like a gas station and a pharmacy and a tire center and all kinds of stuff all together. They're the biggest traffic generators, so that's why we've separated them out into a separate category. And then the hotel is a new category we're adding in. We were previously assessing them as offices, which wasn't exactly a good match for how much demand they were creating, but we are seeing more and more hotels being built in the city, and so this would capture that trend So, go ahead.
Vice Mayor?
Are we going to do a discussion at the end, or are we going to?
I would like to have the entire presentation,
Yeah,
and
let's do
then
that.
we could finish off with questions.
So again, I've tried to pull together some information on the screen that compares the rates that we're proposing to what the phase-in and the full adopted fees are. So in that green column, that's the new proposed fee, and then to the right, it says compared to the phase-in and compared to full adopted. The increases that we're seeing are basically in the commercial category. Approximately 5 years ago, we adopted the new fee schedule. We had the phase-in rate, which reduced commercial by approximately 30% and the phase-in fee schedule. So when you compare our new commercial rate of $69.14, it's an increase from the phase-in rate, but it's very similar to the full adopted rate, which again, never went into effect. Then the other increases for the medical center and light industrial went up slightly. Hotel, I don't have a comparison on because it's, again, we're going from a square footage assessment to a room size assessment, so it's apples to oranges on that comparison. So everything that's in red is going down compared to the full adopted fee rate. So warehouse, manufacturing, and general commercial, general office, and 3 of the institutional uses. Everything in purple is going up compared to the full adopted fee rate, which would be the medical, hospital, freestanding discount stores, and light industrial. Again, all of these numbers and the actual fee rates being proposed are based on the demand that that type of use creates on our city system. This is the pure analysis of that demand and what a corresponding fee should be. We have received questions on why change the fee at all, and really it just harkens back to what the state requires us to do, which is to update our analysis every 5 years. So when you update your analysis, you're going to find that costs have changed, the level of service has changed, things change in 5 years. So when we do that new analysis, and you put all the number crunching all together, you get a new fee amount. Additionally, like we've talked about, the phase-in rate is still in effect. Full rate never went into effect. I've done just a simple comparison on the right in that green table for commercial. If we were to go with the new proposed rate for commercial, it's actually 98% of what the full adopted rate would have been 5 years ago. So it's very comparable, but again, we're being responsive to state statute and redoing our analysis as we're required to do, and proposing numbers based on that analysis. The last thing I'd like to touch on in a little bit of detail is the mixed use incentive. This it can be found in attachment 5 in your council materials. This mixed use incentive was in response to discussions with stakeholders, mayor and council and others, really about how we can incentivize investment in our major corridors in the city. So the mixed use incentive, the way that it would work is that if you have a project, a development coming in, and it meets a certain set of criteria, that means it won't generate as many car trips because people can walk or bike or do whatever in that area, we will give you a set reduction on your impact fees, your streets impact fee at 15%. It would be basically like demonstrate to us that you meet these criteria, check some boxes, and you'd get that reduction. Again, the rationale for how you get that reduction has to be that you're generating less trips on the street system. So in your attachment, it gives a little bit more details on these 3 categories, but first and foremost, you'd have to be within a quarter mile of a transit stop. Second, you would have to have some residential component either within the development or adjacent to the development. So either you've got that within your project boundaries or it's within a walking distance, one or the other. And then the last category would be in regards to multimodal. Either you're providing multimodal on-site or it's nearby, so a bike boulevard or a multi-use path. The criteria that we've proposed, I've gotten questions about why these criteria, why not other ones. Really, we're trying to do things that are very measurable and concrete, and you can actually look at and say, okay, yes, it meets this. There's other ways to absolutely reduce trips on the street system. For instance, if you wanted to give all employees a free transit pass, that's a great thing to do. You can reduce demand with that, but I can't monitor that. I can't see it on the ground. It could go away after a year. So these examples are things that are real and tangible, physically created things on the ground. We're still fleshing out the numbers, like the exact number of units you would have to have nearby and those kinds of things, but wanted to get kind of the broad brushstrokes of this criteria in front of you all to tell you the direction we were thinking of going so we can move forward. And then lastly, I just wanted to briefly touch on our stakeholders. We have had a great group we've been working with over the last year, mostly comprised of those in the development industry or related fields that have a vested interest in impact fees. We've had 6 meetings over the last year and a lot of other little one-on-one meetings and phone calls and everything, trying to address concerns, questions, clarifications as we've been going forward, making sure we're statutorily compliant, clarifying our definitions, how uses can be classed. And we've also really been working on that, how to explain how the annual review process will happen, because developers also want a certain amount of certainty that, you know, okay, if I build this project, is there going to be a infrastructure happening nearby, how that will work. So trying to clarify that. And then we've talked a lot with stakeholders about tools for reducing fees. And so I just want to briefly touch on those. Again, if you relocate within an existing building within the city, you don't pay impact fees unless it's a more intense use. That's the first and foremost thing. So if you go into a vacant retail space and you're a retail business, you're not paying impact fees. Second, there is a credit for demolitions. We don't encourage that per se, but if you do demo a building, you can get some offset of your impact fees when you rebuild on that same location. We've talked already about the mixed use incentive. Stakeholders have been instrumental in that discussion as well. And then the last option that we've been working on is a special fee determination, which does exist in our city code now. It's for those extra special cases that just don't fit in any normal bucket, truly unique. They can do a request for a determination by the city. So lastly, on timeline, the state requires a 2-step process with impact fees. Again, I mentioned at the beginning there's 3 components to the impact fee report. The first 2 we're going to talk about together at a public hearing in February and hopefully adopt roughly 6 weeks later. The last of the 3 parts is the actual fees. That has to come in sequence after that. So we wouldn't actually be having a public hearing on the fee portion of it until April, with hopefully adoption in June. If we proceed according to this schedule, the earliest we would be enforcing new fees is sometime in August. It could be later on than that, depending on the discretion of the council. But this timeline is if everything goes according to what we think should happen and the state requirements of timing between all of the meetings. And so with that, I want to conclude my presentation and welcome questions.
Thank you so much, Elise. Vice Mayor?
Let's start with a few things, and I know that we've talked about them before, but I think it's important. One of the things that happens is when a new neighborhood goes in, especially single-family residences and a series of single-family residences, we take on the liability of those roads. However, some HOAs have actually opt in and decide to take ownership of their own roads. I'm actually okay reducing an impact fee for neighborhoods that establish a CCNR to take care of their own roads, because then they're not ours to fix. And I'm good with that. So I hope we're able to build something like that. And if we're going to do that for roads, let's do that for park. I mean, for parks, there'd have to be caveats like you can't be gated if you want to take the parks one, and your park would have to be open to a public, and it would have to be a certain square footage and stuff like that. And it wouldn't be the full amount. I mean, it would be calculated, but I'd encourage an HOA to build a park within its confines. And that's a good feature for people who are buying homes in a new area. So when I'm thinking of the medium density, new housing developments that are on 5, 6, 7, 8,000 square foot lots, I'm also thinking, hey, there ought to be a park in there that ought to be encouraged, and they don't want to do that because they're getting charged impact fees anyway, and they're saying, hey, look, so what does that do for the neighbors who buy there? They can't even walk their kids to a park because we took the impact fees and put them into a park a mile, 2, 3, 4 miles away. So having a neighborhood park and encouraging neighborhood parks is a good thing. And so I'm willing to do planned communities that do that. I'd also want to take a look at the all solar, all rainwater, all green LEED sustainable credit. That's, hey, look, if you're going to do hardcore rainwater and xeriscaping and you're going to have solar and you're going to make that commitment in your neighborhood or on these rooftops, well, are we going to have a green agenda or not? Well, if communities are willing to do that and builders are willing to do that, then I'm willing to give up some of my impact fee. Not all of it. I mean, we still have to maintain straits and pay our bills too, but I'm willing to give up some of my impact fee if you're going to go green, especially if you're going to go hardcore green. I want to encourage it. So I want to be at least somewhat robust on that. I'll even take it farther and say we don't just have to think about rainwater harvesting tanks on the sides. What about the retention basin and the drainage basin that's worked into that development? You know, we usually take a few houses that retains or detains water. Well, it didn't stop Pima County from maintaining an entire sports complex. So why couldn't we take that water and harvest it to that neighborhood park that they're building? We should be encouraging that type of things. Hey, we're in a desert, and who knows, maybe some days these will be the most sustainable green spaces we have. So I want to take a look at those incentives right off the bat. That's like low-hanging fruit. That's stuff that I know there's some statutory problems. I know that we have to pay discounts out of the general fund. That's why I think if we include it in the fee schedule up front, then we don't have to pay it out of the general fund. I want to make sure we're leery of that part of the statute, but at the bottom line is that I'm willing to give some of these monies up if builders are going to do the right thing. So that's one piece. The second piece I want to talk about is the premium office space. So look, if you're building an office space and you're going 10 stories vertical, which, by the way, has happened, none times since like 1997. But if you're doing office space and you're going vertical, that's probably meaning you're building a large company here and you're probably doing something that's a big game changer for our economy. If you're willing to do that, then we can charge a premium office space. If it's that dense, that means there's more people using transit to go to it. If it's that dense, that means there's less people, there's less car trips, there's more people carpooling. It's a numerous group of people in one cubic footage space. So for me, if you're doing premium office space and you're going 10 stories up and you're building 100,000, we can cap that commercial fee. My big thing is that we probably need some type of needs and need-based criterion in there because, look, I get it. We're going to make retail a little more premium, a little more to cost, and I actually agree with that. The problem is that, one, retail does generate our sales tax, so we need to think about that. I mean, that's a net negative to the city if we're going to encourage not to build any retail at all. But on the other side, and this is probably the more important piece of it, retail's kind of on certain things, especially those big boxes, is kind of a dying breed. I mean, I've got 3 empty big boxes in Ward 2. People are going to Amazon, people are ordering online, people want to go to their specialty friend store, and that's actually a good thing. But the bottom line is that those big projects are kind of like, the Brontosaurus. They're gone. So we've got to figure out how to adapt to that. I really wanted to talk about a density bonus and that was the density bonus, is the high premium. I also want to talk about maintenance rebate. Okay, so this is the other one that comes with parks and roads for that matter. We get some impact fees for parks and roads, but the construction companies already mobilized building their own roads. The construction companies already mobilized and they're out there. They got their people out there. It's going to be way cheaper for us to say, hey, look, can you go replace the playground on that nearby park and do the parking lot while you're here? That's actually going to save the taxpayers money. That's going to save us money, and the project's going to get done in a more timely way. So there's kind of like a maintenance rebate we can do for taxes where we can say, all right, we're going to collect your impact fees, but we're going to pay them back to you, and you're going to go and do this job for us and this job for us and this job for us right in the same neighborhood. It's probably totally legal and within the Arizona statute that Mike's always worried about. I know, right? I know you're really proud of me on this one. So I think that maintenance rebate is actually a good move. It it does require basically every contractor who decides to build in this city to get on the jock list, but guess what? They should be on the jock list anyway. That elicits competition when we put things out to bid. So everybody wins. In this scenario, everybody wins. So a maintenance rebate saying, hey, while you're building your 17 houses that you ticked off 42 neighbors who came to rezonings for, while we're letting you do that, we're going to give you back some of your impact fees, but you're going to fix this for us and that for us and this for us and that for us and this for us and that for us, all right now, all while you're there. So we don't have to go through a process, so we don't have to reward, so we don't have to go bid. So I think that maintenance rebate is a really, really good discussion about how we can get our best. Now let's finally talk about mixed use, because mixed use is kind of like the elephant in the room. It's like the whole thing that every other city's looking at. Oh yeah, we're going to do mixed use, it's going to be so great. And what happens is that all the stakeholders get together, and some of the nearby businesses go, you know, I don't know if I want all that in my neighborhood. And then the neighbors go, hey, wait a minute, I don't know if I want that in my neighborhood. And it's different things that they're fighting. So when we talk about mixed use, it's almost going to be its own separate category. I don't think any impact fees should apply, because we're going to kind of make them up when we do the whole thing. I think it's going to be part of the, I know I hate to go Cuba Gooding Jr. on you, but it's kind of the quan of the whole discussion that we're doing. In other words, when we have a mixed-use development, it's not just the developer and the landowner building it, it's everybody in town building it. I mean, it's going to be like this really, it should be this really like cool collaborative thing, and it would be unique to Tucson. And if it's platinum LEEDs, or if it's green, or if it's rainwater harvested, or if it's going to, or they're going to build a park because they're getting a maintenance rebate, all that stuff has to go in. Well, we can't pigeonhole ourselves into a situation where we've got to write checks out of the general fund because we forgave impact fees. So they shouldn't have any. They should be to be determined at a later date, and people are going to get some of the developers will come in and they'll say they're getting jammed up by fees. Well, look, this is a big mixed-use development. You're kind of getting carte blanche. What you get to read, you get to write your own zoning. You can't argue about paying some money. So I think those are the opportunities that are there for us. I think this is one of those city planning moments where, you know, we've come a long way in Tucson, man. You think back to 2011, where we were and where we are now, we're killing it, right? But if we don't adapt to the next decade, we'll just be stuck, and we'll have a repeat of the 20s, all right? The first decade of 2010. So let's readapt again. Let's find those mixed-use opportunities. Let's find those solar opportunities. Let's find those opportunities to be creative and proactive, so that this growth not only is good growth and neighborhood-friendly growth, it's also fiscally smart growth. And that's what I'm talking about here with those impact fees. That concludes my comments this afternoon.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Councilmember Durham?
Has city staff, the increase in freestanding discount store is bigger than any other increase. Has city staff considered a 3-year phase-in?
Honorable Mayor and Council, first the context on the increase. So when the commercial fee was put into effect 5 years ago, due to the after effects of the recession, we are trying to stimulate commercial growth in the city of Tucson. Therefore, Mayor and Council implemented the phase-in rates, was essentially provided a 30% reduction on commercial. So they've had that break for the last 5 years. Moving forward, if you want to consider a phase-in rate, we've heard, can 5 years be a phase-in? Can 3 years be a phase-in? What's pragmatic? So when a developer does a prospectus or a performer, they're typically looking anywhere from 24 to 36 to 72 months out. We've been in this process 12 months already, so there is a first year of consideration and understanding on the development side the fees are going to go up. By the time you go through this process and adopt, it'll be almost another year, so that's 2 years. So if you wanted to consider a phase-in, my recommendation as a planning director in a city that is dealing with a lot of infrastructure needs is your phase-in rate would be about 12 months, because they've already had 24 months to think of that as part of their pro forma based on the discussions we're having now.
So, nevertheless, that is a $4,800 increase compared to the phase-in rate. Yes. If I wanted to support a 3-year phase-in, what would be the timing?
So from the time of adoption, let's say that you got to the adoption process, the earliest we could collect rates would be August of 2020. If you gave them 36 months, you're looking at August of 2023.
So I'll ask the question again. If I wanted to support a 3-year phase-in, what would be the timing of my action?
Oh, you could, well, you're beginning to ask it right now, and then during the public hearing, you'd reiterate it, and then prior to us drafting the ordinance, that would be a policy discussion you had with mayor and council. So we're going to have at least one more study session to hammer that out, and then we would seek to adopt the fees, I believe, what was the timeline? April 21st, 2020. So that's when that would come to fruition, is April 21st, 2020.
Okay.
Councilmember Lee.
Just a couple things. On the mixed-use incentive within 1/4 mile walk to transit stop, not super realistic in Ward 4 and probably some areas on the edge of town. So I would just want to make sure that we're addressing the transportation issues that we have in certain areas and not excluding people from being able to use that incentive because the transportation isn't there. And also, I would just love to, I understand the concept of the larger regions. I know Wards 4 and Wards 5 have the most opportunities for growth, and it's kind of a tough sell to do a development out all the way at the edge of town, almost close to Vail, and knowing that those monies could go all the way up to Fort Lowell in the current structure. It's just a tough sell. So I understand, but if there is any other way to look at it to make sure that the money can stay closer to the development, which is the essence of the impact fees, I would love to see any other brainstorming that could be done or options around that. That's all I had.
Councilmember Kozaczek?
Yeah, and again, that really speaks to the whole issue of nexus and making sure that the project that's paying the impact fees, there's a nexus between what's being built with those fees and that project, irrespective of the size of the location of the project area. You're proposing an incentive to demolish existing structures. I just want to make sure that as that conversation evolves, we're not giving an incentive to demolish contributing historical structures as well.
Honorable Mayor Romero and Councilmember Kozaczek, that credit for demolition exists now. So if a structure is demolished, I'll give you an example. A single-family home is demolished and they want to rebuild a new single-family home, they would be given a certain amount of dollar credit for that. We don't have anything in our impact fee language about the age of the structure. That is something we regulate through other city ordinances and through our historic districts. But it's something we could look into to making a stronger clarity on that relationship.
Right, and so the incentive I'm looking at is on the non-residential fact sheet. And it's in about tools for reducing fees for non-residential construction. And are you looking for some sort of direction on the mixed-use incentive attachment 5 versus what's on page 88 of the land use today, or is that for going forward?
Honorable Mayor Romero and Council, the draft report on page 88 had talked about the mixed-use incentive. That was published in September, so we have since refined it. That's what's in attachment 5. So if you would like to give us feedback on what's in the attachment, that would be welcome to hear. We're basically trying to refine what was in the original publication of the report.
Well, my opinion is that the mixed-use incentives you have, that attachment 5 has more specificity, and it should replace what's on the page 88.
Yeah, I think that the mixed-use incentive, one of the conversations that we had, Scott, previously, is that we want to prepare our city, and I believe this is what Vice Mayor was alluding to or suggesting, is that we want to prepare our city for an infill, high-density city, and that the land use codes that we currently have are very suburban. Right. And so how do we account for, I love the mixed-use incentive. We should add transit-oriented development incentive into this particular equation. because we should have genuinely mixed-use development on, especially in the areas, in the corridors that we've talked about at this table, our incentive investment corridors that we want to create. So as we move forward with this mixed-use incentive, as we continue adding to it, how can we add additional concepts or ideas of even reusing older buildings and reusing big boxes that have been abandoned? How do we add to it? I love the idea that Vice Mayor brought up about having a, what did you call it, Vice Mayor? A green leaf. I think you called it a green leaf, a green leaf development discount. I don't know if this is part of the impact fee conversation, or if it's part of our continued conversation about the land use codes and how to define green development in the city of Tucson. But let's continue adding to this mixed use incentive. Okay. One other thing that I wanted to add is that I've been sitting here as a council member for 12 years, and we've had this conversation before. I was sitting here in 2013 when we talked about changing our impact fees. But I did want to bring special attention to some of the concessions that mayor and council have brought to the development community throughout the years. First and foremost, I led on the protected development rights, which was instituted at a time when housing and retail and commercial development went belly up. And so these protected development rights conceded to developers that they didn't have to apply for additional permit fees. So we gave them a 5-year concession for them not to have to pay the city of Tucson development rights and permit fees, et cetera. So that saved developers millions and millions of dollars. Mayor and council adopted ordinance 11203 in October of 2014 that implemented the existing fee schedule. This ordinance included the full adopted fee, but we opted to have commercial phase-in rates that were substantially lower than the full adopted rates. In other words, we've already have phase-in rates. I would say the past, 4 or 5 years?
Honorable Mayor and Council, it's been the past 5 years.
The phase-in rates offered substantial reductions in impact fees. For example, commercial impact fees received a 32% reduction. Apartments received a 36% reduction. Townhomes received 16% reduction. Single-family residential received 28% reduction. The phase-in rates were originally intended to remain in effect until July of 2016. However, Mayor and Council extended the phase-in rates as follows: June 21, 2016 to June 30, 2018 to June 30, 2019. And so we have had a phase-in approach for the past, 5 years. So I would say that we think about how we proceed. I think the process that we're having is very healthy. Inviting stakeholders to the table is very, very important, making sure that we have MPA, the Chambers of Commerce, SABA, and other developers at the table, helping the city of Tucson, making sure. So I'm really glad to see that you've had as many stakeholder sit-downs and meetings as you have had. I imagine that we will continue doing that throughout the process. So I just wanted to make sure that we put that on the table, the concessions that Mayor and Council has put in front of us. We have been phasing in And I also want to bring the attention to a current story that ran on the Arizona Daily Star, I think it was last Sunday, that talked about the city of Tucson being the second highest in housing prices in the country. And so I want to make sure that we are fair as a mayor and council. But at the same time, right now is the time where this particular industry is in a very healthy place. We have, as mayor and council, given concessions before when the housing and development industry were at their knees. And we did that with protected development rights. We did that with phasing in impact fees. We have been listening. We have been helping the development community. So I think now is the time to continue, move ahead, move forward with this process. And it's time for the city of Tucson to collect its due. We need to make sure that we have funds from impact fees to pay for roads, to pay for parks. And so I just wanted to make sure that we put that at the table as we proceed. Councilmember Kasaja.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. The proposed new residential rates are really a wash or in favor of the developer up until about 2,500 square feet, which speaks to the affordability issue. But we hear so much in the community about needing police and fire and roads and parks and all of that. The kind of negative narrative is that Tucson's not business friendly, and they point to bad roads and underfunded or understaffed cops and in the roads. But artificially holding down our impact fees is self-defeating, and we have been holding them at these phased-in rates now for going on 5 years. And even the proposed rates show a deficit in revenues compared to what the projected growth are going to be in those 4 areas. So I understand the the narrative will continue is that this is not going to be business friendly. You're charging extra fees. The reality is the costs are going up. Costs have gone up, and we haven't kept pace with them. And so we had Prop 101 and Prop 407 to do police and fire and roads and parks, and those are going to sunset. And we need to be prepared for that sunset in a way that puts us in a position to actually pay for the infrastructure that the development is causing, or is causing. Yeah.
Councilmember Lee?
I just had one final ask. If it would be possible to get these maps with the street overlays so you can see the names, that would be super helpful.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we need to bring this back to you in the not too distant future, because I will need direction on those service areas. We've talked about it quite a bit, but I'm going to need some specificity from you. Now, the timeline up there outlines the first public hearing is February 4th. My suggestion would be that we have this discussion prior to that, but it's not necessary, and we can certainly continue down the path. Most of it is about the land use assumptions, ultimately the corresponding fees, but in the not too distant future, we really need to get some direction from you on those service areas. And so we'll work with you individually. We'll run some scenarios for you between now and hopefully the 4th, and we can have more of a discussion on that, but I'm thinking we need to bring this back in the next 30 days or so. Although not necessary, again, we keep moving. March 17th is really the day that we're looking for adoption. So prior to that, but I'd sure like to do that.
Adoption of the, I'm sorry for.
The land use assumptions and the infrastructure plans.
Okay, and then that map.
Right.
Okay.
In Your Honor, I have one quick thing about that, and this is something I just thought about. On multiple occasions during rezonings, we've had the opportunity at the table to ask that the impact fees stay site specific, say that 4 times fast. We've had the opportunity to do that, and it's been fine. So that rule still applies, right?
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, that's a potential snag that you need to be aware of. There are site-specific fees that can be kept there, but impact fees have to comply with the IIP. So as long as the IIP is reflective of those improvements, then you're okay. But you can't just say these impact fees stay here or can be used for that if it is not conforming with the IIP.
Fair enough. So we could probably add that on a per project basis if we can get the correct language, and that may relieve some of the concerns in wards 5 and 2.
Well, to that point, though, that's one of the benefits of not having a very specific list of projects, but having project descriptors. So parks, roads, whatever. So yeah, so you can achieve it. You can achieve that more site-specific impact with the dollars as long as you've got a general descriptor instead of we're going to put a park in at 22nd and Alvernon.
I think we're, yeah.
The same space. Okay, good. Perfect. On a good note, we end this item. What I will take the liberty to do, Councilmember Fimbres, is to move up your item 9. What is it? Item 9. Because I know that you have people here on the audience that are waiting for it. And then item 7, item 8 are budget discussions for informational purposes only. So those are going to take some time. So I'd like to move at item 9 so that we could take care of this particular item, make sure that the audience in attendance doesn't have to sit for another 2 hours. And so with that, Mr. Clerk, we're going to start with item 9. Councilmember Fimbres has requested an update on PFAS and the city's water supply. Mr. Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Recently, there have been stories about PFAS in private drinking wells and the use of the firefighter foam that contains PFAS by the Arizona Army National Guard and the Air Force, raising concerns. This council has been transparent and proactive on our water supply, and this is why I scheduled this agenda item for an update from Tucson Water and for my colleagues and I to discuss this further. This isn't the first time the Mayor and Council has discussed the PFAS issue. In 2018, questions about PFAS arose, and I, along with the Ward 1 office, met with community organizations on the concern and scheduled a discussion by the Mayor and Council on September 5th, 2018. The Mayor and Council approved my motion to have Tucson Water conduct further testing for PFAS and 1,4-dioxane to conduct vapor intrusion testing at CE Rose, Challenger, and Navarra schools and report the findings to the Mayor and Council and to the public and community organizations. The work continued on our water supply when on May 21st, 2019, the Mayor and Council approved my motion to spend $9.9 million for the installation of a 10th remediation well and GAC filters and infrastructure needed for the TARP APOP plants to reach the target of less than 4 parts per trillion for PFAS and PFOS. Mayor and Council, the city manager and his staff, and Tucson have worked together when issues arise surrounding our water supply. In 2010, when the EPA changed the standards for 1,4-dioxane, this Mayor and Council worked with Tucson Water to get the word out to the public about this and keeping everyone informed. In 2010, this Mayor and Council took action by getting updates on the efforts to use the TARP plant to treat the water and also blending the water to reduce the levels of 1,4-dioxane, and the Mayor and Council spending the $20 million to build the AOP plant and taking the Air Force to court over this, for which they settled the case in 2016. Mayor and Council couldn't wait and built the AOP plant to protect our constituents and our water. During this time period, the Mayor and Council received updates on our water and efforts to treat. Tucson Water conducted tours of AOP and TARP plants, giving numerous presentations and continuing to do so. In 2017, questions from the community came up about the ongoing efforts to clear the TCE plume, as well as efforts in dealing with the 1,4-dioxane, and the Mayor and Council were proactive, having agenda items and discussions about our water supply. On July 15, 2017, Mayor Romero joined me in hosting a community forum with Tucson Water and the EPA at the El Pueblo Center to discuss the water supply and 1,4-dioxane and the efforts to clean it up. My office and Ward 1 office worked with the Pima County Health Department, its director, Dr. Francisco Garcia, about a follow-up on the health concerns raised. On August 27, 2017, the Pima County Health Department and the University of Arizona held a teach-in at the Abrams Health Center in Ward 5 with many residents taking part of this program. The work by this mayor and council and Tucson Water has been ongoing, and now I'd like to turn it over to Tucson Water Director Tim Tamura to continue the discussion and to begin.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thanks for this opportunity to take you through an overview of how the city has been managing per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS, in our groundwater, and how we have taken all steps necessary to assure that the water that we deliver to our customers is safe. And I can assure you that it is safe. I will describe to you how it is made safe, the operational targets that we use, which are the most conservative in the country for the water that we deliver. But I will also talk you through where we're finding these compounds in the groundwater and the 4 areas where we have to actively manage it, and then all of the steps that we're taking in order to protect our customers moving forward. So if we have the presentation, I can hit the button. Oh, okay. So, just the opening slide. So, this is actually the finance presentation. So stay tuned. You'll get this one in about an hour and 15 minutes. We'll switch it over to the PFAS one. Although I'll note on the slide that flashed for a second, Mayor and Council policy is to deliver safe water. So you'll hear that again. But. This looks familiar. Okay, thank you. So, key message. If you remember nothing else from this discussion today, what's on this slide is very important. Our drinking water is indeed safe. It's made safe even though PFAS is in our groundwater because of the actions of this council and your utility to make sure that we are looking out for threats to our water, threats to our water supply, threats to our water quality, and we're taking the actions necessary to protect our customers. So we have been, with respect to PFAS, which is this suite of compounds that we're talking about today, we've been testing for them since at least 2009 because we knew that they were starting to appear in the environment, mostly in the East Coast and in the Midwest. So we started looking for them here in Tucson just in case they were present, and over time we started to detect them. At this point, we have tested every single one of our drinking water production wells for PFAS. This is unusual in that there's no requirement to do this testing. Most other water utilities have not done this level of testing. I can think of none that have done the level of testing we've done. We've tested every single well in our system. We have identified the areas of the aquifer where these chemicals are present, and we are the first to report that to the public. So when you read an article in the newspaper talking about these chemicals, that information came from Tucson Water. We have set conservative operational targets, which I'll describe on the next slide. And when we talk about these compounds, we're talking about a number of different chemicals. A lot of time people talk about 2 of them, PFOA and PFOS. Those are important. But we are looking at a whole range of similar compounds. As soon as we detect it, we're looking at if we have a well that detects it, that well is taken off of the system. We are also treating for these compounds at our TARP facility, which I'll describe in a bit. We also work with other agencies, the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, Pima County DEQ, Pima County Department of Health, Arizona Department of Health. All those folks who have a nexus around water and have a nexus around public health to make sure that not only are we delivering safe water from a drinking water provider, but that a public health official agrees with us, that the state would agree with us, that other independent experts agree that the actions we're taking are prudent. And we have quite a bit of data that we can share at any time with anybody who needs to see the details behind the statements I'm making. This chart is a little bit busy, and it's actually going to only grow over time. What I'm going to describe to you is this is really the state of the science when it comes to targets for operation or health-based guidance related to PFAS compounds. There is no EPA guidance on most PFAS compounds. There's only what we call a health advisory for 2 of them. So we don't have a regulatory guidance from the EPA, nor do we have regulatory guidance from ADEQ. So we are making these decisions locally to protect our customers. We are learning from the other states who are taking some action, and we are using standards and or going below those standards for how we operate at Tucson Water.
All right, that verbiage came out. In other words, we're taking it to a better standard, not a lower standard.
That's correct.
You say lower the standard, I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying.
It's hard to say we're exceeding all the standards when we're actually below the standards, right? So you are correct. The operational targets that we are using, the numbers or the limits are much lower, which means they're much more protective of public health than other states.
So we're using a target number that has a lower presence of PFAS, PFOs, and PFOAs than other water agencies.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's exactly correct. I won't go through every line of this table, but I will focus you on toward the bottom. There's an area outlined in yellow that says Tucson Water operational targets. These have been in effect since 2018. We update them periodically as new science comes across. And I'll point you to the very first number there is an 18. That is 18 parts per trillion combined PFAS. And when you see the 4 asterisks going across that table, that means that the sum total of those 4 different compounds, when added together, cannot exceed 18 parts per trillion. That's PFOS, PFOA, PFHXS, and PFHPA. The comparable combined targets for other states are typically 70 parts per trillion, and it might only be 2 of those compounds, not all 4. The closest we have is a 20 in New York, which is only combining 2 of those compounds, and a 20 in Vermont, which also only combines 2 of those compounds. So our number is lower, which means our standard is more strict, and we're actually accounting for more risk by including 4 chemicals in that target. We also have a target for PFBS, which we are matching the lowest state, which is Michigan, at 420. And then the only state that has a maximum contaminant level for PFHXA is Michigan at 400,000. So we've set our target as less than 200,000. What that means is those are our targets. The water is always below those targets. Therefore, it is safe. From a practical standpoint, it's mostly 0 everywhere. We are taking wells offline. We are treating to below these standards. The point really is we have set really conservative standards, and we are making sure we comply with them as best we can, and even below detection where possible. Okay. But we have a lot of challenges. This is a map with a lot of information on it. I'm going to try to break it down into 3 areas. It seems like 3 areas is the way to go lately. It's actually 4. Sorry. To be determined, right. If you look to the west end or the left-hand side of the map, you see these 2 rectangles labeled CAVSARP and SAVSARP. That's Avra Valley. That's the area west of the Tucson Mountains. And as you all know, that's the area where we import our Colorado River water, we recharge it into the groundwater, and we produce that blended Colorado River water and groundwater and deliver to our customers. About 80% of our water comes from Avra Valley. It is an area where we have sampled all the wells and the source water repeatedly, and there are no PFAS compounds detected. So that's the bulk of our water, and it's all blue west of Avra Valley, in West Avra Valley, which is excellent. Another area I'll point out is where it says Tucson, right in the middle of the map. That's the area around that is a bunch of blue dots. Those are the wells of our central well field, and you can see that right now. The vast majority of those wells are blue, and blue means no PFAS. But you can see that there are areas that are non-blue, and anything non-blue on this map is beginning to show PFAS in the groundwater, and you can see how it's starting to surround our central well field. And that is the future threat that we're managing now to prevent the PFAS contamination from impacting the central well field. So the areas where we're actively management, if you look in the upper right-hand part of the slide, you have an insert called labeled Davis-Monthan Air Force Base inset. We've reported previously on the fact that we've had to shut down 3 wells in that area that were production wells that have been taking offline. The Air Force Base has done some on-base sampling, and when you look at the lower right corner of that inset, and you can see kind of the gray shaded area, that's the edge of the base, and you see the 4 or 5 red dots there and some very high concentrations of PFAS. Those are on-base concentrations and wells that we have taken offline. They were taken offline well before they hit these high concentrations. And you can see a little bit further north, another well that's offline in red 131. So this area is an area of concern. We are not producing drinking water from this area. We need to protect this area for the future. I'll come back to Davis-Monthan. When you look, rotate counterclockwise, the northwest area where Marana, Oro Valley, and Tucson all come together, you see a number of red dots there. The northwest area has been a known area of PFAS contamination. We started shutting off those wells over 2 years ago. We actually have very few wells in the northwest area active. Those that are active have no PFAS, but we've had to import water from other areas to supply the northwest area. We have been fortunate that we have the redundancy to do so. Other water providers have not had that same redundancy and are still having to serve PFAS concentrations above these standards, not Tucson water. You'll note the inset to the lower right, which is labeled TARP, and you see a lot of data in that area. And actually, this is the area where we've had known TCE contamination for decades. We've had known 1,4-dioxane contamination decades. We've been remediating that water for decades through our TARP AOP treatment plant. And there's also PFAS been found in that area. We are actively treating the PFAS compounds at TARP. I'll describe how that is. Some of the most recent reporting in the newspaper has been to the eastern end of that inset map where there's this little green finger called West Plume B. That's where extremely high concentrations of PFAS were found in the groundwater. They were found by Tucson Water. We went and looked for it. We found it. We reported that data. We do not produce drinking water from that area. We found it and looked for it because it could be a potential future threat to our drinking water system, so we need to know about it. We need to deal with it. We also reported it to the public because there are private well owners in this area that do not get their water from Tucson Water that needed to know this. And we'll come back to the private wells. The last area, kind of on the west area, is just labeled reclaimed system. The area along the Santa Cruz River, the groundwater there has a number of ongoing issues from historical use. There are nitrates in the groundwater. There are PFAS chemicals in the groundwater. In this area along the Santa Cruz River, they're at much lower concentrations than when we're talking about at the air base, but they're still a concern nonetheless. We do manage PFAS in our reclaimed water system that we pump from this area. Even though nobody's drinking that water, we still need to make sure that we're protecting the long-term future health of our aquifer and our use of reclaimed water. So we also manage it in that area, but again, nobody's consuming that water. So that's the map of areas we're tracking it. We have sampled, again, every well in our system. And I just note that just year to date, or by the end of 2019, just in this year, we'll have analyzed over 1,700 samples for PFAS chemicals, and we'll have spent over $600,000 just on the analysis for PFAS. That's not all of the other chemicals we manage and test for, but that's just PFAS. So a little bit diving into TARP and AOP, which I also label the Tucson International Airport and the Arizona Air National Guard. So this map, which has been shared publicly as well, shows the concentrations of 2 of those compounds, PFOS and PFOA, and the contours really show 2 main stories. When you look to the left and you look to the area that's kind of shaded blue and yellow, that is an area right where the TARP well field exists, so that we are pumping water from that area, and then we treat it to remove TCE, 1,4-dioxane, and PFAS chemicals. And the concentrations there are relatively low. They're actually generally less than 100 in that area, but still above our operational target, so we treat the water. When you go to the east and you see that red contour line going through there in the middle of that pink zone, that's where the very high concentrations are of PFOS specifically. So we do not produce water from that area, but we did the sampling to protect our wells for the future. That is an area that it does have some private wells that we're making sure people are notified. So we are working with the EPA, State of Arizona, and our federal delegation in order to identify what the remedy will be for PFAS in this area, because while we're managing it in the near term through our existing facilities, and we're doing some upgrades, as Councilmember Frembers mentioned earlier, when those very high concentrations begin to approach our well fields, that should be prevented. That should be done by others. That should be those who are responsible for putting it there to do that.
And on that
remediation.
note, Tim, those responsible for putting it there, the highest concentrations are around Davis-Monthan Air Force Base and the Air National Guard.
That's correct,
And
Madam
so the theory is that is it a theory or is it known fact that these two jurisdictions are responsible for putting the PFAS and PFOS in our drinking water?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, it is becoming more and more well documented of what the source is. So the source of these types of chemicals we're finding tends to be the aqueous film forming foam, or AFFF, which is a firefighting foam used by the Department of Defense. It's been used and until even quite recently, and maybe even actively, at these two air base installations. And their own work, there was a work done by the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base to do a site investigation, and a work done on behalf of the Army, or the Air National Guard, and that work demonstrated it was their facilities, their hangar bays, their maintenance yards, their soils, their groundwater. Could there be other contributors? Possibly, but certainly those two are well known to be the contributors. Okay. Just a quick little description of what we're doing at the TARP AOP. So it's well documented that it was originally built in order to remove TCE. In 2014, we commissioned a new plant, as directed by Mayor and Council, to also remove 1,4-dioxane. In order to remove 1,4-dioxane, a new process needed to be added. It was the advanced oxidation process. As part of the AOP, or advanced oxidation process, these granular activated carbon vessels were installed. And so the pictures you see there are of the GAC vessels. They were put there to quench the peroxide coming off the AOP. They were not designed to remove PFAS. However, they do effectively remove PFAS. So the way we're managing this facility in order to protect public health is what we're doing is changing out the carbon in those vessels much more frequently than we would have if we didn't have PFAS compounds.
Tim, are you going to need more vessels?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, we do. We need at least 4 additional vessels in order to accommodate the additional flow from the 10th well. And in the long-term future, whether or not here or at some other site, a much more robust treatment process will be needed.
Are those additional vessels already built into your CIP?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, yes, the 4 additional vessels are in the CIP. We actually have a contractor on board. They're part of the overall package that's being constructed this year and next.
So we're not going to need to we're not going to have to make a rate adjustment to pay for that at this point.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, not at this time. Okay. I'm sorry, not at.
Not going to need to make a rate adjustment.
Yep. The way we're managing it now with the vessels that we do have is instead of changing out the carbon in these there's 8 vessels total, it would have needed to be changed out every 5 to 10 years for peroxide. We're changing them out about twice a year now. So every time we change out a vessel, it's about $60,000. We're doing that about twice a year times 8 vessels. So that's the additional treatment cost for dealing with PFAS that's above and beyond TCE and 1,4-dioxane.
Is there a more efficient or better equipment that can purge PFAS than using the carbon vessels?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, there are two main options. GAC is one of the more efficient ones, and so because it was already there, it made a lot of sense to continue with it, and it is very effective for the overall chemistry of water we have and the concentrations of PFAS we're dealing with now. The other alternative is ion exchange, and there's a number of ways to do ion exchange. That, when we talk about whatever plant is built to deal with these very high concentrations, both here and at Davis-Monthan, it may be that other technology that's used. But for right now, for the water we deliver to customers, this is the right technology.
Ion exchange, from what I understand, has a significant energy requirement.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, it's not as high as some other technologies. It's certainly a little bit more expensive to operate than the GAC is, but there's another technology called reverse osmosis, which is a membrane system. That has the really high energy cost.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And Tim, before you move on,
yes,
we are keeping track of the expenses since we first realized that regarding the PFAS concentration level. So we are keeping that expense so that we can note for expenses that the city of Tucson or Tucson Water is doing, right?
Honorable Mayor, that's exactly correct. The analytical costs, the treatment costs, our operational costs are all being tracked. We will seek reimbursement, and we have a couple different avenues to go down to do that. But as this council has repeatedly directed us, we don't wait for the money to come to fix the problem. We fix the problem, and then we go find the money. So, and before we leave this, I know we have members of the audience here. Many of the folks in the audience have come and toured this facility. It's an open invitation to Tucsonans. If you want to, if you're a see it to believe it kind of person, absolutely contact us and come and tour this facility with us. Seeing is believing, and we certainly welcome that. We've conducted a number of tours. So some next steps. My attorney's here to help me stay out of trouble on this one, right, Chris? So it's well known that we've filed a product liability lawsuit. We are joined with a number of other entities in that lawsuit. Where we are right now is they just had a science day not too long ago, which we attended, where they basically taught the court the science behind PFAS compounds. We responded to the plaintiff's fact sheet like all other litigants. And then there will be these plaintiffs and defendants committees that will evaluate those fact sheets that came in from us and others. And then they'll look for like kind of the representative or bellwether plaintiffs, and they'll look at the additional steps. So it is highly possible that Tucson could be one of those example communities that is a featured part of this case. Either way, we're in the case, but it also could be a lot of attention paid to us.
Tim, we have a lot of neighbors here this afternoon. Are they able, if they do retain counsel as a group, can they file an amicus and be involved in this case as well?
Yeah.
Councilmember Cunningham, members of the Mayor and Council, folks who have claims related to PFAS compounds, and particularly the multi-district litigation is those claims caused by exposure to aqueous film-forming foams. Any party who wants to file in that case would file a complaint in federal district court, and that complaint would then be moved and consolidated with the claims we've already filed in the multi-district litigation that's being undertaken in Charleston, South Carolina at this point.
Can we make sure that the neighbors who have or are considering retaining counsel for this are aware of all that?
I will be happy to speak with any member of the public who wants to discuss their options. I can't, as a member of the city attorney's office, you're my client. I can't be their client, but I can certainly advise them about how to proceed and what the status of the litigation is.
Okay. All right, more to follow, and many months to go on this action. Next steps with Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. So what we're doing now to protect public health is we're doing the monitoring and we're shutting down wells. We haven't had to shut down any additional ones for a while, but we're monitoring the fate of these compounds and making sure that we turn off wells as needed. We are actively seeking federal funding. What needs to occur at Davis-Monthan is the current PFAS in the groundwater needs to be at least contained so it doesn't continue to flow down gradient toward our well field. It also needs to be remediated and treated and cleaned up at some point, but at a minimum, we need to get something in there to keep it from moving further north. We have been briefing our congressional delegation about the needs out there, and we've also initiated meetings with the base themselves in order to talk directly to them about their responsibilities and how we could work together in order to correct the issue. Anything down there? Okay. When it comes to the Air National Guard, this is the area where PFAS compounds are being treated at TARP, so we're continuing that treatment to below those operational targets. We are continuing monitoring, and we are monitoring significantly everything in the groundwater and throughout each of those 8 vessels to make sure we know exactly what's going on with PFAS. We're doing those frequent PFAS or GAC changeouts. We are also seeking federal funding here, and we've also identified those very high concentrations of PFAS compounds just to the east that need to be remediated before they affect us. The private wells, I want to emphasize a couple things here. One is we are making sure that the private well owners have all the information they need to protect themselves, but they are not customers of Tucson Water, even though they have the opportunity to connect to Tucson Water. These private wells are in an area where known TCE contamination's been for decades, known 1,4-dioxane's been for decades, and now known PFAS contamination is existing. Most of them that are using private wells in this area are not using it for drinking. However, ADJOURNMENT and Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, based on us sharing the data, are the lead agencies in contacting the well owners. They've offered to test their wells for them. They've offered them bottled water if their tests come back high and they want to use bottled water. So we are sharing, we are supporting that, we are assisting that, we are sharing the data, and making sure that those agencies that are responsible for the private wells are protecting public health as well. And if anybody needs the contact information, if you're a private well owner in the area and you need to contact ADEQ to get your name on the list, if you haven't been contacted, just let us know. I can give you the number. It's 628-6733. That gets you to ADEQ and the staff here in Tucson who will know how to get you tested or your well tested. The federal delegation visits and asks. So we've been actually in frequent communications with our federal delegation for a couple of years on the issue. We do closely track actions at the federal level. Just this past month, we were in D.C. and had visits with Senators McSally and Sinema, Representatives Kirkpatrick, Grijalvo, O'Halloran, and Stanton, all very interested in the issue. We've left them enough materials on it for them to stay in their mind that Tucson is on the radar for that. And I don't know if you have any additional questions at the federal level, and I believe Andrew Greenhill's here if you wanted to direct them to him.
Yes, thank you, Tim. We wanted to make sure that Andrew Greenhill came to this particular presentation because we are aware that language phasing out the use of PFAS was pulled from the National Defense Authorization Act, which is the Defense Appropriations Bill. And we wanted to see what the next steps are for the city of Tucson to, because we keep saying, you know, we've talked to our federal delegation, we're hoping for federal funding, but if the appropriations bill is removing the language for phasing out PFAS, does that mean that they're also removing any type of funding for remediation and cleanup of PFAS?
Sure. So, Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the council, there have been a number of PFAS provisions that were included in that NDAA, that Defense Authorization Bill. And then there are some other mechanisms in the spending bills that do have some PFAS-related provisions. Some of them will be helpful to Tucson and Tucson Water. For example, there is that phase-out, although it's a pretty slow phase-out of the use of the AFFF with the PFAS in it. But there are provisions such as enabling cooperative agreements between DOD and local water agencies. That's something that perhaps Tucson can utilize as we get to a point where we can partner with our DoD neighbors and deal with some of these issues. So that's very important to us. There's other pieces, such as there's a provision that enables the National Guard to access Department of Defense dollars to help with PFAS treatment. So that's good for us. The one piece, though, that I do want to make sure Mayor and Council know about that will limit the kind of stronger action that would lead more directly to funding is declaring PFAS as a hazardous substance by the EPA. And that is something that the Republicans and Democrats in Congress have been fighting over. That in the end was not included in either the NDAA or any of the other bills that are slated for vote this week. It is a component of a bill called the PFAS Action Act that was approved by a House committee that may come to the floor in January. That act it's about 12 different PFAS bills all kind of smushed together into one, has a lot of different components to it, but that particular provision that I mentioned about declaring PFAS as a hazardous substance is a critical component that will help us move forward.
And you're saying that the EPA is not including it as a hazardous?
It is not in any of the current legislation that's slated to be considered by Congress this week.
So what is the recourse for the city of Tucson to be able to tap into these funds for remediation?
Tim, do you want to?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, there, even absent this being declared a hazardous substance, EPA does have some mechanism they can use to help us manage the situation. It comes under some of the strategies that we might explore with EPA that we want to talk further with you about. But you don't have to have it be a hazardous substance in order for EPA to take an action. It enables it. It makes it much more straightforward. But there are alternatives, even if those provisions aren't placed into the bill. The other thing is there is a provision in the bill that, and I believe Andrew mentioned this, that allows us to work directly with a base installation to work. This does not exist today, but it would exist under the proposed language that would allow us to work directly with Davis-Monthan and identify a remedy and flow money directly from them to us to enact a remedy. Same thing at the Air National Guard. It requires willingness on both parties, and it does require approvals, but it opens up an avenue we've not had previously to go directly to a problem in our community and work collaboratively on it.
That's wonderful. Well, one of the action items that we've done before on issues such as this, especially dealing with our federal delegation and the federal government, is either passing resolutions in favor of that PFAS Action Act, or we've done both. So resolution and then a letter from mayor and council to our federal delegation asking them to support the PFAS Action Act. So I will consider, if you'd like at this moment, a motion to do either one or the other or both. Yeah.
That was on my list to make the motion for both items. Now,
Councilmember, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, so moved on both recommendations, and then there's a second.
So there's a motion and a
Councilmember
second. I
Sawczyk.
think it's appropriate to take the action now. So all those in favor?
Aye.
And
The other
your-
thing on my motion, ma'am, was to have us bring this back every 3 months to continue to review and follow up and be current on what we're doing and the actions we're taking, so the good citizens of the city of Tucson understand what we're moving on and what we're doing with this water. Because, like I say, water is very important to our southern Arizona, Pima County, and next to our children, it's our second most precious resource. So
let's take make them two motions. So the first motion is to have a resolution supporting of HR 535,
Yep.
which is the PFAS Action Act. There's a motion, a second. I believe we also voted.
yeah, they voted
So it
unanimously.
was a vote of 7-0 to do both, and then I'll consider your second
The third
motion.
one was every 3 months, we bring back the water issue and bring it up to date, so mayor and council and the good citizens of Tucson understand what the status is and what we're doing.
So there's a motion to have an update on this particular item every 3 months. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Anything else that we need to talk in terms of our federal conversation on this? Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
We're toward the very near end. Really just two last comments. One is next steps at the TARP are we're continuing to treat below those operational targets, which is the way we make sure our water is safe. And we'll be working with EPA and others on how we can navigate both our consent decree that we currently have and how we manage PFAS moving forward. And then the last really comment is that about the outreach we're doing. This is an excellent vehicle, and I'm glad we're going to be back every 3 months to talk about it in this setting. But we've been doing outreach in both the English and Spanish languages. We have actually a regular TV and radio segments in the Spanish language, and we've talked quite a bit about PFAS and water quality and water safety during those. We've done over 51 tours and presentations, a lot of media attention, and we're just being very transparent with the data, the information, and the fact that the water is safe.
Thank you. Any additional questions, observations, comments?
I have some.
Council member.
So first of all, I appreciate all the work that you all are doing with respect to this, and making it clear that we're not serving contaminated water, but I think we need to up the ante in a couple of areas. Shutting down wells is not a long-term strategy, and nobody pretends that it is. I believe, well, it's clear, and when Tim, you said that it's becoming more and more clear that the DOD is conceding that they're a part of the problem, they're a cause of the problem. In fact, they admitted in writing that when they dispose of the AFFF, if it's within a hangar, they've been diluting it and dumping it down the sewer system, and if they use it out on a runway, they simply hose it into the soil. Thus the numbers that we're seeing out around the base. So there's no question that, and the ANG the same thing, so there's no question but that the feds and the state are complicit in polluting our groundwater, and that's really not a debatable issue anymore. And I believe we owe it to our constituents to hold them accountable, and I appreciate the discussions that we're having with them and the ongoing negotiations, but as was true with the ALP when we, coming out of an executive session, said fund it, even pending litigation. It was the litigation that got them to the table and got them serious, saying we're suing you. I appreciate and totally supported the product liability lawsuit. I get that, but at this point, I think that we need to include, not in that suit, but I think that we need to throw down with the DOD and with the state, saying you guys are polluting our groundwater. And the litigation takes time, but we've seen that it's the hook that we need to get action. In addition to that, I think we need to get this stuff out of our region, and we have the capability of doing that. And by this stuff, I mean firefighting foams that contain PFAS. And we need to stop pretending, not that you're pretending, but we, the general we, need to stop pretending that there are not alternatives that are being used all over the world in the marketplace that are fluorine-free firefighting products. Major airports in Dubai, Stuttgart, all over Germany, every one of the 27 major airports in Australia, Copenhagen, Manchester, they're all using 3F foams, fluorine-free foams. And I believe that we ought to be leading by example and saying that we as a city of Tucson are going to, number one, dispose of any AFFF that we have in our stockpile properly, and that we are going to stop using them and pass an ordinance to the extent that we can enforce it on other jurisdictions that say we are no longer going to use or dispose of AFFF or fluorine-containing foams within the city of Tucson. And unless and until we start acting as the leaders in this thing, I think that we are a little bit complicit ourselves. And the UN, in the UN Geneva, Switzerland, here this last summer, catch this for a group of people who are working together, firefighting unions, oil and aviation industry representatives, and indigenous peoples all called for a global ban on PFAS chemicals with no loopholes for toxic firefighting foams. The 3F products are being used all over the world. We should be using them exclusively as a city of Tucson and mandate that nobody else disposes of or uses those foams in our.
Well, then let's make a motion.
Region.
Can we make a motion today to ask staff to look into an ordinance to ban PFAS in Tucson?
I'm making two. Number one is to mandate that we lead in 3F foams, and that we include in that no more use or disposal of those foams in our region. And number two, that we bring litigation against the DOD and the ANG.
So you want to make one motion with both points?
I'll make them two separate motions.
Two separate motions.
I'll
So-
second both of them.
Okay, so let's take it one at a time. The first motion, Councilmember Kosacek, is that the city manager and staff prepare an ordinance so that the city of Tucson, when you say we, it's the city of Tucson, so that the city of Tucson not use
Use or dispose of fluorinated firefighting.
use or expose our firefighters or the community to
And I guess I need,
fluorinated
and for the
compounds.
second piece of that, I guess I need either Chris or Mike to weigh in to the extent that we can prevent their use generally in this state, knowing that it's the federal government and the state who are using them on the base and out at TIA.
So the scope of any ordinance that we could have the mayor and council can consider would only apply within the corporate limits of the city.
Yes, but we have the Air National Guard and we have Davis-Monthan Air Force Base that are both located, and the airport, three of them located inside the city of Tucson limits.
And there will also, I'm sure, be issues of sovereign immunity that some of these entities may raise, but that doesn't mean we can't take your direction to start putting that together and then,
That's fair.
Give you the legal implications of that.
That's fair.
So starting the process of creating an ordinance of what can and cannot be used in the city of Tucson when it comes to these fluorinated compounds.
But we certainly have the ability to mandate that on ourselves.
And ourselves
Tucson
as well.
Fire, whatever city agency is using fluorinated foams needs to stop.
Look, there are wells. I mean, it should be in the whole service area. Anything that's going into a well in our service area, we're using that. It's our water, man.
But what is being proposed is regulating other people's use
and disposal.
and disposal of those chemicals.
All right, and if they challenge it, they challenge it, but we get to talk about the adverse effect on the wells. It's fine.
So the attorney, the water attorney, Mr. Avery wants to say something.
I think what I heard from Councilmember Kosacek was that we begin the process of returning to the council with an ordinance.
Yes.
And so rather than discuss these issues at the table in a way that we're not prepared yet
Yes.
to fully brief you on the implications of these, what we'd like to do is come back, do some research, and come back to you with the proposed ordinance and try to at least get some outlines to the answers to some of these questions.
How much time do you need?
I think we can probably do it in a month.
Okay, so 30 days.
Yeah, if we come back to you in mid-January with an ordinance with some, we'll be able to answer these questions to a much higher degree of certainty than I can do it impromptu.
Would we be able to have an ordinance up for adoption in 30 days or a draft
I would like to
with
commit to you
language?
that we will have legal analysis in 30 days. The conclusion of that legal analysis might be a proposed ordinance, or it might be a return to mayor and council with the result of that legal analysis and a request to proceed further.
That's fair.
And I can't commit to either one because there are some issues that any prudent lawyer would advise you of right away, such as one of the issues that we do know about are the issues of the federal procurement standards for firefighting foams for airports and for base installations. And so one of the issues that's come up already in the lawsuit is the issue of those procurement standards and how they apply. Obviously, there are some legal implications in trying to insert a municipality's direction into federal procurement standards and those sorts of issues. So we'd like to look at those. We'll get back to you and explain what those
And
issues
that's
are.
fair, but, and I understand the military spec is that it has to clear, they have to contain fluorine. They have to be an AFFF,
Right,
whether it's
so
a 6 or 8 carbon, whatever it is.
We can look at those legal issues and come back to you with some good answers.
It seems to me that we can though say, you're not disposing of them in the city of Tucson. Buy whatever you want, but we don't want you disposing
But we
of them.
certainly have the authority to regulate our landfills and what goes into our landfills, and we have the authority to regulate our
And
fire
our soil.
department.
Our well field.
And so let's take a look at those from a comprehensive point of view rather than.
And you
I like
shouldn't be asked to shoot from the hip.
I like playing pickup basketball, but in high-stakes situations, it's
Yes.
good to have some coaching.
I
plays
absolutely
involved.
agree.
That's
It's
fair.
important
Yeah.
to do the analysis and bring it back and give us your view as to what can be done.
So clerk, the motion as I understand it is the legal analysis, 30 days report back.
That's
That-
what I
that would
have
put us
also with
around the
the
second meeting.
preparation of a ordinance to eliminate the use of the 3Fs within the city.
So you'll have at least some type of a draft ordinance and outline.
No, wait, time out. It's not eliminate the use of 3F, it's to adopt the use of 3F. 3F is fluorine-free foam.
Let's be careful with our terminology. Aqueous film-forming foams are the traditional designation for the firefighting foams that contain fluorine compounds. They'll have.
3F are the ones that don't have the
Right, so
3.
let's talk about fluorine-free foams for a minute. And when we start doing 3Fs, then everyone's mind goes to one compound, I think, so.
So we're going to fluorine-free, and we are banning or outlawing or
That's the direction we're
discrediting the disposal of AF.
Right, then we will look at that and bring you back some good analysis on it.
And so you're going to bring us an analysis of what we can do, what our limitations are because of federal government standards, and then we move from there.
Yes, and again, we have outside counsel retained already that we can rely on. Mike and I have some experience in some of these issues. We'll look at the analysis. If the conclusion of that analysis is that we have enough of a base to present you with an ordinance in 30 days, that's consistent with this direction, that's what we'll do. If the conclusion of that analysis is that there are some issues with what you've asked us to do, we'll present that to you.
All right, Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor, just a reminder, the second meeting in January is the 28th, so we may want to consider the first meeting in February.
Okay.
We have some other things going on the 28th, so I think it might be best. So 30 days is completion, but presented back to the
Presented
council
to
on
you
the
in February,
7th.
our
is my-
first meeting in
First meeting in February, thank you, Mr.
Okay. And as I said, we have to be concerned, we ought to be able to regulate what the manner in which these are disposed of. Another factor to consider is how are we going to dispose of our own contaminated GAC filters? You know, so all of this kind of plays into this, and it's a bigger issue. But moving to 3F, moving to fluorine-free, is really a big step.
A goal. So there is a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Passes 7-0. You had a second?
Second was to initiate litigation with DOD and the state.
So in connection with that, if I can, Honorable Mayor, members of Council, Councilmember Kozaczek, we will be having an executive session with the Mayor and Council in the first meeting in January to talk further about the existing litigation and our legal strategies with respect to PFAS, PFOS, et cetera. I would ask that we have the benefit of that executive session. Right now, we're working with our outside counsel who's putting together a memo on some of the more critical issues that are being discussed here, as well as some that we haven't even discussed as a group yet. And I think it would serve all of your interests before we get direction as to let's go sue more entities or not, that we have the benefit of that discussion first.
So, Councilmember, can we reserve the motion until we have that?
First week in January.
Yeah, it's the 7th, which is right off the
But
bat in January.
Yeah, that's fine, but they are complicit. And
Oh, yeah.
at some point, they need to be held accountable. Our constituents should not be paying, you asked about rate increases. Not a penny of this stuff should come out of our ratepayers.
And we're aware that the Air National Guard is also part of the
state.
problem, and so the state of Arizona is part of this conversation as well. So I think it would be appropriate for us to wait and to listen to the advice of our attorneys and then move from there.
Fair enough.
Okay. Any additional comments, observations, or discussion? All righty. Perfect. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And all of this information for the community in attendance is online, so you could see all of this presentation online on the Mayor and Council's agendas for study and regular session.
Madam Mayor, I was wondering if the president of Las Aguas wanted to say a few words. Bobby Aramillo, talk about some of his issues and still concerns.
Bobby, we know that you've been working really hard in the community to keep the community informed. So if you'd like to say a couple of things, and then we move from there.
Honorable Mayor Romero, council members, I just want to say thank you. It's long overdue. I want to thank them, Tim, and Jeff, and Fernando for being so transparent with us. And I think it's a lack of, I don't know, for the lack of words, it's lack of communication in the community. The word doesn't get out unless, of course, we invite them to go out to the tarp. And there's where the rubber meets the ground, the pavement. And it is because you have those heated discussions. Some of them are not good, but you know what? They're rational. And the factor is that when Councilman Kasajic brought it up on Channel 4, it's the fear factor rose again of the issues that we had in the past that date back from the 40s to the 80s whenever they went to remediation. And there is a big fear factor that we all have. People are still dealing with those illnesses from back then. And then to throw another beast into the boiling pot, it's a big concern of ours. As far as the private wells, they have been tested. ADQ has gone out there and tested them. They're way above the 70 parts per trillion that's set at the acceptable level by EPA, which they're not even regulated like you gentlemen were saying. But I thank you for putting it. You know, you have to attend the meetings. The UCAB meetings are a good place to learn. It's a learning process. But if the bar isn't set, like you folks are setting it, where would we be right now? So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you are doing, Tim. But the conversation will continue. I would like to see if we can possibly meet at a later date with Councilmember Fimbres to see about the health issues that we had discussed in the past. And maybe we can, with the health department, instead of meeting up another teach-in, because there is that factor that we have of the illnesses. We're treating the water, but by the same token, those people that have been affected, there should be a place that could be a health monitoring place so they can go to, which we did have at one point where it was the All Public Clinic. It's no longer there. And the facilities that they provided there, they were limited. And a lot of things that they should have been doing were not being done. Okay, so I thank you.
So, Bobby, in our conversations that we've had, and I've talked to the mayor, and also Supervisor Valadez, we are going to be talking to Dr. Garcia about another teach-in and getting those information up so that the community again can come in and we can hold another forum. You know, and Tim's, the tours are still available for any citizen who wants to come up. Yeah. Communications is open. We want to be very transparent, very proactive in this issue. So we're working on it.
What we'd like to also know is Dr. Garcia's Sierra Reyes, there was a grant of $1.2 million to do the PFAS research. Where are we at with that research? I mean, it's been since March, and we really haven't heard much. I've left a few messages with her. I haven't had no contact with her. Nobody from her office has contacted us. It would be nice to include her and be inclusive in solving this issue.
Yeah, and that is a grant that Pima County received, and we will follow up with Dr. Garcia on both the teach-in and any conclusions that have been reached with that research.
Thank you.
So it's information, that particular piece is information we don't have, but we will keep you informed.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, Bobby. We really appreciate your time here. So thank you. Good job. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. What we'll do is we'll go Continue with item 8, which is the Tucson Water 5-year financial plan. So you could stay here, Tim. And then we'll take a break, a 5-minute break, and then continue with item 7. So we move on to item 8. Time has been set aside to review Tucson Water's proposed 5-year financial plan. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is an ongoing discussion about the budget, just in getting into some of the detail level. If you recall, last time we went over the funds, talked about the difference between the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, et cetera. So this is an opportunity to delve into some of the detail. I think you spent a fair amount of time asking questions about some of the housing funds, et cetera. And so we'll get to those, but this one in particular, or today, will be water and also HURF. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tim, and Joyce will be able to answer your questions and go through whatever detail you'd like to hear on this. So I'll go with that, Tim. Go ahead.
All right, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, doing a little bit of a deeper dive on the water fund, opening with, I know one of the discussions that we definitely want to have as we go through these discussions as a city and how we invest money as a city and budget is policy direction from the council. We take direction from the council both in specific ways and in general ways. There are some specific ordinances or mayor and council policies that have been passed over time. But there's also a number of things that ordinance directions or otherwise directions from study session that we follow when we manage the utility and as we budget and do our financial planning. So this slide goes through a number of those. From a financial standpoint, we do have some mayor and council policies around our debt service coverage. We also have some requirements from our bond covenants that I'll get into briefly, some policies around cash, but largely, council policy is in the form of the rates and charges, how we construct those, how we distribute those across the different customer classes, and whether or not actually rates are adjusted on a periodic basis. That is definitely in the mayor and council wheelhouse. We just spent quite a bit of time talking about water quality. It's more than just PFAS. It's all aspects of water quality, how we manage the system, how we protect against hundreds of chemicals. But the mandate is serve safe water. And that is something we will never compromise. The mandate goes further. It's be proactive. And if there's not a definition of what safe is, let's make one. Let's go find the best science and do it. And go beyond regulations. That whole discussion about PFAS, we're doing all of that absent a regulation. That's all voluntary, but it's mandatory to us as your utility because it's important to you. From a water supply, we maximize our use of renewable water resources and the reclaimed water and Colorado River water. We apply your water service area policy, which is designed to protect the city's water supplies for the future, and then store water for the future. Under conservation, it's reduced demand is one of it, but be a leader in conservation. Have Tucson, which is well known for it, continue to occupy that space, push the envelope. Go beyond our comfort zone and try new things. Affordability, a major issue in Tucson, and certainly something that we hear you on loud and clear. We have a robust low-income program. We make sure we do efficient operations, and we strive to have the lowest rates we can without sacrificing water supply, water quality, right? But also, we are going to be talking about some enhancements to customer assistance in a slide. Being good with our communication, customer engagement, but also K-12 education's been a long-term policy. Have timely, accurate, and responsive customer service, which requires us to invest in our technologies and our staff. Address our aging infrastructure and provide reliable service. And then finally, embracing the role of Tucson Water as a department of the city of Tucson. It's about quality of life for Tucsonans. It's not just about providing safe, reliable water. How do we build community? How do we support that? How do we support the city's goals for annexation through water policy? And how do we seek efficiencies across the different departments of the city in order to be mindful of rate and tax dollars when we're providing service? That's what we think you want. So how do we go about that? The general bond covenants, really quickly. When we borrow money as the utility, these are revenue obligation bonds, and we sign a contract that says we will do and will not do certain things. Basically, we'll have the rates necessary to fund our operations. We're not going to let the system degrade and fall apart. We are not allowed to give water to anybody, no free water. And then also, after we've paid our operations and after we've paid off our debt service, we can use that money for any water system need. So we can make proactive investments with our even though our bond covenants, we're borrowing money, they allow us to invest for the future. All right. We're here largely today to talk about the 5-year financial plan and what it means to us, and there's really some components to that. There's revenues, we charge for water sales, we also have other miscellaneous revenues that come in, we have expenses, we have an operation and maintenance budget, we have a capital improvement program, and we service our debt. That's the big outlays. And then we have some financial guidelines, both taken from that policy from you, taking direction from the city manager and the CFO about how we should manage for the future and stability of the utility. When we look at the last 4 years and even what we're projecting over the next 5, cost increase to the utility have been driven by just a handful of things. It's not been new programs. It's not been expanding what we do. It's by our infrastructure reinvestment because our infrastructure is aging. The cost of our CAP water has been climbing and is expected to continue to climb because we buy all the water we use. We have an increasing amount of debt service on an annual basis, but the end is near on that incline in debt service. We'll talk about that and how we're making management decisions to bend that downward. And then this is actually a good thing. We've actually had some increased personnel costs, which to the city employee is actually reflective of not just the fact that the health care costs have gone up and the city's been proactive in dealing with that, but we've actually had some wage movement, which has been a relief to us all. Revenue is based on charges to customers, but also we project what growth in the system will look like. We also project what conservation will mean for water sales moving forward. So when we look at a projection of revenues on water sales, it's a mix of actually conservation bringing water use rate down, but growth in the system helping to offset that, and then what we eventually might come back to you with rate adjustments in order to make up the revenue difference there. And then I guess those guidelines help us navigate through that. So what is our financial plan and what are our goals? So we're right at the very front end of this. This spring is when we'll be going through this with you as what looks for cost of service and what rates might look like. So really the financial plan is the first step. One of our goals would be to continue the pattern of multi-year rate adjustments. The last 4 years at each stage we adopted 2 years of rate adjustments. That has shown benefits in our ability to manage our finances. And moving forward, we would like to continue that multi-year look at things, whether it's 2 or 4 years. Implementing mayor and council direction, not just from what I described to you before, but as we go through this budget discussion, what is your new direction? Where are we off? Where do we need to adjust? We want to always show you a plan that meets our O&M needs and that meets our capital and reinvestment needs, which we're projecting and have been projecting for a while to be about a $70 million per year capital program. We do need to maintain compliance with our key financial metrics, not just because of our bond covenants, but also it helps us borrow money at a cheaper rate when we maintain high bond ratings. We'll talk about that. We want to decrease our annual revenue requests. So I'll show you a slide of how our annual rate increase requests that have been adopted have been declining year by year since 2010, and how we're projecting them to go even lower over the next 4 years. We are always looking at process efficiency, operational efficiency, and how that can help us absorb some of these increased costs. The $600,000 worth of testing for PFAS had to come from somewhere, and we didn't want to come to you and say we need a rate for that. No, we want to find a way to afford that. And when it comes to our debt, one of our goals is to not only peak that annual debt service so that no longer is this drag on our annual operating cost, but to actually get to a state where we could do pay-as-you-go on capital investment as a management choice. Right now, we really don't give you that choice. We actually come to you every spring and say, we need to borrow X, please let us borrow X. we'd like to come to you and say, here are some options for you. We could borrow some for these reasons, or we could not borrow, pay all cash, give you those options. We're very close to being able to do that. So pie chart number 1, the proposed O&M budget. Proposed at this point just means this is kind of what we think. This has sort of been chatted with Joyce and Mike, but it's not really the budget yet. That process goes through citywide. What it is, though, is we're coming out of the gate with a flat O&M budget request for next year, that we would be held level for last year to the year we're in as an O&M budget request, even though we're absorbing some of these increased personnel costs, the increase in our debt service. We have found efficiencies in other areas to allow us to absorb that and have a flat O&M request for next year. I won't spend a lot of time on the bar chart, but really the 3 biggest items are debt service, which is in the upper left. So just to service our existing debt is about $59 million a year right now. We are trying to peak that at around 60 and then have it go down in future years. We'll look at that. Staffing is about $46.5 million a year. That's all of our staffing for all of our different needs. And you can see that we spend $31 million a year just to buy our CAP water. From there, we have to actually recharge it into the ground, recover it, treat it, whatever we need to do to serve it. But those 3 are about 2/3 of our budget. Then we have power is a big $16.5 million. We pay for the services we receive as being a department of the city in the form of our city attorney, our mayor and council, our city manager, and for any direct services we receive from the city when our buildings and vehicles are maintained. And then the last piece is this other operating, which is kind of everything else. When we have to buy pipe and fittings to do repairs, when we have to buy, when we have contractors supporting us, when we have consultants supporting us, when we buy pens and pencils, all of that is just in that little purple box. So,
Tim, just on the pie.
yes.
On the power, we've had this discussion before at this table, but I'd like to, as we start talking about budgets this coming fiscal year, I want to see how we can reduce that power and provide some of that power continuously in terms of switching it from power to solar. And so I know that we've talked about this before, but as we start thinking about future budgets, how do we start changing that from paying an electric bill to paying for solar installations to help provide that power to our company, to our water company?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that is one of our very highest priorities as city staff, is to not only look at the cost side of that, but the sustainability side of that. We're now plugged in as the water department to the climate action plan activities that are starting to launch at citywide. We work closely with environmental and general services and in developing solar, both on lands entitled to Tucson Water and or installations at Tucson Water. We get it, and we're definitely going to be strong partners in making the investments necessary to manage power better. Okay. The next slide is instead of a one-year O&M budget, now this is the 5-year capital budget, $365 million, so roughly $70 million a year for 5 years. It's spread across all of our asset classes. Just to break it down a little bit further for you, the upper left, the blue and the yellow slices are distribution and transmission. So that's about a third of it. That's our pipelines. That's basically either pipelines that are needed to be replaced because of a road project. You know, when a roadway project goes through, we have to relocate some of our pipelines, or aging infrastructure. And as time permits, or even as we move forward, we'll talk about some investments in technology we've made in how we assess what pipes need to be replaced when. We're using artificial intelligence and machine learning as a service to help us navigate our 4,600 miles of pipe to target our investments better. One little anecdote, by doing that, we had 6 capital projects that were all identified in these pie charts, and we eliminated 5 of those 6 because of the better data analysis we had, and we were able to divert that to a better investment. So we'll be glad to share all that with you so you have a high degree of confidence that these are the right investments. The lower right, which is kind of the grayish labeled process control, this is this in the future years, for the next several years, it'll be about this level. It'll start to decline after that. If you recall, just last week I sent you a note that we were switching over our SCADA system, our supervisory control and data acquisition system. This is the nervous system that controls all of our gear. And the last time we did a major overhaul of it was the 1980s, and we were buying parts off of eBay in order to keep it running. Now we're migrated onto the new system. We still have work to do out in the field at all of our sites, but this is bringing us to this century, not only, let alone this millennium. So these are the types of investments moving forward, and there's a lot more detail provided when we get to budgeting. Okay. Next slide is just a snapshot of our bond ratings. You know that the city has bond ratings, as does the water utility based on our revenue obligation bonds. We are in the middle of the AA range across the three different service providers, which is a very strong rating. We're AA or AA2 depending on which vendor you're looking at. And actually, Standard & Poor's last time we were out gave us a AA with a positive outlook. So already at our creditworthiness, we get very, very competitive rates on our debt. We have very, very successful bond sales on the private market. If we were to tick up a notch, it would only serve us better moving forward. But we're already in a very strong position. You have a very healthy financial outlook.
Tim, does the Standard & Poor's positive rating mean it's might increase?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, that is an indication that they're considering that. It often takes 1 or 2 years of consistent performance for them to actually enact it. Of course, if you're a city manager, you get it in 1 year after they say it. That's the indication that they are considering us for a movement up. My second favorite slide in the world. My favorite slide is the one that shows our water resources and conservation. That's fun. This is the one that shows what our debt service should look like moving forward. We've been following an aggressive financial plan the last 4 years. We're proposing to continue down the path of bringing our total debt service to peaking at around $60 million and then to decline from there. In order to do that, we have to borrow less. We've put ourselves in a position with our liquidity levels and our efficiencies so that we can borrow less moving forward. And you can see the next 3 now debt issuances would be in the low 20 million, maybe around 17 million. We make that call year by year. But then by fiscal year 23, we have the option of taking on no debt. If we do that, the bar chart represents 2020 through 2043. The blue represents servicing the debt we've already taken. So that we can't control at this point unless we can refinance down the road. The red represents the new debt service from taking on these 3 additional debt issuances. And then the purple is just, I made an assumption that if we didn't go to zero, didn't go to pay-as-you-go, but we wanted to borrow on average $10 million a year, what would that look like? And again, that becomes a management choice, but you can see that by doing this, it won't be long before our debt service peaks. Then our next goal would be to bring it below $50 million. So look at that O&M pie chart. If instead of $59 million coming out for debt, it was only 50, that would free up $9 million. If we freed up $9 million, I might be telling you we don't need a rate increase. I mean, these are all possibilities for the future. We're not there yet, but we're close. But I didn't also want to show you it going to zero because I'll still be here and you'll be like, why is it not zero? Because we still, there might be valid reasons to borrow more in the future. Right, Joyce? There's always a good reason to borrow. All right. Oh, okay. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble now. Sitting between Mike and Joyce. 2 accountants. Okay. Let's go on to the financial plan. So we talked just really briefly about how we have to meet some debt services. We have 2 types of debt. Senior debt. The senior debt we have to meet per the bond covenant a coverage of 175% or better, but our goal is 185% or better. And you can see that for the senior debt, we're over 200% and climbing. That's a combination of better financial metrics moving forward and less borrowing, but less debt moving forward. These are very strong numbers. All debt service brings in what we call junior debt, which we have very little of, but that which we do is still on the books, and we just have to cover that by 175% by mayor and council policy. We're at almost 200, climbing above 200. The debt service, if we follow our financial plan, is in great shape in our coverage. The working capital cash reserves is another metric. It provides the flexibility we need to withstand upsets. If we have a major crisis or if we have a recession or something of that nature, we need to be able to continue to operate. And the way that metric is measured is in days of working capital, which you can see starting at about 167, which the year we're in is always kind of a little bit artificially high because we have some cash in the bank that we haven't spent on things that we've said we're going to spend it on. But having said that, when you smooth it out and you look at the 100 being in the 140s, maybe dropping a little bit toward the end, this is the days we could operate without another drop coming in the door. And when I came in 4 years ago, we were in the 80s. And being in the 80 days was less than 3 months. We were a little bit nervous about that, as were our rating agencies. What they've seen us do, bringing this up into the 120s and higher, has contributed to that positive outlook, also to us sleeping better at night. The next slide is another kind of policy area for consideration. It's not an ask of you today, but something to think about. We operate a reclaimed water system, and we operate it under some certain guidelines. One is that the use of renewable resources is good, and the use of reclaimed water is something we've wanted to incentivize and encourage because it preserves our groundwater and our CAP water for potable customers. And for many years, actually, the rates that we charged on the reclaimed water system covered most of the cost, and we didn't have to provide much of an incentive. But we didn't want to overprice reclaimed water and people not use it. We wanted to price it appropriately. So when you look at this chart, you can see that in the recent years, from 2009 to about 2016, the tops of the bar charts was increasing, which meant the total cost of running the reclaim system was increasing. You can see that we've flattened that out. We've gained some efficiencies. We've changed how we invest in the reclaim system to have the cost be about flat. The purple parts of those bar charts are the amount of money collected from reclaimed water customers to fund the operation. And you can see that it doesn't fund the full operation. So the difference is made up of what we call an incentive, which is potable rates, providing that money as an incentive for people to use reclaimed water. So the reclaim rates do not cover the cost of operation, and you can see that in 2017 and in 2018, they may be covered 60 to 65% of the operation. So the rest came from potable. So one of the policy questions is that the right amount of incentive? Should it be less? Should it be more? What we've proposed in our previous financial plan and we would recommend is that we try to close that gap a little bit, not really raise the reclaim rates to the point where they become a disincentive, but have the reclaim users pay their fair share and not have as much of the burden be transferred to the potable system. So that's what's shown here. We can talk in great deal about that as we get into cost of service and rate making, but that's just another mayor and council policy discussion we'd like to have with you. How do we value and pay for the reclaim system? Okay. This is another good slide showing you what our annual rate increases have been like since 2010. As I mentioned, by 2010 we had a double-digit rate increase, followed by a 9.7. Then we had a few years in the 8% per year range. Then we came to the 7% per year range, and for a while there, it looked like with costs of CAP water, costs of debt, costs of personnel, 7% per year might be where we would be for a while. But we've kept challenging that, and certainly the city manager challenges us to be as efficient as we can. And so even last year, we brought you a lower trend, and so the 6.8 and 6.5, the last two in kind of the peach color, are the two you adopted 2 years ago that we just have implemented. And the green, the 6, 5.5, and 5 are what we proposed as the part of the financial plan for the 3 subsequent years. We expect to come back with you even lower for a multi-year rate adjustment, likely in this 5.5, 4.5 down to 4. So what used to be 4 years ago, we were looking at a 7% world. We now look like we can get down to a 4% world and still meet all of these other objectives. This is very preliminary. It's still where you have to go through the process. We've initiated with Citizens Water Advisory Committee. We've had some initial discussions with the city manager and CFO, but we're looking at trying to get this as low as we can. Revenue estimates, 5-year projections. I don't want to go into too much detail on this. It'll really come out in the cost of service and rate making process, but we do project revenues to go up on the potable system, largely driven by the balance of growth in the customer base and these proposed rate adjustments should they be adopted. If the rate increases are not adopted or proposed differently, of course the revenues would be less, and that's also a challenge on the cost side. Miscellaneous revenues are a little bit harder to predict, but we're projecting them to be relatively flat. And we project that reclaim sales would also go up because at least our working assumption is that reclaim rates would increase at roughly the same overall percentage as a potable rate. Again, a policy discussion yet to be held. Just a couple slides on the water conservation program. We do provide this information on an annual basis in a lot of detail, but we have a lot and we can always do more. A lot of what we do now was informed by a community conservation task force from about a decade ago, and as you're all aware, we have initiated a conservation planning program to look at the next 10 years. What's working well? What are the new things we should be trying and implementing? But we do have the rebate programs, the rainwater harvesting grant and loan. We're doing more and more on this community home repair issue because it's, as a water utility, we don't like to go into the house. You know, that's not our comfort zone. We like to stop at the meter. But when you talk about helping people and you talk about where the water efficiency is inside their home and it might be a leaky pipe or it's something that we would traditionally not go and help with, we're starting to help in that area, and the CARE program will talk about that. A lot of the outreach, stormwater harvesting, the community garden pilot rate, wastewater enforcement or water waste enforcement, and then the Tucson audit program, which is tailored to our business and commercial. So a lot of programming there, largely derived from direction at this table.
So why do we continually have a positive fund balance at the end of the year in this program instead of spending it down on actual work?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, that's something we're challenging ourselves with, because when you look at that next slide, you can see that we're not proposing to raise the 10-cent fee because basically our expenditures are relatively flat year by year relative to, and they do match up nicely with our income, but we have not necessarily pushed it to the next level on some of the investments. But I will say on the same token, we don't turn down any rebates. We don't say we budgeted only $200,000 for toilets. If you get past that, if there's a rebate that comes in, we honor it. And a large part of that 10-year, that relook and that 10-year strategic plan for the conservation program is to look at how do we mobilize and spend down that fund balance, at least to the point where we're not carrying $3 million. And then it would come to the point where, oh, okay, we've got a more robust program in these areas that are effective. Maybe we do need to look at that conservation fee again. But we know it, and that's something we're challenging ourselves to do.
Tim, on kind of that same note, you said you were looking at the conservation planning for the future, and one of the things that we've been talking about that I'd like to make sure that we have conversations on, especially at the retreat, is the climate action plan that that Mayor and Council passed, but that we have to activate and inform. Can those two processes meld? In other words, can we do them together so that a climate action plan, so that Tucson Water has a very well-informed direction and action plan put together with what Mayor and Council are thinking in terms of the climate action plan?
Madam Mayor, absolutely. We would look forward to that.
Because you also have a green infrastructure program that we just approved. You're putting the last details about that green infrastructure plan together. But I think that all of it has to be related. All of it has to communicate with each other so that we can make sure that if we do have some of these conservation funds, especially if it's in the millions at the end of the year, then we have to make sure that we spend down and invest in other areas that are part of the conservation action plan that we want to put together. So I think I'd like to continue this conversation this coming year, so that when we're putting the budget together, and I think you said this earlier in your presentation, that Mayor and Council set the vision and the direction, and then we conform the budget into that vision.
Madam Mayor, absolutely. That is something we look forward to. And actually, we crave from you. We really want to make sure that we're doing your will, you're doing your policy. Just a quick slide on the results of the conservation programming, and I like to look at this one as well. Breaking it down for you, the green line or teal line represents the population growth since 2000 to the current, and the orange line shows the per capita water usage for single-family residential gradually declining, and it shows to some degree how Tucson and other communities as well, but certainly Tucson has been able to decouple water use from economic growth. The old paradigm was, as you grow, you need more and more water. That's not been the case in Tucson for over 15 years, and that means that we can invest that water wisely and still have a thriving economy. So that's what this slide tells me, and it also shows the effectiveness of our conservation programming. And then when it comes back to affordability, we've had a low-income assistance program for a number of years. It's actually been growing in membership and in the amount that's being invested. But we had a couple gaps in our ability to help customers. It's not a difficulty in paying the water bill is not always just about income. In many cases, it can be a life event where somebody who's a good paying customer makes ends meet, but they have a car accident or a hospital stay or some life event, and we don't right now have a tool in the toolbox to help them. So under our CARES program, we're trying to bundle a lot of things that we already have together. We can give you payment extensions, payment plans, courtesy relief adjustments if you have an unexplained high bill and you fix the problem, the rebates, incentives, the low income, but also modernize our income guidelines for the program, add some tiers to it, which we've talked about, and align it with input we've gotten from AARP. And then also have some emergency or special hardship that our utility account relations specialists, when they're on the phone with somebody and they have a situation, they can help. They can help directly and immediately and have some guidance around that. So that's a lot of what we're looking at in the CARES program, which we'll be discussing with you moving forward.
So how does a citizen who has hit, say they are now on strike, and they've been on strike for a month and a half, and they don't have the resources now to pay their water bill or maintain their house, what do they have to do to get a hold of, to get special assistance? I know you said that you could do some things based on an individual basis, but can you explain some of those?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, they can do two things. One is they can help themselves already. We implemented several months ago that through our IVR system, you can grant yourself a payment extension without even having to get a hold of anybody. You can call in, you can put in the parameters, answer the responses, and you can create your own payment plan that way. That was helping to get people, if they couldn't get through to us, they actually can do it themselves. But if you talk to one of our utility account relations specialists, we're giving them some flexibility to work with people. They can give you that payment plan, they can give you that payment extension. So you can either do it yourself if you have a pretty good idea of what you're trying to achieve, or you can talk to one of our agents that can help.
And that's on the website, so we can direct people, say, go to the water department's website and look up the special assistance program needs and concerns and see what we can look at?
Actually, we do have some information on our website, but we're actually in the final stages of putting together a very significant public outreach program around all of our low-income and other assistance programs, which will have social media, website, TV and radio, all these things targeting about getting the word out to anybody who's struggling, and including in the water bill itself. When you get your, if somebody is missed a payment but they're not ready for delinquency yet, it'll be, do you need some help? And we're going to have some information right there to kind of inform people that if you're struggling, reach out to us. And then when we're going to be adding something to the delinquency notice that goes out, the pink bill that nobody likes to get, again with some messaging about, yeah, we're sending you this pink bill, but we're also offering to help you. So that's all going to be coming in the next.
And then I think we had discussions about seniors. Once they hit a certain age, they're on a fixed income, and they finally realize their medical bills are more than they thought, and now they're really scrapped, and they're trying to just keep the lights on and the services. I think we've had many calls that we've called your office and you've helped us with. Are there programs, special programs for senior care that if they hit certain AARP age or Medicare age that they can apply for?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we had that dialogue. We also met with AARP for several months, and the input from them was the best thing we could do was align those income guidelines for our low-income program. If we tweak them to just a bit, it really captures a lot of the folks on Social Security on the fixed income that are currently being missed. They're actually brought in, and we've run the analysis on that to show that it really can provide more assistance. And then the other part of it is, right now it's a one-size-fits-all. Either you're in or you're out, and if you're in, you get 50% off the bill. What we want to do is give another tier where if your income's even lower than that, maybe you could get 75% off, or if your income's just slightly above, maybe you could get 25% off. So we're going to try to broaden it in the number into 3 different levels, but also those income guidelines. AARP said that was the #1 thing we could do for seniors. Yes, sir. All right. Oops, I skipped my next steps. So the Citizens Water Advisory Committee, Finance Subcommittee is going to be looking at where we are mid-year at their next meeting, and also then looking at the first steps of cost of service, which is the steps toward rate making. And then so CWAC will still be weighing in, as they always do, and doing a deep dive on what we're presenting. By March, in order to affect a rate change for early July, if that's the direction we go down, we would need to bring you in by March the notice of intention to raise rates, which then triggers all the clocks necessary to get to July 1, and including the public hearing and town halls and all the things that we would hold in order to have that conversation with the public. With that, any additional questions?
Thank you, Tim. Any questions? Councilmember Lee.
This is kind of more of a shout out for you guys and your department. That was wonderful. I love charts, so they were great. Just wanted to give you a shout out for the machine learning and AI to make the data-driven decisions about where to spend that money. I thought that was brilliant. So well done with that. And then I was really happy to see the stormwater management on the list of priorities. So I do have experience with stormwater management software. So there are some resources and partnerships that may be available, people that have developed software at universities that maybe could be used if you're ever interested. But this was awesome, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything in addition? Any questions? All righty, then thank you. That means you did a great job, Tim. Thank you so much. Then we will take a 5-minute break and then come back to item 7 and finish off the rest of the program. But I am getting some looks over here that we need a little bit of a break. Thank you. set aside for a continued discussion on the Highway User Revenue Fund. Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is a continuation of the budget. We're going to now get into the Highway User Revenue Fund, also some of the other TDOT conversations that we're going to get into detail. So we've got Diana Alarcon and Joyce Garland will make the presentation.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. We had sent out earlier, I don't have a presentation, but I had sent out earlier actually some charts that I wanted to have the opportunity to cover with you, as well as the 5-year plan to start the conversation for your input as we move toward the budget process. So on the first chart, we actually provided an overall graph that showed the 2020 HURF operating budget, which is actually set at $47.6 million. 16.1 is going towards services, which is your roads, your right-of-way maintenance, your landscaping, all of the core services we provide. Then we have about $21.6 million toward personnel. We have an LED debt. We actually changed out a year and a half ago all of the street lights to LED and to energy efficient, which has been a great savings to us, but we do carry with it a debt service about 1.4 on an annual basis. We have a contingency which is of $2.4 million, and that is actually made up of dollars. We have an agreement with the county floodplain to prepare the banks on the Santa Cruz River. And so this is, they're doing the design, but we have to do the construction. So this is, we're budgeting $1 million built into this, and then there's some additional dollars in there for renovation of the Public Works building on the 5th and 6th floor, because it hasn't been touched for multiple years, and we're out of space, so we need some more efficiencies to happen. In our capital outlay, let me just pull this up because I don't want to misspeak. And I wrote it all down. And where did I write it all down? Sorry, excuse me. Let's just stick to one page. And our capital outlays, we actually have built into that our technology equipment, servers, hardware. Also, we have, this past year, we've really been pushing forward a system we're calling Cartograph, or OMS, which is our operating management system. It's our asset system. It's a way for us to track what I refer to as task orders. So if a neighbor or a business calls in about a landscaping or pothole or right-of-way issue or signage, whatever it is, it goes into the OMS system. Our staff actually carries an iPad or Surface Pro out, so the dollars to manage that is actually built into this. And we also have some equipment replacement program is built into this as well. So we have some dated computers. So that pretty much defines the overall budget for us for the HURF operating dollars, which is, again, set at $47.6 million. But I wanted to break it down a little bit more and get a little bit deeper into our core services, which is our street maintenance, and then our traffic engineering and maintenance division. When I came on board, one of the things I looked at was, were we operating as efficient as we could? And one of the things I thought was a bit disconnected is that at that time, our signage maintenance division and our street marking was actually falling in under street maintenance. Yet traffic engineering was making all the decisions about what markings and what signage would go into place. So I felt there would be better efficiencies if we actually took that part and moved it under traffic engineering and had it more, because they were really talking to each other. Plus our overall street maintenance and engineering division at that time was so large, it was very hard for people to be held accountable, to really understand what work, who was doing what. So we kind of decided, let's move this over, let's line them up a little bit better so we can have some synergy and efficiencies in there and between that. So I wanted to break that down a little bit more, because that is our core business, is between that. So under the street division, we actually budgeted 15.7 of this year's HURF dollars. 3.3 million is going to right-of-way maintenance, and that's mainly your landscaping. So that's us managing the medians. It does not include the right-of-ways that are on the side, except for the right-of-ways that are tied to land, to our facilities, or to the land that the city owns. Under Chapter 25 right now, the adjacent property owner is actually responsible for maintaining the right-of-way in front of their property or their business. So our targeted area is the medians, and then, of course, as I mentioned, our facilities and as well as our land that we own. So we do focus in on that through the right-of-way program. We're kicking off a sidewalk program this year. It's a pilot program. What we're looking at is we do recognize we have a lot of sidewalks that are damaged, lifting, and we heard very loud, clear from y'all over the past year when I first got here. So under the guidance of the city manager, we actually worked on this pilot program, which we've kicked off. We focused in on first, we started it this year, and we've been focusing in on our facilities. And then in January, we'll actually be working with the community. So what happens is, again, under Chapter 25, the property owner is actually responsible. But it's a pretty hefty bill to replace sidewalks. So what this program, pilot program, is going to allow is that it's all complaint driven. So when we receive a complaint, we actually will issue a notice of violation to the property owner. That property owner can then contact us. We'll also give them a piece of paper explaining the pilot program, which basically says we'll go out and do the work, we'll provide the labor, you're going to pay for the supplies and the materials to actually get the sidewalk replaced. And then for those folks that actually have, that are in an area or have trouble paying, we're actually piggybacking on behind Tim's program of doing that payment program plan. We're actually pulling that in so that we can offer a payment plan so that we can actually move forward, and our hopes is to be able to actually attack more sidewalks than we had ever planned. So we're really excited about that, but we have been focusing in on all of the sidewalks that are tied to our facilities since July through now. Then under road maintenance, that's where you're going to find the potholes. We actually put dollars in this year to do some chip sealing, crack sealing, and fox seal. We have a lot of roads that are actually in fair, almost to fail condition, and I wanted to try to start doing some preservation to keep them falling into fail. A lot of our roads,
Are these residential?
these are residential. We're focusing strictly on local roads. I'm not focusing on the arterial. So I did add an additional dollars into this year's budget. Approximately $750,000 went in to actually do that. So for 2 months out of the fall and then 2 months out of the spring, we're actually putting staff out there, and that's what they're doing. So we have actually taken those roads that are getting ready to fall into fail, and to prevent that, we're providing a maintenance program to them so that we can actually keep them in, and I want to say high fair to low good condition.
And these are specifically roads that don't fall into any of the bonds?
Correct. Yeah. Thank you. And then under street.
Could you tell me how many failed roads we do have in the city of Tucson?
So we have approximately.
Do you have identified them by ward?
We have not identified them by ward, but we have done, and we're putting together an overall program that we want to bring back to y'all, and I'm trying to visit with all of y'all to go through the program, or I call it the state of the streets. And basically right now about 77% of our local roads, so I'm taking arterial collectors completely off the table. I'm looking at just our local roads, and about 77% of our current local roads are in failed condition. And when I say that, what they really need is they need to be completely ripped up, the base ripped up, and they need to be completely reconstructed. The dollar amount to do that is astronomical, and we don't have those dollars. So this city manager has actually challenged me to come up with a program where we would be able to bring back to y'all for consideration an opportunity of looking at what it would take to touch every road in the next 10 years to bring them up to a reasonable condition to drive on, to bike on, to walk on. So we're working on finalizing that plan to bring back to bring before you for the conversation, and we're not quite ready yet. So I don't have it broken down, the roadways broken down by ward, but I will certainly be able to get that to you, because we are building into this, following the same, pretty much the same program as the Prop 101, where we looked at ward equity. We're doing the same thing to make sure that if we did this in segments of every 5 years, we want to make sure every 5 years we're equally touching the same number of roads in each ward.
Council members, if I may, this particular subject is very, very important for all of us. So I know the presentation is going to be ongoing. I do want to give you an opportunity to ask questions. Just make sure that you let me call on you so that I could make sure that we all are taking our turn. So go ahead. Councilmember Fimbres, and I don't think we have to wait until the end of the presentation. I think we
Thank
can
you,
jump in,
Madam Mayor.
but let me call on
Same
you.
thing with sidewalk repair. Can you tell us how many do you have a number of failed sidewalks that need help? Because I get a lot of them, and I'm just right up Park that I'm seeing them
Right.
buckling out, and I get a lot of folks calling in because they're on wheelchairs or they're using the scooters or the bicycles, and they're falling down when they hit these places. So those are challenges we have in our community also.
Correct. And I do recognize, Councilman, the challenges that we have with the infrastructure. And again, so this year we actually put 700, also built into your road maintenance is an additional $1 million for ADA improvements. So on sidewalks. So we are tying that to the Prop 409. We have a lot of sidewalks that we need to get completed with Prop 409, so we're focusing in on that. But we're also working on that. So what'll be great about this, the pilot program is where those concerns that you just addressed, again, when they come into us, again, that's very complaint driven. We'll actually be able to then put that on the list and go out and tackle it and then do a cost sharing with the property owner to be able to expedite them and get them done sooner. So, and that's the initiative behind that one. So on the road maintenance, so again, we're focusing on the potholes, on the chip seals, the crack seals, the fog seals. We're also working on any repairs that we need to do. All of that falls into that. And then what we have underneath traffic engineering is we moved all the roadway signs and striping, which is roughly at $2.5 million. And that's a small, we actually probably need to up that up, actually move that up. A lot of our signage that we have in the city is old and dated. It's not as reflective, and we need to actually move that a little bit more aggressively, in my opinion. And then under signal and lightning, we have a roughly $6.2 million. So our traffic signal program that we currently have out, we have a total of 469 traffic signals that are within the city of Tucson city limit. And then when you throw in the hawks and the pedestrian signals that we actually have 575 signals in total that we manage. A lot of our traffic signals is actually from the 70s, and the communication is just the box in the intersection, so it's on a timing sequence. So we actually have put dollars in this year to start working on what I'm calling moving to real-time, our adaptive signalization program. So where we have to, it's not just upgrading the hardware that we have out on each signal, but it's also what's that communication going to look like. So we've put some dollars in this year to actually test some communications. We're pulling together and identifying where we have fiber opportunities for that communication, and where we don't, we're also working on a 5G solution to see if we can use that. And it'll be very important because I think there's a lot of opportunity for efficiencies in our traffic program without expanding roads, just by fixing the traffic signals and getting them onto real-time program. So we're working toward that. So we do have dollars built into this year's budget for that. And we're putting together a program that we will actually give back to PAG and as well as to the RTA for consideration of helping us fund it to move it forward. We need a significant amount of dollars there. I mean, we have really not done any updates to our traffic signals since the early 70s. So that sort of breaks down for the 2020 year. And then on the next page that we provided you was actually kind of a 5-year breakdown of the HURF dollars. We've projected out what we're anticipating to get and then actually how the expenditures would happen. So in 2022 to 2023, you see a big jump in our repairs and maintenance, and that's because our debt service is paid off. And we are planning on putting all that debt service back into road maintenance again. One of the things that we would like for consideration is to take and maybe build up our asphalt team. That is, right now we only operate them for 4 to 5 months out of the year. If we could get to where we're operating them 12 months a year, they could be part of the solution of hitting that 77% and actually helping to move along that a little bit quicker, of expediting getting the roads done. So we've been building that back into the program to have them actually have staff go out and be part of the solution. And so it's not all done through contractors. We can do it through staffing as well. And so what I'm recommending is to actually maybe put the dollars back into that so we can really expedite that program.
Vice Mayor.
So I think what we probably need a little bit of enlightenment here. So right now we pull people off of pothole crews 5 months a year, and put them into maintenance.
Yes, sir.
We put them into chip sealing programs.
Yes,
But
sir.
we still have some people going out and doing pothole response.
Correct. We do have a rapid response team that focuses that where we have big potholes that are in high volumed areas with vehicular traffic or bicycle boulevards. The rapid response team will go and tackle that to get it done. We try to do that in 72 hours.
Sure.
We've had some successes, and then we do get a little bit off of that number, off of that 72 hours. So, for example, in September, we had the microburst that occurred out east.
No, I get all that.
And we had to
Yeah.
expedite and clean up the roads so that people could drive out of their neighborhood.
So, first of all, your pothole team actually for Ward 2 is doing fine. I've actually been stopped at the grocery store. You know, I called your office about a pothole, and they were there like the next day. Thanks, man. So that's happened to me 3 or 4 times. So I'm not even worried about. I think you're doing, in good faith, a good job there. I'm just trying to figure out this pulling off the team situation. So what I'm hearing is that we pull this team, and I guess my next assumption, I want to confirm it, is that when we pull these pothole response guys or workers off of pothole response, and they work on chip seal, unfortunately, the pothole backlog goes up during that time, correct?
Well, the length of time it takes us to address the potholes actually extends out.
The backlog increases.
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're saying is that if you'd like to turn some HURF dollars in to have chip sealers operate year round.
Yes, sir.
Do we have general fund dollars available to do that as well, to marry those $2 so we can have a little bit more chip sealing? I'm just asking.
Honorable Mayor, I was going to say the short answer is no, but clearly the longer answer is that can be a conversation the council can have as a part of the budget, kind of more holistic discussion about where the priorities are for whatever dollars we'll be expending out of the general fund, and that will be a policy discussion we can have as a part of the ongoing budget.
Well, and what I'm getting at is that to have a year-round program like that that's operating all the time, and even if it does cost us, $1.5 million a HURF and $1.5 million a GF, and perhaps there's some ES money available there because of the damage the arm's done to some of the residential roads. I think there's some opportunity there that they're operating all the time, and that could be a situation where all of a sudden, even 1 square quarter mile or even 1 square mile per ward per year is being done outside of the 409, outside of the 401, outside of what we're doing. And all of a sudden then, when you're thinking 10 years in advance, look, my ward's only got 17 or 18 square mile areas. So if you're telling me we can get 1 a year, and then maybe we go out and get some HURF money from the county or something, then we'll have some other opportunities. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. And I know we're not at budget yet, but thinking in advance, if we can have that crew operating year-round, taking care of 1 square mile a ward per year, I think that would be amazing for us.
Mr. Manager, did you have something to add?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, I think the conversation's a good one, and I think it's pretty obvious that we need to invest in the roads one way or another, and I think the discussion can be a part of a robust overall discussion on general fund and how we invest going forward. But we'll certainly bring some thoughts and ideas to you that you guys can consider as time goes on.
Well, I just want to include that, I spent all this year talking with residents of the city of Tucson. And besides other really big issues like additional funding for public education, climate resiliency, water resources for the city, on top of that list of needs that residents have are roads. And so I think it's really important that we do have a conversation during our retreat about that priority of roads and investing in our roads, and then also including what Mayor and Council just passed, which is the complete streets concept that we have, and how we continue investing not only curb to curb, but the entire complete street. And so my question, Diana, is how much money do we put into not only road maintenance, filling in the potholes, chip sealing, fogging, but also reconstructing? What is the, because I see different amounts, right? I see $10.2 million for road maintenance, and then 2.5 million for road signs and striping. What is the amount of money that we can tell the community that we're investing yearly on fixing our roads?
Honorable Mayor and Council, through Prop 101, we're actually spending close to about on the local roads. So let me speak to the local roads, but the Prop 101 actually is $100 million to go toward road projects over a 5-year period. So $20 million is being spent annually on those road projects. 60% of that $20 million is going to arterial and collector roads, and 40% is actually going to the local roads. So about $8 million, over a course of 5 years is going to, $40 million, so that's $8 million annually that is being spent on the local roads, just to put that number. So that's Prop 101. Then we have the RTA projects. So when you throw the RTA projects, it depends on what year we're doing and what project we're doing. So right now we're getting ready to kick off Broadway. That's roughly a $37 million project. That's going to be a 2-year project to get completed, but those are dollars that are being spent on roadways. So we do program the roads, but they do vary from year to year based on which projects. But Prop 101 is probably the most consistent with the fact that we're spending, close to $40 million on an annual basis. Pretty well, we do the numbers.
How about HURF? How much are we investing in HURF?
So we do put HURF dollars toward our match. So we do have some match that we have to account for. So if you look at our capital improvement plan, our CIP, this year we have roughly about $4 million that's actually going as a match toward our RTAs and toward some of our other projects that we have to do. So we do actually invest some dollars into that, but a majority of that's coming through the RTA dollars or through our Prop 101.
I see that your capital improvement plan in your financial plan that you have in front of us goes from $3.9 million to 6.1 to then drops $1 million in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that to us?
So again, we have made commitments of what will be our investment toward the different projects, and that varies based on the project. So what we've actually programmed out is what we said we would give toward the RTA projects or the PAC projects, whatever it is that we're doing where we're getting federal dollars or some other taxing dollars to match. But if you notice, we've moved a lot of our dollars up into our repair and maintenance side, maintenance supplies, where this year we got $3 million, next year we're $4 million, and then the following year we're still at 4.5, but then we're jumping to 11 because again our debt service, and we're recommending that perhaps y'all consider allowing us to put the dollars back into continue with pushing the road maintenance and program.
Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor, one of the things that I've challenged, Diane, really all the directors, and you heard a little bit with Tim, is what's the use of the dollars, the fund balance? And if you look at, my focus has been on, we have dollars on an annual basis. I call it fund balance, but it really is for operations in case of emergency. We know we're going to have on an annual basis of monsoons, et cetera. So one of the things, if you look at that fund balance, it's honing in somewhere around the 10 million, and that's really the goal. If you look at that, it's right before that salmon color, which says ending fund balance. You can see that. Now, that's the goal. I can tell you that we're going to further dissect that. I think there's a conversation that can be had around, how much do we need for those potential catastrophic events? Road gets washed away, or there's a big expense there. So that gives us an opportunity to have a conversation around that in terms of risk and so forth. But going back to Diana's point, if you look at the line repair and maintenance supplies, it jumps up from $4.5 million to 11 million. That's because of the debt service. And that's a bigger and more robust conversation. It goes back to Vice Mayor Cunningham's point about how are we investing, and the conversation then becomes from a policy standpoint, is it a pay-as-you-go, or is there some opportunity for financing and having a conversation with the voters? So those are all built into this as we go forward. This is exactly the picture I was hoping you would all weigh in on in terms of some of the policy conversations that you haven't necessarily been involved in or engaged in the past, but I think it's important for you to focus in on and have discussions as we start the budget process.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
All right, I have a couple of questions, Diana. So who would be overseeing the sidewalk pilot program?
Excuse me, Honorable Mayor and Council. It is actually our street maintenance administrator is responsible for overseeing, but we have a superintendent that's actually been assigned to this program to make sure. So when we get the complaint in, again, we issue a notice of violation. It goes into our system. We do an outreach to the neighbor or to the business and say, we have this program. We'd like to initiate it with you. We'll provide the labor. You need to pay the materials. Here's the over cost to do the program. We set it up. We go out. We do the sidewalk.
Are we coordinating with code enforcement as well? Do they give those kinds of violations? How does that work?
So if we do have an individual so our notice of violation, actually the avenue we would move to is if someone didn't act on it, our way of actually enforcing it would be to go back and do a lien on the property. And that's requires a lot of work, and it's not, I don't want to say it's not manageable, but it doesn't have the outcome that we want. So we are partnering up, though, with code in this program. So we would issue the initial notice of violation. We would then work with the business or with the property owner, with our neighbor. We would say, hey, we can do this. Here's a cost sharing program. If they do not act on it, we will then give that notice of violation over to code, and then they will start their process. So that's how, and they actually will then take it through their magistrate process. So we are partnering with them, which is something we haven't done in the past, to try to move this along so people will take advantage of the pilot program so we can have more actual sidewalks repaired.
Okay, and as you were helping us out with the sidewalk situation on 16th Avenue, thank you so much. It's finally fixed. But why does it take 6 months from the time that you report a buckled sidewalk by the time it actually gets fixed?
So in that particular case, the property owner of that particular location was actually the tribe. And we typically do not go to other agencies and fix their sidewalk. We actually give it to them and ask them to do it. But it was such a critical situation, and it became to me a bigger safety issue. So I felt it was, they didn't have the funding to address it. So at that time, we just made the business decision from a safety perspective to fix it. And by the time it rolled back, unfortunately, it took longer than I would have liked. So I do apologize.
Okay. And then the next one is, how is TDOT currently working with IT to identify another app or software to replace C-Click Fix, since that seems really challenging to use?
So we actually just recently integrated with C-Click Fix. So we're working on a campaign that we're going to actually be kicking out in the beginning of the new year about how to use C-Click Fix, so that when folks now actually put it in, the GPS, they can actually GPS it and it'll come straight in to OMS. So we're taking the human factor out, because again, that's another layer where we can have mistakes, because crossroads can get put in wrong, because we have someone who takes the phone call or the email and then they're manually putting it in. So C-Click Fix is we're actually looking at, but we are I'm having conversations with the IT director right now about moving into it, because it has been a bit challenging. But we are going to go ahead and use this tool, and we're going to actually work on a campaign to get out to the public about how it works and and what the value it will bring, until we figure out what that other software package is. So I know that the IT director is looking at a few and investigating it. We've actually had conversations to make sure that it actually will integrate into the OMS system that we currently have, because we've invested, transportation has invested quite a bit into it. Parks is also invested in the OMS, so we're all kind of have actually been investing in this OMS process as far as the task management programming.
Okay. And then finally, with the professional services in the budget, is that work that gets contracted outside of the city? and what does that entail?
Yes, ma'am, and that's different stuff. So that's, that's contract work we do for inspections. That's also contract work we do for design for some of the roadways that we use. That's contract work that we do for surveying. So if we do not have, when the recession hit, a lot of the staff was actually eliminated, and we've never built back up. And really, I'm not sure we need to, because I think we still have some efficiencies within the department that we're continuing to work on. So when we do have the spike in development where we need more inspectors, we are contracting them out. So those dollars are built into professional service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Diana, does the OMS platform have the capability for people after they submit a ticket to go in and see the status? Because I know probably all of our staff would appreciate the capability for people to go in and kind of see where things are at.
Honorable Mayor and Councilwoman Lee, excuse me, thank you. We are getting it there. So it has, yes, it will. And so we're looking at moving that forward pretty quickly here. We just need a little bit of time to get efficient, but we do want to give that tool to the individual wards so that they can actually go in and look at it. So some of the wards actually are doing that, but we want to actually go out. So we're going to be working on a training program with all the different wards so that we can have everyone know how to get into it, give them access so that they can go and look at it. Because the more eyes that it's like when I get the complaints, I'm like, thank you for telling us, because the more eyes that I have out on the road helping me fix it, then I'm actually able to, get it in the system, get it programmed, and get it done. So the same thing, if we're dropping the ball and not addressing a pothole like we should, and it's been too long, we don't mean to, so it's always helpful for someone to have those extra set of eyes. So we are moving in that direction. You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I think we're good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Now we go to item 10. Time has been set aside for discussion of the city's 2020 state legislative agenda. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is the annual conversation around the legislative agenda going forward. You can see it's very similar to what we've done in the past, basically fighting for local control and almost a defensive attitude on a lot of these fronts, as we tend to have to do. And so those are conversations we have every year, but we'll certainly dust them off, and I'll turn it over to Andrew to go over them again.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, on January 13th, Governor Ducey will give his 2020 State of the State address, and that will be the official kickoff of the 2020 state legislative session. As is our practice here at the City of Tucson, we prepare and submit to Mayor and Council a proposed state legislative agenda. It's not meant to go into too much detail about specific bills. Again, as those bills are introduced at the legislature, I will be bringing those to Mayor and Council and get your direction to support or oppose specific bills. This is meant to be just a description of the principles and goals of the City of Tucson going into the session. So this is a compilation of direction that you've given me in the past with some slight edits and changes over time. It's divided into 5 different sections. So 1 talks about protecting city funding. That includes state shared revenues and HURF especially. Number 2 is defending local authority. So we want to fight preemption. We want to make sure that this mayor and council can govern this city according to the values of our community and not be preempted by the state legislature. The 3rd is investing in local economies and infrastructure. Everything we've been talking about, GPLETs, tax increment financing, as well as infrastructure investment. Those are all critical needs that we have, as you've been discussing today and often, and we want to make sure we have the ability to do that in partnership with the state. Enhancing public education, health, and safety. This covers everything from education funding, including K-12 universities and community colleges, as well as health and safety, and includes everything from firearms legislation and more. And then finally, protecting our water supply. This is always a separate item, and we want to make sure, even with the DCP in the rearview mirror. We have, significant water challenges going forward. We do have to be mindful of situations and obviously legislation across the state that could affect Southern Arizona and the Tucson water service area. And so we put together a package of recommendations for you in terms of protecting our water supply, and even like in this year in particular, looking at water quality. So it could involve looking for dollars for PFAS issues related to the National Guard. It also includes making sure that WHRF funds, monies that the state affords for existing groundwater contamination, continue unabated. So with that, the recommended agenda is in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm looking forward to your direction.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Andrew, as usual, this is a very good outlay for what's best for the citizens, regardless of party, which is really important when we frame this. We want good government. There's also ideological policy. It can be argued that there are members of the legislature that may be ideologically impaired. However, both sides of the parties would be pointing at each other. So I'd like to try to keep that discussion as it comes and go over what our agenda is. You mentioned the state shared revenues. I think it's really important in Tucson's interest to try to run some type of bill that if a county is refusing to or is inhibiting areas to incorporate, that the excess funds that get swept should be swept into the nearest large city. In that case, it would be us, instead of being sent to Maricopa County. So that's a bill, I think that's a tweak that can probably be done, that we may not have as much resistance as you'd think. I'm sure some of the Phoenix-oriented legislators will want to fight it, but if the discussion is talked about holistically, it's actually kind of fair. And also, if it benefits some of the towns within Maricopa County that are adjacent to unincorporated areas, they'd actualize some extra funds as well. So I kind of wanted to, I think that's a really important piece to one of the state shared revenues, and trying to address that tax equity issue that has hindered Pima County for so long. We don't really get our fair share. The second piece that I wanted to talk about today is HURF money. Our HURF allotment has gone from 41 million to 0 to 5 to 8 to 14 to 15, and there's about $8 or $9 million that they're going to have next year that can probably be set to cities and towns. I think we should go after it. I think there's about 3 or 4 cities that are already kind of chomping at the bit to go for it. The last one I wanted to talk about was education. And this is an interesting situation because our school district is independent of the city. But our largest school district's success is impending for the city. It guides us, it helps us. One of the things that the legislature has done is they've penalized a district like TUSD with some of their policy. They basically said, hey, look, if you're a Title I district, you're in good shape because you get a whole bunch of Title I, you get a whole bunch of federal funds. And if you're a wealthier district, you get a lot of tax, you're able to go to your own citizens for tax rebates. If you're in the between district, like TUSD is, you kind of get left out in the cold. We need to find some philosophical ways so that TUSD can recoup some of the funds that they get per student. They're actually funded at $1 per student average lower than almost every district in the state. And so, and it's not through fault of their own. I mean, it's just that's how their numbers work. They don't have all Title I schools, and they don't have large, wealthy pockets of constituents. And so we need to figure out how to help our school district be successful. And so that's one of the things that I'd advocate for. That concludes my comments this afternoon.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The repeal of HB 2604, saying that we have to move our elections to even-numbered years when the citizens of Tucson did not vote on that, and then we've appealed and fought them 19 different times and have been upheld. I think we need to try to make it an issue of that. And then SB 1487, the preemption, and local control, taking it away from the mayor and council. I think we need to look at that also. Talk about repealing, then impoundment fees. Repeal previous actions and allow governmental entities to set amounts for which fees collected go to the respective law enforcement agencies. We need to look at that and fix that for our local law enforcement community. I want to support Senator D'Alessandro's memorial, supporting the Cherry Bell, maintaining the distribution and not processing center still. We were supposed to close that in 2011, and we're still open, but we need to bring back our stamp and local mail out. So those are things we're working on. And then to repeal the state statutes that force law enforcement to keep cars used in crimes for 99 years. That's kind of archaic now. I'm sorry, it may have been something back then, but we need to turn that around and help that. That resources for the abandoned vehicles could be used for helping support our local law enforcement community. And again, full funding for Pima Community College, which is critical for our workforce and turning people out into the vocational programs and also into the JTED program, giving them opportunities to move forward. We barely got them $15 million last year. They needed $20 million. And then they got $3 million. They split $3 million between them and Maricopa when they used to get 11 to 13 million a year to support their programs. That's why they keep raising property taxes and they keep raising tuition and basically zeroing out our kids from going in and participating with them. So those are things I would look at, continue advocating, along with the other things you mentioned earlier.
Great.
Thank you, Andrew.
Anything in addition? I concur with Councilmember Fimbres' request that if we could add to the list the repeal of 1487, if we find any of our Southern Arizona delegation or anyone that is willing to carry that bill forward, I think that is something that we also have to continue our conversation with the League of Cities and Towns, because that's where that particular bill has really affected all of the cities and towns in Arizona. So whatever we can do to push that. And so it'd be helpful. And of course, public education funding you have here, public safety and public health support. It's a very thorough list, and I really appreciate you bringing it forward. Do we do the same for the federal legislative agenda?
Mayor Romero, members of the council, historically we have not done a mayor and council annual federal agenda. I think in part, and I've talked with my predecessors about this, the federal government is always in session. There's no real, prescriptive, or just specific time frame in which they do their business and leave. So we have meetings with mayor and council on federal priorities, and we just did a round of that. Our contract lobbyists come in and we meet with everyone and develop what are the priorities of mayor and council, and then we go, fight for them. So we haven't done that in the past. We just have this mayor and council approved state legislative agenda for each legislative session.
Well, thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate it. Did you need any other additional direction or any motions to proceed? Or
Yes, I'd love a motion that we endorse this proposed 2020 state legislative agenda with the additions as discussed by mayor and council today.
So moved. I also want to echo what Councilman Cunningham said about the school districts and TUSD, especially the building maintenance funds for the schools. I understand there's several schools that can't fix their buildings and they can't have students in them because they don't have the resources. And I think Rincon's one of them and Tucson High is another one. Sorry.
so there is a motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Lee. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes 7-0.
Great, thank you very much. And again, I'll be bringing bills to mayor and council for your consideration and recommendations once the legislative session starts after January 13th. If you hear about bills and have any questions, please feel free to contact me if you want me to add bills to the list of mayor and council consideration, or just have questions about background and issues. Always happy to provide more information to mayor and council. And then, as always, should mayor and council be interested in going to the legislature, an open invitation to you or your staffs to come to the legislature. We could set up meetings at the Capitol with legislative leaders on both sides of the aisle and other state leaders at your request. So please reach out anytime if I could be of assistance.
Do you want to do item 11, which is updates on state and national legislation right now?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Let's start with item 11. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion?
Sure. Well, thank you again, Mayor, members of the council. We've covered some of these items already in other parts of today's agenda, in particular the PFAS. So just some other items at the request of Council Member Fimbres. There was the question about the USPS Fairness Act. This is a Senate bill that was introduced recently that would take away the prepayment requirement for the United States Postal Service. That would help them with their finances. It was something that was done back in the George W. Bush administration that has really hampered the ability of the Postal Service to be financially stable. We've opposed that change in the past, and we continue to push for the repeal of that, as well as other provisions to support the Postal Service, and in particular Tucson's Cherry Bell Postal Processing Center. So that's the status of that. That bill has been introduced. It could be a part of a larger postal reform effort. We'll continue to follow it as it progresses.
Andrew, do you need a motion to do a letter from the mayor and council in support of that?
Sure.
If so moved, I make the motion that we go ahead and support. That gives us the opportunity. You got it?
Second? Motion and second. Everyone in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? 7-0.
Thank you. Next has to do with the administration's new food stamp, SNAP requirement that has gotten a lot of attention across the country. The administration is moving ahead with the new rule, and then what that rule would do is it would make it harder to waive work requirements for single recipients of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. This, should it go into effect, according to our estimates, about close to 700,000 people across the country would be negatively affected. They would lose or are likely to use their ability to access SNAP. I actually spoke with the CEO of the Community Food Bank, Michael McDonald, who estimates that in their service area, at least 7,000 people, and I think that's a pretty conservative estimate, would be negatively impacted by this.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against?
Here too, we'll prepare a letter for you. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yes, please,
Great.
Andrew.
There's a question about border wall funding and recent court decisions. A couple of federal judges have ruled recently and put an injunction in place to stop the ability of the administration to utilize military construction funding for the border wall construction. So that will hold things in place. The administration has said it's going to appeal those decisions. One note, as you may know, the Congress, or at least the House, voted on some appropriations bills today to try to beat the Friday deadline where the current CR runs out. And in that bill, my understanding is that there is some border fall funding, but there's no money to make up for the $3.6 billion that the president took from MilCon projects in the past. So that's going to be considered by Congress and move over to the Senate.
Wait, is this the wall with all the videos that are going out of people walking over it? Wow. Okay.
Right. Right. With our MilCon dollars. And then finally, there was a question actually on a state issue that Councilmember Fimbres asked about. There was a decision last week at the Arizona Corporation Commission having to do with renewable energy rules. And it's a little complicated. What it has to do is it sets a minimum term for qualified qualified firms that produce energy, and it established that minimum contract length of 18 years. The significance of this really is what it does is it gives renewable energy producers and investors a better chance to create, to do projects and invest in renewable energy projects and be able to show investors that they can make money back over time. Most of the big utilities opposed this move. They wanted a 2-year minimum.
I think we should move to support this one.
This was already adopted by the ACC, and if you want to express your support, that's fine, but this was adopted and it will go into effect. That's all I have. Happy to answer any other questions.
Yes, Mr. Councilmember Fimbres.
Madam Chair, ASARCO miners, they're hurting. It's been a month and a half since they've been on strike. Let's see if we can get our body to write a letter to work on bringing them back to negotiations to end the strike, to get people back to work. There's about 500, 600 miners from the local Tucson area that are on strike right now, and they're really hurting. So
Yeah, Councilmember Fimbres, we're already in the process of writing that letter.
you drafted a letter?
Yeah,
Okay, so you need a motion?
I know that there are other elected officials that have written this similar letters, and so the mayor's office is already in the process of writing the letter and sending it to ASARCO. I know that some in our congressional delegation have written letters to ASARCO. A lot of state legislators have done the same, and so
ASARCO's owned by Grupo Mexico, so if we could do a letter there too, to support them, to tell them that they need to put these people back to work.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you need a motion?
No,
Okay.
we're on it. And just for your information, since this is updates on state and national and regional committees, I attended my first Pima Association of Governments RTA committee meeting, and we had a big discussion, a long discussion on the census. The state of Arizona is investing $1.5 million in census social media and outreach engagement. Mostly this $1.5 million will be spent in rural Arizona and outside of Maricopa County. And the reason for that is that the Maricopa Association of Governments has about $3.5 million they are spending that they put aside from their budget to make sure that Maricopa County is well counted. And so it was an interesting conversation. Still, I believe that there's a lot of questions up in the air in terms of what Pima Association of Governments has set aside for our census count. I believe is Mr. Manager, how much did they say they had put aside as Pima Association of Governments?
Madam Mayor, as I recall, it's $250,000 is what I remember.
So $250,000 versus $3 million that the Maricopa Association of Governments is putting. I know that we have put aside as a city of Tucson $200,000 with the option of adding an additional $200,000 this fiscal year. I think it's very, very important that we pay attention to the census count and how that will affect us for the next 10 years. So as we take a break for the holidays and come back and start thinking about the priorities we have for our new budget, I believe that it's important that we continue asking questions about how are we going to make sure that we don't have an undercount. For the 2010 census, all of the city of Tucson is undercounted, all of it. And there's, of course, areas that are more undercounted than others, but all of it is undercounted. And so I would like to get your input as to how we proceed. I think it's only fair for the city of Tucson to continue pushing on the Pima Association of Governments to continue seeing investment in census count, and then of course for us to also pitch in to do our own work inside the city of Tucson. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, and some late news, Mayor Romero, members of the council. At first blush, and again, we're still getting the details of the proposed budget that Congress is looking to vote on and finalize by the end of the week. But as far as census funding is concerned, it looks like there's $7.6 billion in the federal budget for the census, which is actually $1.4 billion more than what the president had asked for. So I think there's potential additional funding there. Again, I'm not sure what it's for, in terms of, what part of the census and whether that's for outreach or whatnot, but there could be some new funds that we didn't expect to be available for that.
And that has passed the House or both House and Senate?
It has passed the House. The Senate is planning to vote on the budget on Thursday.
Okay. So that might change.
Right. Well, yeah.
And that's great. Another piece of information that I wanted to also share with you is that Andrew is helping the mayor's office put together a meeting with our state delegation to the state legislature for Southern Arizona. And so as soon as we find a date, I believe before they start their session on the 13th of January, we will make sure that we invite you all if you want to attend, have conversations, have an agenda for our delegation, and also have individual conversations. So we will keep you posted on that as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. So let's see. Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it. Item 12, does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda? Item G is City of Gastronomy. Let's do that. So item G. And then on to item 13, does anyone have any items for future agendas? What I would like to bring up, we had this conversation at agenda meeting last week, I believe, or 2 weeks ago, last week, that we are planning on putting together a retreat for January 28th. So we are moving the meeting of January 22 to the 28th. So we're canceling the 22nd and moving our meeting to the 28th so that the retreat could be our meeting. If we need to have a regular meeting that particular day, then we will continue discussing items that we have or the staff or departments have for the 28th. So I just wanted to make sure that you all are aware that those are the plans as we move forward with the January agenda for meetings. All righty. With that, then we are adjourned. We will meet here at 5:30, and the regular session begins at 5:30. The next scheduled study session is scheduled for January 7th, 2020.
And Pledge of Allegiance.
The invocation will be given by Reverend Bethany Russell Lowe from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Tucson. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you join me in a spirit of meditation or prayer, whatever is your own style? Divine Spirit, which goes by many names and no name at all, we gather this evening to listen and to speak, to hear and to be heard. We gather to do the work of our government, which is the work of the people, for the people, and by the people. May all who speak tonight feel courage to speak their own truth, compassion to respond to those around them, and connection to all who fill this room. And may all who listen tonight feel courage to hear new truths, compassion to understand beyond difference, and connection to their purpose and role in our processes. Democracy is not perfect. No political system is. But democracy is the system our ancestors chose and the one we choose again and again and again. It is the one we choose because we are people who hold tight to the idea that all deserve a voice and a vote. May all who gather tonight remember the sacred duty bestowed upon us by our democratic processes. Elected leaders and constituents alike have a duty to speak and to be heard, to listen and to hear. May we uphold this sacred duty well in our time together this evening.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Ready? Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions, report from city manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 412, dated December 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to announce I'm appointing Chuck Martin to the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you so much. Any others? Okay. Item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 413, dated December 17th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Councilmember Fimbres.
First to go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On December 4th, I had the privilege of recognizing Regina Soot, a great individual, advocate, and community leader who helped so many people during her career at Pima Community College and at Adult Basic Education. Regina Soot had a retirement on December 4th, marking 30 years of service to Pima Community College and our community. I have had the opportunity to work with Regina at the Ward 5 Council, as a Ward 5 Council member during my time, also as the Director of the Governor's Office of Highway Safety, and through my work with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Regina has changed so many lives for the better. Her knowledge, expertise, and leadership will truly be missed by myself and our community. Thank you, Regina, for a job well done. On December 14th, I had the privilege of attending the Wreaths Across America ceremony, which took place at South Lawn Cemetery in Ward 5. During the ceremony, I had the honor of laying the wreath for the more than 92,000 who are listed as MIA. South Lawn and cemeteries across Tucson and the nation, more than 1,700 cemeteries took part in laying wreaths on the graves of veterans who have served from the Revolutionary War to present-day conflicts. This is in conjunction with the wreaths laying ceremony held at Arlington National Cemetery. I want to thank everyone who came out to South Lawn and who took part in this event across Tucson, Arizona, and in our nation. I want to thank South Lawn Cemetery and everyone else there for their work on this event. On December 14th, I also had the privilege of helping delight the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center Christmas tree. Center Director Jerry Neely and his staff once again did an outstanding job for this holiday event. I want to also thank TPD South for their presence at the event and work in our community. It was so great to see so many Ward 5 constituents and their families at the holiday event. On December 16th, I had the privilege of speaking to the Metropolitan Education Commission Youth Advisory Council about the Tucson city government. These young people ask good questions. I challenge the students to take part in the U.S. Census effort and voter registration. I want to thank them and Arlene Benavides and Ed Nelson from the MEC for inviting me to be their monthly meeting speaker. Finally, the U.S. Census is hiring part-time positions with flexible hours for neighborhoods. Selections will begin in January with actual employment dates ranging from March to July 2020. For more information, you can call 855-562-2020 or go online to 2020census.gov/jobs. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any others? Councilmember Duran.
This Saturday, Santa is coming to Amphi Neighborhood Park. The Ward 3 office, TPD, St. Francis Men's Shelter, Habitat for Humanity Tucson, Literacy Connects, and the Amphi Neighborhood Association are once again hosting a holiday celebration for neighbors. Crafts, coloring, and games are available, as well as our Amphi Neighborhood Wish Tree. Families are invited to enjoy hot dogs and have a professional photo taken with the big elf for free. please join us this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Amphi Neighborhood Park at 501 East Navajo Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham.
I just realized that we're not going to have another council meeting till then, but this year on December 31st, the day before New Year's Day, and it's during the day, we're having I want to say it's the 4th annual Nova Home Loans Arizona Bowl. And so Tucson got its bowl game back a few years ago. This year we welcome Wyoming. We're expecting a lot of people coming down from Wyoming. A couple of my friends already emailed me because I think they want to get out of the cold, though based on last night's temperatures, I don't know what they're in for. And then Georgia State's coming, and this is part of a new contract that the Bowl has with the MAC Conference and the Mountain West. So it's actually a pretty cool little deal, and it's a big deal. This is the first year it's going to be broadcast on CBS Sports. I want to thank Ali Farhang and John Volpe for kind of bringing this to Tucson. It's basically a 4-hour advertisement for how great the weather is in Tucson when we have it. We got a day game this year, which is really helpful. You can go to NovaArizonaBowl.com, and you can either get tickets and support the game that way. You can be a sponsor. The other thing you can do is volunteer and to welcome some of the people, come up and make sure they enjoy Tucson. So I wanted to make that announcement. That is December 31st at 2:30 p.m.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lee.
Yes, we wanted to just give a special thank you to our women and men with the Tucson Police Officers Association and Tucson Firefighters Association for serving families in need this holiday season. Our Tucson police officers just finished another successful Shop with a Cop event this past weekend, where our officers take our local Tucson children shopping for clothing and toys. And our Tucson Firefighters Association purchased, packaged, and delivered over 1,700 holiday meals for local Tucson families, delivered toys and cheer to the children of the Tucson Medical Center and Banner Hospital, and gave over 150 local children clothing and presents this holiday season. So thank you for your work. Also wanted to give a special congratulations to the upcoming graduates at Pantano High School. Pantano High School is in the Vail School District, just right outside of the boundaries of Ward 4, but we have families within Ward 4 that go there, and the school makes sure that kids that are at risk of dropping out of school make it through school. So tomorrow we have several graduates that are going to cross that finish line. So I just wanted to give my congratulations and a final happy holidays to everyone out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. And being at the Tucson Firefighter Association food box organizational project that they did, it was pretty amazing. They partnered with the Pima Area Labor Federation, had more than 100 volunteers there, which I was one of them, and it was really beautiful to see the coordination, the love, the willingness of the volunteers to be there. It was just a really happy occasion. It was good to see Chief Ryan there, and the Pima Area Labor Federation, along with TFFA and TFD, working together for the benefit of many families here in Tucson. So it was beautiful. Thank you so much. And it is the last meeting for the year. I just wanted to wish a happy holiday season to everyone, to all my colleagues, and everyone. Hopefully, we will have some special things to thank for, right? That happened 2019. I myself had an amazing journey in 2019. I'm happy to be your mayor, the mayor of the residents of the city of Tucson, and we're hoping that we have an even better 2020. So happy holidays, be safe, and I think one of the most important things that you can have during this holiday season is family and love. And it's not just about gifts, but it's about having each other. So I hope that you have a beautiful holiday season, and I hope my colleagues, both on the council and the administration, has a few days off to rest and recharge and come back to work really hard in 2020. So with that, let's move to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 414, dated December 17th, is received into and made part of the record. The time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
No report, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications, report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 415, dated December 17th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 5 requests for new license, 1 request for person transfer, 1 request for person location transfer. Under item 5C, we have 5 requests for special events. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 7 and C 1 through 5 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by 7-0. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, any member of the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to address the council? I have quite a bit of speakers tonight. We will try and give first come, first serve attention to these speakers. But if you do hear someone speaking on your issue and you want to pass, you can always do that. If you hear a speaker say something that you were planning on saying, please keep in mind that we have 30 minutes and that we want everyone to have an opportunity to speak tonight. So we're going to start with Sydney Benson, representing Tucson High School Council, Student Council. Is Sydney here? All righty, perfect.
Right here? This one? Okay. Hello, City Council. My name is Sydney Benson, and I'm the student body president at Tucson High Magnet School. And I'm here on behalf of my school because it was brought to my attention at a Tucson High Site Council meeting that took place on December 11th by Community Representative Noah Sensabar that parking meters were being planned to put on 3rd Avenue along our football field over winter break. I'm here to call action against the placement of these meters because it will greatly affect our campus and our students. Our school currently houses around 3,500 students, of which 70% qualify for free and reduced lunch, making that 2,450 who require assistance to be able to pay to eat every day. I understand that these parking meters would cost students around $8 to park there a day, which the meters are only placed for 6 hours. This increased time limit is specifically put to target our students because usually the meters have 2-hour limits. However, 6 hours would not last a sophomore on campus who's required to have 7 classes on their school day, making their day end around 3:20. To even get parking on campus, students have to arrive at the latest 7:30 a.m., which I know from experience as I parked there sophomore and junior year, and I just found that it was very hard to park there. And so if I had to park there from 7:30 to 3:20, I would need to find a way off campus to fill my meter to continue my school day. And that is not including if I am part of athletics or clubs or any recitals after school, which would also affect my financial. I would also like to say that the students who participate in many clubs of Tucson High would have to add on to their financial fees, making it so they would have to pay around $1,696 a year to park there just to attend school. So that's not including their games or their recitals or their practices or anything else they would like to attend at school. This charge of students would not only affect our campus, but also 4th Avenue's revenue. After school, before practice, or a club meeting, if you drive past 4th Avenue, you can see Tucson High students gathering to grab a bite at Brooklyn's or bison witches, or other students on dates at Dairy Queen or finishing up homework at Chocolate Iguana. I can guarantee all of these businesses will see a decrease in their revenue because students will have to be pushed out.
Thank you, Sydney. I really appreciate you coming out and speaking to Mayor and Council. Mr. City Manager, do we know if Park Tucson has approached the principal at Tucson High and TUSD on these matters?
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure that I can tell you with certainty there. I know that there is a broader conversation that's going on regarding parking in the area up to and including traffic patterns that are caused by the students crossing 6th Street. So all of that is interrelated, and we have had many conversations around that, so we'll continue to have that dialogue.
I think it also would be prudent to speak to TUSD about putting together maybe a package of transit passes for the students. So they might also plan, the students and the faculty might plan also to use our transit system to alleviate some of the concerns in terms of parking. So keep us abreast of that conversation if you can. We also have Nathaniel Games from Tucson High Student Council. I believe it's on the same issue of parking meters. Did you want to add your thoughts about this, Nathaniel? Or okay, come on up.
Okay. This one. Okay. Hi, I would also like to add on the topic about parking meters. And I'm also with Student Council. I'm the senior class vice president. And as a student, I'm on reduced lunch, and I drive to school every day. And I play football, and that's a lot of expenses. You know, accounting for gas and food, and it's a lot. And when we did the math, I don't know that I could afford personally $1,100+ a year for parking. And I know I'm going to be out of school in 6 months, but this is more so for the underclassmen and the future classes at Tucson High. Looking out for them, you know, I just don't think that it's a wise decision, especially because the school wasn't built with parking in mind. There's only about 80 spots on the entire campus to park in. It gets pretty crowded fast. You have to get there really early. We have 3,300 students, so taking away the parking, not necessarily taking away, but having to pay for it is going to deter students from parking there in the first place. It's going to force a lot of traffic into the neighborhoods like Pie Island. I just think you guys should seriously reconsider this decision. But thank you for hearing my thoughts.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. Raquel Rodriguez Wells.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to try to, I have a problem that's quite unique and very serious. My daughter's mentally ill. She's been diagnosed as an SMI. She's smart, intelligent. Other than that, she's a healthy, happy, attractive 51-year-old. She is due to inherit from people with bad intentions over her part of the benefits or the fund. They're in San Diego. The government, Social Security, is going to cut her off. what's happening is that the Tucson police got involved in estate planning, and they're determined, and I'm sorry you have children here, and they're determined to have my daughter's life end here. La Frontera, she's under La Frontera's care, and they are also involved. And I'm here to ask some of you, any one of you, to stop this injustice. It is called ending a life with intentions of doing so. Is called something else. I have been here 2 years writing to the police department. I give up. They told me a week and a half ago I met him, I won't say where because of the children, and they said, we have received all your letters. And I'm talking about the inheritance, and I said, you know, if professionals would get involved and contact the attorney that the beneficiaries in San Diego, California have, maybe that would help her. Please don't, you know, continue this. Well, it sounds like what the Tucson police are saying is we're continuing. And when her life comes to an end, the inheritance will be transferred to the beneficiaries. And again, I don't have much to say about La Frontera because they, you know, never have helped my daughter. She spent 2 years living by herself, suffering the consequences of this man assigned by, the police know who he is, to come in and give her, push strong chemicals from the street. She suffered a lot, and the Tucson police know it. They never did anything about that. And again, they're determined to have my 51-year-old baby's life end. There's no reason for that. There's got to be another way. It's about working at it.
So what we'll do is we'll make sure that the city manager follows up with this particular case and refer to the Tucson Police Department. Mr. Manager? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll give the city manager information to follow up.
Would you please?
Thank you. Bonnie Polos?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Bonnie Polis. I reside at 1208 East Smoot Drive in the Campus Farm neighborhood. Before I start, I'd like to welcome the newly elected new council members and the re-elected council member to this illustrious council, and I'd also like to welcome the new mayor, and I'm sure we'll see more of each other in the future. I am here tonight to request that item number 7 on the consent agenda, item G, the Mountain Enclave subdivision, be pulled from the consent agenda and discussed, and then possibly making a decision to deny the final plat. I come to you as someone who got involved in my neighborhood more than half a lifetime ago. I got involved forming a neighborhood association. We worked on the North Side area plan, our own Campus Farms sub-area plan under that. And we have worked with developers over the years to try and encourage good development that encourages property owners who are already there to remain and improve their homes and to welcome new people into the area. I also, in 2011 and 12, worked on the flexible lot development that was a replacement for the residential cluster project. I was there as a neighborhood representative, and we were concerned that the FLD with the maximum density option was a way for a developer to get a rezoning without going through the rezoning process. We were assured numerous times that FLDs had to conform to the existing neighborhood and area plans, and that was where our public input was respected. In the Mountain Enclave situation, I don't think that happened. I question whether or not the staff person involved in the discussions with the developer read the plan. I don't think that the CDRC read the plan, and I'm pretty sure that the developer didn't read the plan either, because many of the things specified in the Northside Area Plan with respect to compatible development were ignored. And then the city administrative staff and planning and development services made a decision that was unprecedented to not even require privacy mitigation because the perimeter landscaping buffer was considered a separate lot and therefore was the adjacent property and not the properties that had people living in homes. I really think this process was flawed. I'd like to have the FLD re-examined for a number of reasons, but this particular case I think needs to be re-examined, discussed, and re-examined. Thank you very much.
Colette Altifer.
Good evening, I'm Colette Altaffer. I am not a paid consultant and I'm a native Tucsonan. It has been said that the sins of the parent are visited upon the children. A friend of mine was recently sitting in a doctor's office talking to an acquaintance he happened to see there. A woman was sitting nearby and she suddenly spoke up. She had overheard my friend's conversation, so she proceeded to tell them about her father. He had been a researcher at the U of A. He and his colleagues spent years studying thousands of water wells throughout the Tucson Basin, and they had come to the conclusion that there was not enough water for growth. When the man who was mayor at the time learned of their research, he arranged to have it destroyed. He made a unilateral decision that the economy was more important than the long-term survival of this community. When the CAP came along, everyone thought we had dodged a bullet. We now know better. Today, it is Tucson's bureaucrats who are making unilateral decisions. Your development services and legal departments are reinterpreting codes purely for the sake of greater density and the developers' profits. But their scorched earth approach has propelled Tucson to the top of the list of cities that are rapidly growing hotter. If you do not rein in these departments, Tucson will not survive the escalating temperatures and diminishing water supply. And it will be your children who pay the price for the sins of these unelected and unaccountable bureaucrats.
JJ Esquivel.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is JJ Esquivel. I'm speaking on behalf of business owners on the east side, specifically to the point where my business is right in the middle of some road construction at Broadway and Camino Seco. And my business, as well as other businesses, have been greatly affected by the road construction. According to the Regional Transportation Authority, most businesses decline 20 to 25% through the course of road construction. Unfortunately, my business has been one of those that has been affected more than others. At this point, the road construction is getting closer to being done, so it'd be a moot point to try to advance the road construction any quicker. However, I'm here to create a dialogue to speak with the council to see if future road construction, there could be a little more done to help support the local businesses. The RTA had a budget of $2.1 billion for road construction. That's over the course of 20 years. However, part of that road construction, or part of that the budgeting, $10 million was set aside for small business assistance. Spread that over the course of 20 years, that's $500,000 a year that can be put towards helping the small businesses that are affected. I've spoken to a few people trying to gather a little more information. One of the people that has really responded is Councilman Paul Cunningham. We've had some good conversations, some good dialogue. We just need to advance that dialogue. At this point, my business has really been affected by this, but as you know, there's always going to be road construction in Tucson, and I just feel like more needs to be done to help those small businesses. The one program that I constantly am being referred to is Main Street Business Consultings. I have spoken with many people within Main Street, very nice people. They do have some ideas. However, I don't feel like their suggestions actually bring people back into the area. As you know, a lot of people just avoid road construction in Tucson, and when people are avoiding areas, they avoid your business, not specific by choice, but it is something that that people do think about. And so at this point, like I said, I mean, if there's some kind of dialogue, some kind of programs that we can work with, it is something that needs to be done, specifically when Broadway is going to undergo this huge widening, and more businesses shouldn't be affected by this.
Thank you, Mr. Esquivel.
Your Honor, I think I've already talked to you and the city attorney about the task force that I'm forming on this. I also spoke with Councilmember Kozaczek. I think we have a good start going. And JJ, thanks for coming down and letting everybody know you've dropped the pebble down the mountain, and the avalanche is going to come. So we're going to keep working on it. And I'll probably see you at your place later this week because I'm due to get some wings. So
well, I appreciate you guys taking the time. And
in the interest of free advertising, wings over Broadway.
Yes.
Camino Seco and Broadway. Voted best wings in Tucson 7 years in a row.
Thank you, Mr. Esquivel. Jason Howdicky.
Esteemed Mayor and Council, my name is Jason Huaraque. I'm from Barrio Santa Cruz Neighborhood Association. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We've had a very busy couple of weeks in our neighborhood, and I'll try to squeeze it into 3 minutes. First of all, I'd like to offer some thanks. Many months ago, we came to you, Mayor Romero, and your Ward 1 office about flooding problems in our neighborhood. One of the suggestions was to join with Tucson Clean and Beautiful about implementing some water harvesting basins to help alleviate that problem. That construction started this last week. The basins are turning out beautiful. The desert life that's in there, the plant life and trees that have been planted are a great addition to the neighborhood. And I'd like to thank Katie Gannon and also Jenny Moscato, who actually just really pushed that through and made sure that this came to life. And we can see how it's already affecting us as far as gathering water away from the streets. Another event that happened was on Saturday, also with Tucson Clean and Beautiful, and Siri, Hilda Cortez with Siri also helped with this. We started planting some trees in the neighborhood. Mayor, you said you want to plant 1 million trees in Tucson, and at the time a lot of people said, well, how does that happen? Well, it started happening. There's trees in the ground. It's in our neighborhood. We planted 44 trees this Saturday. And I'd also like to thank the Girl Scouts and South Point Catholic High School volunteers for coming out. Tucson Police Department Park Safety was out there. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Ortega, City Manager. Your leadership truly comes through. We've had so many different departments from the city come in and help our neighborhood. It truly is one city, one team, and their commitment to the community is just amazing, and we really appreciate that. Also, another thing that's happened recently, as you know from the study session today, one of the properties near our neighborhood, the Regal Hotel, Ravi Patel and his management, they applied for a GPLET incentives to do some renovations and improvements there. As we formed this organization, one of the issues we wanted to guard against was preservation of our neighborhood in face of all the development and economic growth that's happening. We've had a lot of mentorship and education on this with neighborhood leaders such as Pedro Gonzalez, Josefina Cardenas, Yolanda Herrera. Lately, Dr. Lydia Otero helped educate us about how the freeway building that affected families and neighborhoods on the south side and the west side. So when we approached this, we really didn't know what to do and what to expect, but we've gotten great guidance from Councilor Santa Cruz, from yourself, Mayor Romero, and we've worked a great partnership together with Ravi Patel, and I'd like to offer our support for his development, his improvements that he's offering. We don't do this blindly. We've taken this into careful consideration. We still support groups like the Barrio Neighborhood Coalition, which is working to improve issues like displacement, affordable housing, and gentrification. And we still support Yolanda Herrera and her fight against increased liquor licenses on the south side. But we do support Rafi Patel because he has ingratiated himself with the neighborhood. He was in our neighborhood Saturday with his hands in the dirt planting trees. He's held numerous meetings to get input and take our neighborhood, our concerns into consideration. So we'd like to offer all that, and I thank you for the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Maria Volvis.
Hi, and thank you. I have been here several times before, also speaking on about some of the flexible lot developments that are going on in Tucson and how they have been disrupting the surrounding neighborhoods and existing residences. One of the things, especially for the privacy mitigation, is that even though there is a lot that they are trying to divide this up into lots, FLDs are considered as sites. So I don't know where that came from. I also wanted to say and welcome some of the residents that have come down here in support of trying to bring this development into compliance. We have had numerous trying to have conversations with planning and development staff. We sent out packets to all of the council members, and hopefully you've had time to kind of look at this. It was in an attempt to try to shed some more light on some of the things that we see are not complying. And so we are urging that this mountain enclave lots be removed so that it can be further discussed and brought into compliance for functional open space, privacy mitigation, and also the native plant preservation plan, which we feel are still not in compliance. And we did have a meeting with Planning and Development Services and many other city employees on November 14th, and we asked specific questions that we were hoping would be answered. The memorandum we got back from Planning and Development touched on some of these things, but they did not answer in full our concerns that we had with how skinny landscape borders along parking lots are considered functional open space, why the functional open space isn't accessible and would be not accessible to anybody when after a storm, when they're all full of water. The privacy mitigation that, as Bonnie said, is that decision is unprecedented to have two-story homes staring down into rear and front or side and front yards of existing residences, all of which are single-story except for maybe one. So we just feel that this is a very urgent and important decision to make now. Tucson doesn't deserve mediocre building. We deserve postcards for every development that we do. It's going to make all of our lives better, and we really urge you to take this under consideration. Thank you.
Alexander Gabbard.
Hi, I'm 12. My name's Alexandria Gabbard, and I am with the Tucson Rugby Club, and I'm here to talk about the conditions of Esteban Park. We practice there in the summer together as a club, and me and some of my other teammates are worried about the conditions of the park. Over the summer, we had a fire right by the park in the parking lot, which was kind of scary for some of us on the field and off the field. The bathrooms there are not sanitary whatsoever, and there's no soap, or the sinks don't work, and there's nothing to dry your hands. There's hardly ever toilet paper, and multiple people have been found in there not doing right stuff. The fields are never properly mowed. There's holes in the fields, which are like scary because you could break your ankle if you fell in them. And this summer, I believe, we all stayed there as a club to try to clean up the field and the weeds, and even after that, it didn't really help. So I was wondering if we could either like have a fund to help clean up the park or the bathrooms, or just like even the parking spaces are not good at all. Like the roads are not good. They're like rocky, and it's just not really safe for the kids who practice there in the summer.
Well, Alexandra, thank you so much for your input, and we do have the Parks and Recreation Director right over there in the back. He heard everything you had to say about that park, and so we will make sure that we will give him your information if we need to follow up after that, but I think your message was very clear. Okay? Thank you. Hopefully we can take care of this issue. The next speaker is Angela. Did Angela want to add to this? Angela Wagner-Gabbard.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Angela Wagner-Gabbard, and I'm here with Tucson Rugby Club. I'm coming today because our Board of Directors sent a letter to Brent Dennis, Manuel Mendez, Mike Hayes, and Sean Nicholson back on September 23rd regarding the conditions at Estevan Park, and we never received a response. The problem is that both the Tucson Rugby Club and Old Pueblo Rugby Club utilize this field as our home field in Tucson. And while it is used regularly during the season, it is also often used in the off season for Summer Touch League, training for youth and adult rugby, summer practices, etc. And over the course of the last few months, there has been a marked decline in the care of the park and field that has raised concerns for the members of our club, parents, and fans. One of the issues is the infestation of ground squirrels, which have dug holes throughout the field and the surrounding ground. And as you can imagine, many of these holes are large enough that someone could injure themselves badly. It's very difficult to avoid the holes while we are practicing and playing, as they're hidden by the weeds and grass. Another concern we would like to highlight is an incident where a high school girls team was playing early one morning this last spring. We had requested that the bathrooms be opened at 8 a.m., but Tucson Parks and Recreation personnel failed to arrive until after the match began and did not arrive until approximately 10 a.m., despite multiple attempts to contact them by phone. In the meantime, our high school girls, as well as girls from the visiting team, witnessed homeless people urinating and defecating outside of the bathrooms. The players also had to drive away from the pitch to find public restroom facilities, and this ultimately delayed the start of the game as a result. As a resolution to the restroom issue, our match secretary had reached out to your park management. Our club was given keys to open the restrooms. The understanding was that we would lock the bathrooms before we left. To our surprise, as of this summer, the keys that we were given were no longer working, and we were not told of the change. Most concerning to our parents and players and youth have been the use of needles and condoms on the pitch, as well as blankets and other refuge spread throughout the park. It's of great concern that a child might pick up something like a used needle that could cause serious harm, or that a player or fan could step on one. Lastly, families who come to our events with children have not been able to take them to the playground, as the homeless have turned it into their home, sleeping in the slide, etc. Our collective clubs have also had multiple break-ins into our large blue storage facility that holds our gear. Things have gone missing, and there have been, even as my daughter mentioned, a fire at the park this summer. We know that Tucson police are stretched thin, but we would like to work with you and them to discuss the best way to address these issues. Any assistance that you can provide in remediating the dangerous field conditions and other issues at the park would be greatly appreciated. We're hopeful that working together we can make Estevan the best place that we can and demonstrate our pride in our parks and community to the families, players, and visitors. We want to see the city, try and get this cleaned up. We've been working with Parks and Recreation for years and making phone calls and making requests and putting in money to have overseeding done, and we're just not getting anywhere. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Gabbard. Again, our City Parks and Recreation Director just heard everything that you just said, and he will follow up with rugby club and I think this is in Ward 1, so I think it would be appropriate to include Ward 1 on these issues. So thank you so much, really appreciate it. Because of time, we have the time for one more, and since there are other people ahead, but it was the similar issue, so I'm going to give time to Tracy Galligan. If Tracy is in attendance. Tracy Galligan. All righty, so then I think we're done with call to the audience. Item 7.
Consent agenda items A through J.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is finance, write-off of uncollectible accounts receivable. Item C is real property acquisition of water utility easement for relocation of water infrastructure on state land located in the vicinity of I-10 and Ruthroff Road. Item D is economic initiatives contract amendment with OB Sports Golf Management for Tucson golf courses. Item E is a final plat S19071 Littleton and Craycroft lots 1 through 3. Item F is a final plat S19037 Saguaro Trails blocks 4 residential lots 1 through 141 and common areas B, C, and E. Item G is a final plat S18094 Mountain Enclave lots 1 through 76 and common areas A, B, and C. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Kozaczyk. Item H is a final plat S19055 La Estancia de Tucson Block D lots 1 through 42 and common area A1. Item I is boards, committees, and commissions, appointments to the self-insured Health Benefits Trust Board of Trustees. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item J is Tucson Code amending Chapter 23A, extension of development impact fee phase-in fee rates. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion? May I have a motion, please?
I move we approve the matters on the consent agenda.
Except for item G.
Yes.
Second. And I.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Aye. Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczyk? Aye. Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0.
So the item to be
Clerk?
considered separately would be item G. This was pulled by Councilmember Kozaczyk.
Councilmember Kozaczyk?
Yep, thanks. So I had a couple of purposes in pulling this. Number one, I'm going to walk sort of slowly through this because a lot of times zoning and acronyms get confusing to people who don't walk in those fields. Number one, I don't believe that the counsel we have received that we have no voice in reviewing a plat is correct in this and similar cases. And number two, given that, the current FLD process allowing staff to make decisions on whether or not a development is consistent with the current terms of the UDC, and that's important, that we have no voice in that unless we can review the plat. So when I asked to see the basis on which we are not allowed to review plats, some of the cases are, for instance, Robinson v. Lintz. A county board of supervisors was said to have acted beyond their authority in delaying action on a subdivision plat, while an ordinance increasing minimum lot sizes was being brought to the process. Another one, ordering a subdivision plat to be recorded after a county planning process delayed consideration so that a downsizing could be processed. Similar examples were included in that. What I'm proposing is that we are doing none of that. We are not I am not asking that we delay this plat in order that we can change existing code. I'm simply saying that the plat that's in front of us doesn't comply with existing code already. Secondly, the staff interpretation of the code. I passed out to the council and some of you in the audience will recognize this as a description of the plat. The little red rectangle in the middle of this is the development that we're being asked to consider. The purpose of a flexible lot development, I'm going to fall into acronyms, of an FLD is a flexible lot development. Coming out of our existing code, the purpose of the flexible lot development is to provide greater flexibility and creativity in the design of residential development by incentives to achieve community goals, and the assumption is that the development also should be bringing back value to the surrounding area. And these goals include such as historic and archaeological preservation, the preservation of native vegetation, providing open space that is usable and includes suitably located active and passive recreational amenities such as trails, walking paths, picnic areas, playgrounds, providing visual connections, physical connections to open space, and preserving to the greatest extent possible natural, undisturbed open space, landscape features such as natural vegetation. This plat that we have in front of us achieves none of that. And if you simply look at the site development plan, you can see that it should have been held to normal UDC, Uniform Development Code processes. It should not have been allowed to go through as an FLD process because none of the purposes of the FLD apply to this plat that we have in front of us. Open space on our UDC, Uniform Development Code, is pretty simple. Our UDC says that 30% of the site, again, the site is the little red rectangle. 30% of that site is supposed to be used for streets and drainage ways and other uses, and that acreage is not supposed to be calculated when you're calculating the maximum density. That's what our UDC currently says. I'm not saying we hold this up so we can change it to achieve that. When you apply that standard to the Mountain View development, you're over 17 units per acre. Our UDC also currently says that once you get to greater density than 14 units per acre, it says the primary vehicular access is provided to an arterial street. There's not an arterial street anywhere close to this development. So again, I'm talking about our current UDC, not trying to hold this up so that we can redraw the UDC so that it doesn't comply any longer. Also, when we allow them to develop using the maximum density option, under functional open space, it says this: the additional open space shall be usable for passive and active recreational uses such as, again, trails and walking paths and picnic areas and playgrounds. That's the UDC. That's currently the UDC. Staff has allowed Mountain View to count non-ADA accessible basins, remnant areas, perimeter landscape. They're not usable for anything such as what's described in the UDC. Even if you use the current FLD language, and I'm saying we shouldn't even be using that, but even if you use that, functional open space is defined as something that is conveniently located to and usable by the maximum number of residential units on the site and should not be comprised of remnant areas that are not usable by residents of the FLD. We have done exactly that. The result is that over 60% of what staff is allowing as functional open space doesn't qualify by our existing codes, whether you use the UDC or the FLD criteria. The purpose of the FLD is to facilitate the preservation of native vegetation. And I read that a couple of moments ago. Undisturbed open space. Again, look at the site development plan that we have, and it obliterates all of the undisturbed open space. Our current UDC says that it should be all preserved vegetation, washes, riparian areas. We're obliterating all of that. The plant inventory that was identified in this under our native plant preservation ordinance, there were 148 velvet mesquite on the site. Every one of them is being bulldozed. This site development plan is not a serious application of our UDC. It is not a serious application of our current code requirements. It is my contention that staff should not have allowed the FLD review to begin with. They should not have approved the maximum density. There's not an arterial anywhere close to this. They did not properly address functional open space per the terms of our own UDC, and they did not properly apply the Native Plant Preservation Ordinance. And with that, this plat should be denied and forced back to take another look at this, be redesigned with reconsideration to our current codes. Again, to deference to our city attorney, I'm not suggesting we hold this up so we can go and redraft codes and then fit this into newly drafted codes. This already doesn't apply, does not conform. And with that, I would make a motion that we deny this plat and force it back for design reconsideration that confirms with current codes.
I'll second that.
So there's a motion and a second. I'd like to ask the city attorney to review the process, what exactly happened, why are there still so much concern on this particular development, and if you can go over the recommendation, and I believe Planning Development Services is here, so we might call you up, Scott, just to make sure that we answer some questions. So it's discussion. City Attorney, if you can
Yes,
go over this.
I can. Thank you, Mayor, and members of the Mayor and Council, and Councilmember Kozaczek. And clearly the question has arisen about what is the scope of the Mayor and Council's authority when you are reviewing, considering the approval of a final plat. And this is consideration of a final plat is on almost every one of your agendas, and they're on the consent agenda. And they're on the consent agenda for a reason. It's because the consideration of the approval of a final plat is not a legislative decision like your consideration of a rezoning, where you're just making a decision whether you agree with or support a project or not, and you can either vote yes or no, and you have full legislative discretion to do that. A final plat is different. A final plat is like a permit, and the only consideration that's in front of the governing body when you're considering a final plat is whether the application complies with and conforms with existing ordinances and regulations relating to subdivisions, okay? And under Arizona law, it's very clear that if the determination is that the application does in fact comply with the city's subdivision ordinances and regulations, then the only decision that can be made is to approve the plat, and it can't be delayed or denied. So the question here is, does this plat comply with existing codes and ordinances? And Councilmember Kozaczek has raised issues about the compliance of this particular application to our codes and ordinances.
And to be clear, there are more, but I truncated it so that we could at least initiate this conversation.
Understood. So the process is set up under the Unified Development Code, the UDC, for review of both tentative and then final plats. Final plats is what comes to the Mayor and Council to ensure compliance with all applicable subdivision ordinances and regulations. And that review isn't just done by PDSD staff. There's also a review by the Development Review Committee, the CDRC. They review it for compliance with the various codes and regulations. PDSD also reviews it. It goes to the PDSD director to make determination. In this particular instance, since it was part of an FLD process, if I'm not mistaken, it was also reviewed by the city's design professional during the course of that review for that very purpose, to determine compliance and conformity with the city's subdivision codes and regulations. One issue during the review process was in fact appealed to the Board of Adjustment, and that was a determination about density and specifically conformity with the applicable neighborhood plan. The Board of Adjustment upheld the staff determination. That was actually the subject of litigation, a special action up to Superior Court. The Superior Court upheld that determination as well. So the density issue was resolved through that process. The other issues that Councilmember Kozaczek has raised were also the subject of review, both by the CDRC and then ultimately by PDSD. And their determinations were that this application is in conformance and compliance with the city's applicable subdivision regulations. In the materials that were prepared for the Mayor and Council consideration, there was a memorandum or letter from the Planning and Development Services Director addressing the various issues, but Mr. Clark is here and can address the specific issues relating to the Native Plant Preservation Ordinance, the privacy mitigation plan requirements under the code and how they do or do not in this instance apply, and then the functional open space. So I would leave it to the director, since the review of the plat is, it's not done by the city attorney, it's done by staff through the code, and he can offer up the explanation as to the determination that this application is in compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I would like to call up Mr. Clark. And we have been hearing at call to the audience the concerns, right? The privacy mitigation concerns, the native plant preservation concerns, and the additional functional open space concerns, and then maximum density. Explain to us what happened. I mean, isn't the Planning and Development Services Department supposed to listen to the concerns of the surrounding neighborhood?
He's trying to turn the mic on. It's on.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Yes, and to that end, I do want to just go through this. We are required to apply the existing code. This does go through the city's Development Review Committee as well as a third-party design review professional. It was reviewed 4 times by the design review professional, and in the end, that was found to be compliant in all areas. I did ask staff to go back and look at this 3 times, actually. And so what we found in regards to functional open space is that when you are doing an FLD in greater than 5 acres, you are allowed to increase your density, providing that you add an additional 20% functional open space. Now, functional open space can be defined as passive or active. In this case, it's passive, and that can include drainage basins, it can include landscape basins, it can include anything that you would see aesthetically or be able to use. It also allows you, when you use greater than 5 acres, to break up that functional open space, one, to make it more convenient for more residents to get to, but it also doesn't require that it be contiguous. So from the functional open space perspective, this plat is compliant. Regarding the native plant preservation, the Mountain View Enclave, the homeowners out there suggested, and were correct, in fact, that there were 148 trees on site, and statistically, how could none of them be viable? I asked that David Marhafka, a landscape architect from TDOT, Mr. Tree, who is a commercial vendor in town that actually transplants trees, and Andy O'Connor, our in-house native plant person, to go back out there, walk the site personally, and see what they came up with. They found 20 mesquite trees that were viable, but the guidance provided to us by the native plant people was they probably would have severe mortality in transplanting, so they recommended mitigation. The recommended mitigation ratio for the native trees is 2 to 1, so that should have been 40 mesquite. What they're providing in the revised native plant preservation plan is 60, with an additional trees, it takes us up to 100 total trees on the site. So they've exceeded the mitigation requirements for both the native and other trees. So they've added substantial trees to it. The privacy mitigation plan, I agree, it's not the best thing on earth right now as far as the adjacency standard, but that is the code that we review by. And so the common lot, the common area that is formed is a legal lot, and that separates the new lots from the existing homes that are out there. So the term adjacency prevents or does not require a privacy mitigation plan. The other concerns that they had were regarding architectural variation plans. And I want to kind of break this down for you. The original developer submitted all of this as a package: privacy mitigation, architectural variation, native plant preservation, functional open space, the whole 9 yards. What you have before you tonight is a final plat, which shows the lot lines, the easements, the drainages, the assurances, native plant preservation. The architectural variation and privacy mitigation were also submitted, reviewed by the design review professional, and found to be compliant. However, there is an opportunity to revisit that post-final plat. This plat is being sold to a new developer who will have their own designs for structures, in which you'll have the opportunity to see a new architectural variation plan and potentially, because it's not required, a privacy mitigation plan. Those plans are appealable to the design review board. So there's an opportunity to come back and look at that. But for the code that we have before us today, the review that was performed by the design review professional and CDRC suggests that this is a compliant plat.
Councilmember Kazaki?
Yeah, so I appreciate all these multiple reviews. In essence, what's happening is that staff is confirming their own initial conclusions, and I would expect that to be the result. When Mike Rankin said that you're going to go and take a second look at it, I was hardly surprised that your second look confirmed what your first look concluded. As far as the privacy mitigation plan is concerned, all throughout the FLD discussion, we're supposed to be considering an FLD as a site. And what staff has allowed is the landscape buffer to be considered a separate parcel within that site. That's inconsistent. It's internally inconsistent. And so the privacy mitigation plan, you've confounded two different definitions of the FLD, site versus parcel. Secondly, you're dropping words when you're reading the definition of functional open space. It does say it should be usable for passive or active uses, but you drop the word recreational. There's no way that a non-ADA compliant detention basin can be considered recreational. And then it goes on to identify specifics such as trails and walking paths and picnic areas and playgrounds. So I don't buy for a second that this plat, that thing, where you're squeezing, what is it, 76 units onto 6 acres or something, and there's nothing even remotely close to it in the surrounding neighborhood in terms of density. And there's not an arterial anywhere close to it either, which is required by our own code when you're exceeding maximum density. So I don't see how staff can confirm their own conclusions when it's so grossly out of conformance with our own codes.
So the passive recreation does not require that you have access to it physically. It's something you can see aesthetically. So that is the
How are you
landscape.
going to recreate on a detention basin that's not even ADA compliant? How does that even make any sense, Scott? It's not recreational. It's supposed to catch water in the case of a flood.
Well, it's a passive use, which means it's visual, which means it doesn't require an ADA requirement to go into it.
What are the options for mayor and council, Mr. Attorney? You just explained to us right now that what is our responsibility today? Because it sounds to me like there is no that residents surrounding this development are still concerned, and that the issues of open space and privacy mitigation were not listened to when the process was happening. So what are the recourses that we have right now to either move forward or take a pause and send this back to the Planning and Development Services Department?
So, Mayor, I have no doubt that the concerns about these issues remain with the folks who have brought these objections all along. But again, this is not a process like a rezoning where you can make legislative policy type decisions about how you want a project to be shaped or not. It's a much more narrow universe in decision-making authority that you have. The issue here is that you have professional staff that has made a determination that the application is in compliance with applicable subdivision regulations. I don't believe that, given that fact, that a denial of the final plat could be something that we could defend.
The UDC is a legislative act.
It is.
The governing body deserves a voice in reviewing staff interpretations. And you implied that when you said they're going to take a second look, and if that second look confirms their suspicions, then we don't have a voice in it. The flip side of that coin is that if a second look confirms that it didn't comply, then we do have a right to take a second look. Where there is a legitimate difference of opinion on interpretation of code, and this governing body is the legislative body who adopted it, seems to me that our interpretation of our own code ought to have some equal standing, if not more, than staff's.
Councilmember Durham.
Turn your mic on.
I have a few comments on Mountain Enclave final plat, which I want to give you notice is in Ward 3. First, in the comments passed out to each council office, it says that my office ignored and dismissed concerns from the outset. That's just not true. My staff and I have corresponded with and worked with members of the Mountain View Neighborhood Association many times throughout this process, including convening meetings where the neighborhood representatives were able to raise concerns and get answers from PDSD and early on with the developers. My office most recently, my office convened a meeting with on November 14th with neighborhood representatives, Councilmember Kozacek, PDSD, Mr. Rankin, and the city attorney staff, as well as Rio West and KB Homes. It should be noted that KB Homes is in the process of closing on this development, and at my request has stated that they will continue to be available to neighbors as the designs are finalized, and that they will be responsive during construction to neighbors' concerns. The zoning administrator has concluded that the Mountain Enclave subdivision flexible lot development is in conformance with the UDC. The neighborhood association hired an attorney and took this case to the Board of Adjustments. The Board of Adjustments concurred with the zoning administrator. The neighborhood association took the city to the Pima County Superior Court. Judge Harrington affirmed the Board of Adjustments and the zoning administrator that the Mountain Enclave subdivision FLD is in compliance with the UDC. We've already heard Mr. Rankin address the issue. Lastly, I can tell you all that the FLD is a complicated process and that some of the heartache could have been avoided if there was more fine-tuning of the FLD process and requirements. This process got messy, and staff wasn't always clear with my office or with the neighborhood about the specifics of the FLD requirements. I believe that both staff and I have come to the conclusion that some improvements can and should be made to the FLD to the FLD moving forward. Scott, in February, when the FLD comes back to us, can you be sure to include a review of the open space calculations, privacy mitigation, retention and detention, adjacency, and native plant preservation standards?
Honorable Mayor and Council, yes, we can.
With that, I move that we, as an alternative resolution, that we adopt item G to the consent amendment, to the consent agenda, the Mountain Enclave final plat.
So there is a motion and a second previously done to Councilmember Durham's substitute motion. So there's a substitute motion on the floor, right?
Your Honor, Councilman Durham would be making a substitute motion to the original main motion, so we would need a second to that motion in order to consider it.
So is there a second?
Your Honor, I'd rather discuss the first motion first.
Okay, so there's a lack of a second, and the first motion and second are still, we are still discussing this. So Councilmember, Vice Mayor Cunningham.
Just a couple questions. Number one, on the plat, it looks like they've got, are they doing ground floor single garages? Is that what it is?
Honorable Mayor and Council, the original proposal that came in for this development showed two-story homes and some single-story homes. That development package will change with the new owner, KB. What they bring in, I do not know yet. So the final plat is the assignment of lot lines, easements, drainage, native plant preservation. It is not the structures themselves.
So they've got lots of about 30 by 60 is what it looks like. And on 30 by 60 foot lots, if you're doing 4 feet in between, as I'm doing my math, I'm kind of going, there's no way anybody's going to be able to park unless you do ground floor garages and the housing on top, which that's fine. I've actually always wanted to do development like that. But I'm looking at this, and there's a couple things, and again, I don't doubt that everybody, that staff's intentions to interpret the UDC is wrong here. I don't want to countermand a bunch of work that's already been done. I'm coming to the game kind of late, but I'm trying to understand a couple things. We've never done this dense a development with one point of entry and exit. Like, I've been on the council 9 years. I don't think I've voted ever. I very rarely challenge developments, especially not in my ward, and it's not often. But I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but this kind of doesn't pass the eye test here. I'm just hold on, and this is why. There's an entrance on Kleindale.
No.
So where's there's an entrance on Halcyon way over here, and then there's an entrance at the Fremont Haven Nexus. Is that how that works?
The fire code requires 2 entrances, 2 access points.
But and they're building a road going down on the South Halcyon end, and then so that means if there's a fire on the western portion of on the southwestern portion of the property, you can't go through Holloway to address the fire.
Yeah, in building code, that would be called creating a dead-end corridor, and it's illegal.
So I just, like, there's some I stuff here. Look, normally I'd say that some of these plats would be fixed in the permitting process. I think that's, and I actually believe that. But based on kind of what I'm hearing, there's a few things going on here. The fact that the neighbors have already hired counsel, it seems like we're in a damned if we do, damned if we don't situation. We're going to be actionable regardless. If we reject the plat, KB is going to be they're going to take action. If we don't reject the plat, the neighbors are going to take more action. So I don't know why we can't continue this item? I mean, I'm just asking. I don't want to kill it yet, because there might be some value to building the density in this neighborhood, and there might be some opportunity. The parcel in question, which is a vacant lot, is surrounded by a medium density development. It's got duplexes on one side. It's got triplexes on another side. I mean, there's opportunity to develop this property. I'm not saying you can't develop it ever. What I'm saying is, I don't know if this is exactly what we've got in mind. This is a little bit ambitious here. And so I'm just asking if we can continue this and see if this can get thinned out a little bit. I don't think we're making, I think there needs to be a little more open space. I think we want to have a couple bigger lots and stuff like that. So perhaps bigger lots and stuff like that. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, we've got structures on the adjacent property that are bigger than the lots themselves on this property. So that's kind of why I'm saying, can we continue this? And can I do that? Do we need a motion to continue this?
Before you put another motion on the table, it's a fair question to ask, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Rankin, if we can delay and continue working with Planning and Development Services to alleviate some of these concerns, because I think that density is worth working on, but the interpretation of what the Planning Development Services Department has brought us today is not quite there yet to a lot of what we see here in front of us. So that's a fair question. Is it possible?
So any delay, which would be accomplished by a motion to continue, and you'd put it on a date certain for a future meeting, would have to be based on an articulated concern or belief that the plat application is not in compliance with existing city code.
Okay,
so that's how it would have to be framed.
Is there the possibility of articulating that legally? That with the conversation that has been had by Councilmember Kozaczek, there is articulation of interpretation of our codes. So can you help me through this?
So yes, but Councilmember Kozaczek's motion was to deny. So in the context, if that motion is amended to say delay to ensure compliance with the code, and in particular the express reasons that you've articulated.
I'll make.
Although I believe, and just remember, the density issue has been addressed through the Board of Adjustment and through litigation. So, but you've articulated other reasons in terms of code compliance. And so that would be the best basis to articulate for a continuance or delay.
So, Councilmember Kozaczek, would you remove? Is that the correct way? Withdraw your previous motion and put on the table a new motion?
Yeah, I'll amend it to delay the final approval to delay the approval of this final plat in order to send it back to PDSD to bring it into conformity with our existing codes, specifically with respect to. I don't want to do the list and limit thing. I just leave it like that. And with respect to the Superior Court, they affirmed our process. They didn't dig into the UDC and start looking at terms and conditions of the UDC. So for Paul to say the Superior Court affirmed this, they didn't affirm our UDC. They affirmed it. Did you follow the correct process?
Okay, Steve, the motion.
Did you get it?
Is that a motion that will help us through the process?
Yes, but and I will refer back to your original motion, which is in the record, because that articulates specific concerns with the code, which I think is very important given the advice I gave earlier.
That's fair enough.
I think so. So the second motion maker has, so that we have a motion and a second to delay this item for further review.
I think KB
Okay,
wants to speak.
we have the owner, the new owner of the property, KB. Would you like to?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yes, absolutely. Would you come up and to the microphone and add a couple of words?
Hi, my name is Walter Hoag, and I'm, along with my brother, we're the property owners. And we've been working on this project for over a year. We've been through many processes, many, zoning examiner, board of adjustment, superior court, process with the city, and it's just one delay after another. And I'm not sure by a continuance of this final plat determination, it's going to do anything more than just cause us more hardship. It's a process that's it's been vetted professionally. We've looked at it multiple times with your staff. They're hired employees of the city to look out for the best interest of this community. And I'm not sure by sitting here, things like looking at the plat saying, well, there's not, access points. Well, there's an access off Halcyon. There's an access off of Fremont to Prince. We, as an accommodation to the neighborhood, initially had a design showing Kleindale access, but they asked us not to do that, and we basically took that out of one of our earlier iterations of the plan. So there's been process here. There's been communication. We've worked within the context and the confines of the code, and so a continuation of this is nothing more than just a hardship. I'm not sure, discounting what your staff has done, professional staff, does anything more to bring clarity to this project. So.
What is your name again? I'm sorry.
Walter Hoag.
Walter. So there are concerns. There are concerns up here from my colleagues on the council, and there are concerns from the neighbors surrounding this development. The flexible lot development process is something that Mayor and Council wanted to bring, and we created this maybe back in, when did we create this? In 2010, 2009, the flexible lot development? I'm trying to recall. One of the reasons that we created it was because we want this density. We want density inside city limits. And so, but at the same time, we want to follow our own codes, right? We want to make sure that the interpretation of staff at Planning and Development Services is not overlooking the concerns that Mayor and Council and the community have in terms of functional open space and passive open space. And how that is being interpreted is concerning to me, because passive open space, as originally intended, was much more of open space that didn't have a path or a park or a trail, but that was actually adding to the open space in a particular development, not landscaping buffers counted as passive open space. So that is the area where I'm concerned about this. And so I think it's appropriate to delay, but I don't think I'm hearing from you that you are willing to continue and work with the Planning, Development, and Services to get a better product to develop this particular.
I appreciate what you're saying, but at the same time, we've worked tirelessly through this. We've been contested at 3 times now for density, so density shouldn't be another point of discussion right now. Density's been talked about at the zoning examiner level, the Board of Adjustment, and at court. So density shouldn't be something that's open. Another thing that we initially contemplated for the site by zoning right, we can do apartments. And one of the plans we initially contemplated showed 94 apartments, 2-story apartments. So, we said, well, that's probably not in the best interest of the neighborhood. So we moved away from that direction and thought maybe single-family residence, certainty, would be a better adjacent use and associated play for the site. So, I mean, it's one of those things. We went down the path of the FLD based on the code that you guys have provided for us to work on. We have an approved development plan, tentative plat. So we're just asking right now to conclude the conversation, move forward on something that's been thoroughly vetted, and don't force us to do something that's entirely different than what we've already planned, because if we're forced to, we're going to go back to apartments. Because then at this point we wouldn't have a discussion, because by the zoning we're allowed to do that. The FLD, the open space, the NPPPO, a lot of those things wouldn't apply in this particular case. So we're trying to work to create something that not only the community wants, but we're being told by the marketplace, affordable housing, central location, adjacency to the university, and this is what we're trying to provide. So with that, I hope you will consider our plea here.
Any additional comments?
I have a question for Walter. Would you seriously consider rental apartments?
If we're stifled, if we continue to be stifled here, yes, we'd have to consider rental apartments.
At a greater density, right?
At a greater density, and it's just, you know, at a certain point we have to take what our investment is, convert it into something it was intended to be, and move forward. And we've got an upstanding community development company with KB Home standing ready to step in to build a product, and they've even concluded that they're willing to have some continued discussion with the neighborhood. But just to stifle it for the sake of stifling it, you know, after over a year of discussion is unfounded.
If you have KB wanting to have additional discussion with the community about the design and additional conversation in terms of not just how this particular project looks, but the possibility of having continued dialogue with the neighbors so that you could have this and a good development. At the end of the day, I believe that it's worth to delay and then pick up the conversation.
But the final plat is not that document, because the tentative plat is already approved. So you're asking us to revisit something that's already been approved. We have a grading permit in hand. We've already demolished 4 houses, 4 structures on the property. We're ready to move forward. KB still needs to submit to you or to the city building plans for their proposed homes. That's a process that still may have some open availability. KB representatives are here, so I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I know they've shown willingness to have a continued dialogue. The design is not finished on those homes. Those plans need to be created, they need to be submitted, they need to be reviewed, and maybe that's the point where you have that discussion if you've got some concerns. But this thing's been approved for a long time, and this process has just been stifled through one obstacle after another.
Well, I think we have a motion and we have a second.
Perhaps KB would like to speak to the scope of the discussion you're willing to entertain? Because when we held the meeting at Durham's office a while back, the concluding comment before I had to leave was that this has been approved, we're moving forward.
Well, I think the one thing in good faith, I mean, we went back and revisited the MPPO, and I think the results were already shared with Scott Clark. Talked about when they did the analysis, they came up with some additional trees. The trees that weren't transplantable, there's a mitigation for those. So at the end of the day, there's going to be quite a bit of vegetation that's either left in place or added to. So I thought that was, I think that showed the willingness for KB to have that continued discussion.
Well, and again, one of the criterion for the existing FLD. It says mitigating the urban heat island effect by requiring such measures as canopy trees throughout the FLD project and other acceptable mitigation efforts. And again, you look at the site plan, and that's not at all reflected in that site plan. Now, I understand that he's, you know.
I didn't know you were looking at a site plan, right? I thought you were looking only at the final plat.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
Well, that's 76 units put on 6 acres. That's what that is. And so, well, anyway.
In all fairness, I think Andrew here can speak to KBE's position, but I'd sure hate to relitigate density. That's been tested now 3 times, so that shouldn't even be something we're talking about tonight.
It's just it's troubling for this governing, for me anyway, as a member of this governing body, to hear you say, if not this, then we're going to cram something worse down your throat because we can. And this is the first time we've had an opportunity to voice our opinion on the staff's interpretation of our codes.
And if I may, Councilmember Lee has some comments.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. Hearing that this has been through several conversations, the value of delaying it, and if we're going to rehash the same conversations with the same people and expect a different result, I'm just questioning the value of delay. Are we expecting a different result? That's not one way or the other. It's just a question that comes to mind as why we would delay. And then the legal impact, if as a body we decide to vote to delay on this, what would the legal ramifications be of that?
So, Councilmember Lee, as I said, or hoped I said early on, that if an action were to be brought, and if it were to be determined that the application complied with codes and therefore it was inappropriate either to deny or delay, then what the court would order, and they have ordered in other cases, is that the plat be approved and recorded, that the city be ordered to pay the attorney's fees and costs for the other side, and that would be the result if that's how it played out.
I'd like to mention one thing, and I just want to set the record straight. I'm not here to threaten anybody. That wasn't my intention here. But we've got a certain piece of property with a certain zoning on it, and we've got 2 options. We can build apartments or we can build residential, multifamily or single family. And we chose to go down the path of the single family, but if we are stifled in that process, then the only option we have other than a rezoning is to go back to a multifamily. So it's not a threat, it's just I have choice A, single family, or choice B, multifamily.
And Mr. Hogue, with all due respect, it may be that multifamily with better setbacks and stuff might be the better option here. So that, we got to be careful what we wish for. And so, look, I'm a pretty neutral and reasonable guy. I just need some more time to talk to some other people about this, including you. But that's why I'm asking for the delay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Andrew Gasparo, KB Home, 201 North Bonita Avenue. Thank you for allowing this dialogue this evening. I think some familiar faces have been engaged with KB Home, as well as the seller, Rio West, as well as the neighborhood group, and we're certainly appreciative of that opportunity provided to us. The long story short is we do not want to see a delayed action, certainly do not want to see a denied action, and so we'll take a continuance to January. I would hope that it wouldn't fall into February or further, given the time sensitivity that collectively the neighbors have been working to see a result here, as well as the seller and KB as the buyer. So I just wanted to keep that in line so that we're making positive progress towards a finish line of some sort. Would be happy to continue conversations either individually with council members or here again in January or with staff members. Again, this is something that has been really driven home on trying to determine what's code, what's against code, are we doing things the right way. We don't want to get a reputation for being a bad developer, certainly. We are in this community and staying in this community to build homes and build communities. And so we understand the sensitivity to making sure we have quality communities. I heard neighbors represent that KB maybe builds mediocre communities or community houses, and I'll put my good faith and show them in the future that that's not what we do. We don't build mediocre homes or communities. We build terrific communities that our residents and future residents can be proud of, and so can council. So with that being said, just wanted to offer our services like we have been in the past, being open and transparent with not only staff, but also the neighbors that are here tonight and some of those that were not able to be here tonight. The concern here is that, Councilmember Lee, I'm concerned, the same concerns that you have is if we delay another month, do we end up having the same dialogue over again and repeating a lot of this? But I'm keeping some positive faith that in 30 days we'll be able to make some positive traction on that. And I'm also here to answer any questions you may have, whether it's product related or I think the design subdivision standards has been beaten up, but if there's any question regarding product, I can answer what I can tonight.
Well, we appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any concern about your product, quality
Right.
of product.
Sure.
And I also agree that that neighbors do want to see a good quality infill development and single family residential. But I think that there are some concerns about the interpretation of our code, especially for me, that I have those concerns of how our open space was interpreted. And so I think this is a question for the Planning and Development Services, if we can have continued dialogue about this and bring it back in January bring back the final plat in January with a determination.
What do you feel about that, Mike?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask specifically, I guess, what do you see as the next steps? I know that's kind of what you're getting at, but is it a work session with staff? Is staff doing things behind the scenes? Is there a third-party consultant that's reviewing staff's? I guess I'm just looking for some additional information so I can go back to our collective team and,
Let me bring back up Mr. Clark.
Honorable Mayor and Council, if you are seeking to delay this, I would suggest that it's a third-party review with a different design professional. This was reviewed by one of the three that we have. I think the best way to address your issues regarding code interpretation is have another set of eyes look at this and go through that process. That I'm suggesting we would have done by the second meeting in January, because it's going to take time to line this up, but we would return to you in the second meeting in January with the results of that review.
Which is a little different than what I thought I just heard you say, and that is to continue a dialogue, not to go get another review. And to your question as to who would be a party to that dialogue, I would think everybody in the room who's got a stake in the decision, which is to say the adjacent property owners. I mean, if you're just saying we're just going to go get yet another interpretation of your interpretation, I'm saying that falls right into Nikki's questions. Why would we have that same?
Well, Honorable Mayor and Council, I guess this is the discussion we need to have right now. The FLD is a by right process. So once the design review
if the design comports with the purposes of the FLD and this one doesn't.
And so that's the struggle we're having right now. Is staff says it has, and a design review professional who's independent says that it has. So in order to keep it a by right process where a party reviews it and says it conforms with code or it does not, I'm suggesting that a design review professional do that.
Again, as I said, we're in a situation that there's no matter what we're due, we're actionable. That's why I'm asking for the delay, because I want to have dialogue on my own, offline with stakeholders. That's what I want to do, and there's nothing that's going to stop me from doing that in this process. I just want to let you know that. If you want to do a third party and an extra set of eyes to look at it, fine. But if you don't think I'm not going to meet with the developer and the neighbors on my own in the next 30 days, then I don't belong up here. You do.
So we have a budgetary retreat on the 28th, which is the second meeting in January. The closest to where we're going to have a working regular agenda is February 4th. And that'll give us, that's not too separated from the 28th, unless we decide we have a regular meeting of mayor and council at 5:30 on the 28th.
Does that work for you guys, February 3rd or 4th?
February,
Yes.
what is it, February 4th? And that'll give us the process to be able to say, look, we're going to have a third set of eyes, take a look at it, but also do all of the above, as Councilmember Kasachik and Vice Mayor Cunningham have said, to be able to have a good product, good final plat in front of us.
Understood, and I think that will be fine. We collectively, between buyer and seller, have a contract, a purchase agreement, and so there are milestones in there, performance milestones that seller has and that buyer has, and so those will have to be reworked, and there's a lot of money at risk here. Understand that council may not care about that, but as transactions.
No, we care.
certainly-
We care about what you have to.
Sure.
We care about your timelines. We care about you, your bottom line. We understand time is money, but we also want to make sure that we have a good product for the neighbors that are going to be there right next to the project, hopefully for many years to come, for them to be happy with the product that you're going to bring them. And we can arrive at something that is actually worth the KB name to be on it, so.
Understood, and there's no opportunity for a late January hearing, just to clarify, just so I understand that.
Could we agendize it on the 28th as a part of this? How does that work? Rankin's grimacing.
Honorable Mayor, Councilman Kozaczek, you could certainly agendize it that day, or it would be after the retreat. You could do this. You could do this time certain.
Fair
to
enough,
have the
because I want to be
discussion.
totally fair to these guys, too.
That way, it saves you a week.
I appreciate it, because we've been waiting and have had numerous conversations. I know the neighborhood group has too, but it'd just be nice to try to move this along further.
Yeah, we can finish it
I
on the
appreciate that.
28th.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And to address Nikki's concern, I just hope that everybody meets in the room with kind of a fresh set of eyes saying, how can we do this? So that we don't go through this again on the 28th. And I suspect we will not, because I trust people in the room. So does that comport well, close enough with my motion? Do we need to put a date certain on it, or?
I think you just did. So your motion would
On that 28th.
continue it until January 28th.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Anything in addition?
Nobody voted yet. But.
Well, thank you for letting me talk. I'm Walter Hoag's brother, younger brother, not as diplomatic as my brother is. But I just felt like, as I'm sitting here listening to what's going on, and we have time-sensitive contracts, and we've had this property for over a year, and one of the first things we did was evaluate what was the best use for that project. My brother and I were partners in this with a couple people that really had the development experience in building homes. And it was their vision that what we have produced is what is best for the neighborhood, and it wasn't the apartments. But we went and we went through the checklist of the FLD to see if we could achieve that. And early on, we did achieve that. And so we've gone down this road and been challenged and spent money supporting the challenge and time. And I'm wondering right now, what are we going to find out in the next 30 days? What is it? You guys aren't support of the planning and the staff that we have in place that deals with this every day? That's really your problem, and you're taking it out on me and making me wait another 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. I don't understand. We might lose our contract with KB Homes. This is serious, and we've been dealing with it for over a year. I'm sorry you guys are just getting it right now, but it shouldn't be this way. I shouldn't be here this late in the game trying to defend this project that we've gone through with the city for over a year. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. So there is a motion and a second. And roll call?
Nick Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Nay.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Aye. So,
Passes 6-1, Your Honor.
motion passes 7-0.
6-1, Your Honor.
6-1, I'm sorry, 6-1. All righty, so item 8,
Public hearing, Catalina Highway Annexation District, report from city manager, hearing.
City Manager's communication number 423 dated December 17th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the proposed annexation district located on Catalina Highway, approximately 0.3 miles north of Tanque Verde Road. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name. Do we have any speakers for?
No, Your Honor.
We don't have any speakers. If there is anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item,
Move to close.
if not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? There's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This public hearing is closed. What is the councilor's pleasure?
Your Honor, this is a annexation district. It only requires 2 parcels. Just south of the annexation district is already multifamily housing. So there's some, it's pretty, it's right along a arterial. So I move that we pass and adopt and proceed the Catalina Highway Annexation District. A quick caveat, just to give everybody a heads up, this might be one of our first concurrent rezoning and annexations. That process may flow concurrently. We'll kind of see how it turns out.
Is there a second? So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried by 7-0. Item 9.
Zoning C91911, Cherry Lofts LLC, Cherry and KINO, I1 to C1, City Manager's Report, Direct Ordinance Adoption Report from City Manager, Ordinance number 11716.
City Manager's communication number 421 dated December 17th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 2.4 acres from I1 to C1 zoning. The rezoning site is located on the southeast corner of South Cherry Avenue and East 15th Street. The zoning examiner recommends approval of C1 zoning. Staff recommends approval of C1 zoning and adoption of the ordinance. Is the applicant or representative present? Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11716 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11716 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the southeast corner of South Cherry Avenue and East 15th Street, approximately 160 feet west of South KINO Parkway in case C91911, Cherry Lofts LLC, Cherry and KINO, I1 to C1, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the request for rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 11716.
Is there a second? So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Fimbers?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Ordinance 11716 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Zoning C919, Alvernon and Drexel, R1 to C2, City Manager's Report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 420 dated December 17th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone 4 parcels totaling approximately 2.62 acres from R1 to C2 zoning. The rezoning site is comprised of vacant undeveloped land located on the west side of Alvernon Way, approximately 900 feet north of Drexel Road. Staff recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends approval of C2 zoning. Is the applicant or representative present? Thank you, sir. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, sir. What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, there has been some questions about a parcel which has a billboard on it, which is a long-term lease and owned by the applicant. This parcel is not part of the development proposal in the agenda item. The owner and the community want to have the billboard removed, but it does not affect the development proposal. Can the county attorney respond to the situation with the parcel that has the billboard on it and not part of the development plan? Mike?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. This question about the billboard on a parcel that's adjacent to the site but is not the subject to the rezoning has come up and been reviewed both by staff and by myself. It would not be a defensible condition to a rezoning to require an off-site removal of another use, such as been suggested in terms of the suggestions to include a condition in the rezoning that this billboard on another site not subject to the rezoning be removed. No, that would not be an appropriate condition of a rezoning. If, in fact, there is ultimately a development plan that's brought forward that includes the development of the site that does have the billboard, then the existing standards, development standards with respect to development on a parcel that has a billboard would kick into play, and requirements about screening and landscaping and loading and unloading and things like that will apply. But you can't have a condition for the removal of the billboard under these circumstances.
What is your pleasure?
Thank you. With that, Madam Mayor, I move that this item, this item to approve the rezoning for the item and with the additional information provided by the city attorney.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Sorry, I have a question.
Okay.
There's a walking bridge from the school on this property, which is part of the Sunnyside School District where I used to work. One of the things that parents asked about, and I know that Councilmember Fimbres is totally aware of this, if you go to C2 and build here, can we make sure that the sidewalk that gets built is contiguous with the walking bridge? That's all I ask.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, yes, we can absolutely ensure that there's a connection with that pedestrian overpass with the sidewalk that gets built. There's currently sidewalk that extends from the pedestrian overpass south about 200 feet or so along the parcels.
Look, if we can put it into extended or whatever when we do this, I think that would be a good thing. That's kind of what this type of stuff is for, you know?
Absolutely. We want to have a safe, accessible route for the children to get to school.
Thanks, man.
Yep,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thank you.
So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Item 11.
Real property, sale of city-owned property located at 124 East Broadway Boulevard. Report from city manager, ordinance number 11718.
City Manager's communication number 427 dated December 17th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11718 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11718 relating to real property, declaring property located at 124 East Broadway Boulevard to be surplus city-owned property, authorizing the sale thereof to Julian Drew Lofts LLC, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
I believe the city attorney or manager had some words to read into the record.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Kozaczek and Madam Mayor and members of the Mayor and Council. The materials explain the basic points of the proposed transaction and the offer to purchase, but I wanted to add meat to the bones in the interim. Since the time that the materials were delivered, we were able to finalize the actual language of the offer to purchase. And I'm not going to read the whole offer to purchase into the record, but I want to make it clear on the record what the deal terms are. The purchase in this instance would be made by Julian Drew Lofts LLC, the principal of whom Russ Rolney is here in the audience, I believe. The parcels that are being sold are commonly identified as 124 East Broadway Boulevard on the south side of Broadway. It actually consists of all or a portion of 4 separate parcels. Ultimately, we will do a legal description that unifies the description for all 4 into a single parcel. The sale is subject to certain easements, restrictions, rights-of-way, and covenants, including a preservation and conservation restriction, which will be attached to the deed, and that requires the conservation and preservation of the historic facade. Primarily, that consists of the facade along Broadway, but it also incorporates a couple of elements along the eastern facade, which is where there's a wraparound tile feature and I think some glass block. But primarily, it's the Broadway-facing facade of the building at 124. The purchase price will be the $1,500,000 as identified, I think, both in the ordinance and the communication. There will be the deposit in that same amount as part of the purchase transaction. The proposed use of the property will be a mixed use, contemplated to potentially include commercial retail as well as a mix with residential use on site. There will be an inspection period of 45 days. For the buyer to inspect the property, at the conclusion of which it would proceed to close of escrow with a 15-day period provided for closing on escrow. The property is being sold by the city in what's called as-is, where-is condition. So that means that the buyer is accepting it as is. There aren't discounts or requirements on the city to make improvements or put the property into condition for a C of O, et cetera. There is a condition both in the offer to purchase as well as it will be incorporated into the deed, requiring improvements for the proposed use that are characterized as renovation and new improvements necessary for the buyer to secure a new certificate of occupancy for the proposed use. The way this provision works is that within 30 months, 2.5 years, from the close of escrow, the buyer has the obligation to invest $1 million into those renovations and new improvements. And if it does so, then the city's interest goes away. There's no reversion or clawback provision if that investment is made. But if the investment is not made to the tune of $1 million during that time period, then the city at its sole discretion has the option to recapture the property. The property would revert to the city's ownership, with the city paying the sum of $750,000 from the 1.5 that was realized from the initial sale. To the extent that the property would have been encumbered in the meantime, that $750,000 would go to pay off those encumbrances before any of the remaining proceeds would go back to the buyer. I know the council had asked questions about GPLET and whether this transaction and approval of the offer to purchase would bind the mayor and council to approve a GPLET or any particular terms in connection with the GPLET. The answer is no, but the offer to purchase does get the process going for the consideration of a GPLET in the same manner as any other GPLET application that comes to the city. So with the approval of this offer to purchase, the process would be begun to for the hiring of the economic consulting firm to do the independent analysis. That's on the buyer's dime, just like with other applicants. And then it will come back to the mayor and council just like any other GPLET application for mayor and council consideration of a GPLET lease agreement. The language of the offer to purchase specifically says that any GPLET is subject to the mayor and council's exercise of its legislative discretion to approve or deny the proposed GPLET lease agreement. And so those are the fundamental terms of the agreement, and I wanted to read those into the record for your consideration.
With that, it's the council's pleasure.
Move that we adopt the terms of the sale agreement.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. Mr. Rolney, thanks for coming down. And hey, man, a year ago I wasn't sure. And after how you did with the monastery and how you handled it, you've become a really great asset to this community, and we look forward to partnering with you on this.
Any other commentary, discussion? All righty, with that, roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Ms. Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Well, congratulations. Ordinance number 11718 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you so much, and congratulations. And item 12.
Adjournment?
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, January 7th at 5:30 p.m. in the Mayor and Council Chambers, City Hall, located at 255 West Alameda, Tucson, Arizona.